Ding dong. The system is online. That sexy beauty is my master. Ding dong, host S system value is low. Initiating auto-replenishment. Auto searching for system value sources. Detected target to the northeast. Estimated significant boost to system value. Heading there now. Chapter 1: The Way to Happiness. Mountains towered in layers, shrouded in ethereal mist. This was the territory of the flowing cloud immortal sect, a place for cultivation. Liu Beiyan sat alone in his room, ready to activate his system. He had acquired the system over a year ago, but he never had enough spirit stones to activate it until now. After much hardship, he had finally gathered 100 low-grade spirit stones. From today onward, his future would be bright. Ding dong. Happy cultivation assistant activated. Host successfully bound. Upon hearing the mechanical voice, Liu Beiyan's heart surged with excitement. Moments later, a system interface appeared in his sea of consciousness. The interface was clean and simple. At the top was the system's name, Happy Cultivation Assistant. In the top left corner was Liu Beiyan's current status. Qi Refining Stage, Level 3. Energy, 100. Happiness, 100. In the center of the interface was a display of his current cultivation techniques. At the moment, he only had one, sitting forgetfulness technique, the most basic mental technique of the flowing cloud immortal sect. It was particularly helpful for advancing through the early cultivation stages, especially effective around the foundation establishment level. At the bottom of the interface were two buttons. Normal cultivation. Rapid cultivation. Liu Beiyan looked at the Rapid Cultivation button, and the system immediately displayed a helpful warning. Rapid cultivation ignores foundation and host condition, forcibly accelerates cultivation. May cause irreversible negative effects. Use with caution. In the world of cultivation, stability was everything. An unstable cultivator rarely lived long. So this rapid cultivation function wasn't very useful to him. Seeing that the system was now activated, Liu Beiyan focused his thoughts and chose normal cultivation. Normal cultivation initiated. This session is free. You will be cultivated automatically up to the peak of Qi refining. Please confirm. Amazing. One session could take him to the peak of the Qi refining stage. It had taken him nearly 2 years to reach Qi refining level 3, and this system could match that progress in one go. Confirm. As soon as Liu Beiyan spoke, his body moved on its own and began meditative cultivation. On the system interface, his cultivation level began rising rapidly. In less than an hour, his level jumped from 3 to 4. That was fast. However, Liu Beiyan also noticed that both his energy and happiness values were dropping. Energy 1, happiness 1. Energy 1, happiness 1. Energy 1, happiness 1. Apparently, even automated cultivation had limits. Once energy and happiness ran out, it would stop. Time passed, and night fell. He looked at his values, both energy and happiness were now below 10. But his cultivation level had already reached Qi refining level 7. Ding dong. Hostess energy and happiness are low. Initiating automatic replenishment. Hearing this, Liu Beiyan smiled like a proud father. You've grown up, system. You know how to take care of things on your own now. Soon, the system controlled Liu Beiyan's body and had him lie down to sleep. Energy plus 5, happiness plus 1. Energy plus 5, happiness plus 1. After resting for about 5 hours, the system then made Liu Beiyan go to the kitchen to eat. After this routine, his energy was fully restored to 100. However, his happiness only recovered to 30. Since auto-cultivation was still ongoing, Liu Beiyan didn't give it much thought. He figured the system would figure out how to fix it. He spent the whole day cultivating, even ignoring a mealtime call from his master. When night returned, Liu Beiyan checked his level again. Qi refining level 9. In less than 2 days, he had already reached level 9. The system is a god. Hostess happiness is low. Initiating auto-replenishment. So how would it replenish happiness? Liu Beiyan thought for a moment, then a strange smile crept across his face. Don't tell me the system is going to find me a girl to make me happy. Heh heh. Auto-searching for sources of happiness. The system took control of his body and led him outside the room. Back on Earth, Liu Beiyan didn't have many hobbies. He liked staying indoors reading novels or playing games. And after coming to this cultivation world, he had even fewer joys. To be honest, even he couldn't name what made him happy. How could the system possibly know? Detected, similar female entity to the northeast. Estimated significant happiness boost. Heading there now. Northeast. What the hell? Liu Beiyan was confused. He had lived on Cloud Cliff Peak for over a year and hadn't he noticed anything particularly joyful. Wait, similar female entity. No way. He watched his body, under the system's control, walk toward a room in the northeast. Wait. Stop. System, don't go there. That's my master. No way. Absolutely not. She may be gentle, but she would never agree to something like that. Stop. Please stop. He tried to resist, but under the auto-cultivation mode, he had no control over his body. His body was now standing right in front of his master Yu Qianrou's room. Please, system dad, I beg you not her she as my master I can't. Based on data, host has fantasized about this individual 131 times. Interaction would significantly increase happiness. No. That was just fantasy. I'd never actually do it. System dad, please find another way to make me happy, I'm begging you. In his sea of consciousness, Liu Beiyan was on his knees. Perhaps the system sensed his sincerity, because it changed course. Detected, similar female entity to the east. Estimated pain and happiness increase. Heading there now. East. His body turned under the system's command. No. That's my senior sister. If I enjoy myself with her even once, I'll never be happy again. No. Stop. Even as he protested, his body eagerly made its way toward his senior sister's room. System dad. Please. Spare me. I just activated you, I want to live a little longer. In his sea of consciousness, Liu Beiyan bowed again. Just as he was about to open the door to his senior sister's room, his hands paused. A moment later, the system spoke again. Detected, non-similar female entity to the south. Estimated pain and happiness increase. Heading there now. South? Liu Beiyan had lived on Cloud Cliff Peak for over a year. The only people here were himself, his master, and his senior sister. Who else could it be? Wait. This time the system said non-similar female entity. Earlier it said similar female entity. Something's off. Could it be? The south side of Cloud Cliff Peak had the stables, where several celestial horses were kept. What the? No. Absolutely not. System, screw you. I am not giving my first time to a horse. Stop. Please stop. I beg you. Just stop. System, this is wrong, this has to be wrong. Chapter 2, Regaining Joy Independently. His body was being controlled, slowly walking toward the stables. Inside, several celestial horses hadn't yet fallen asleep. Under the moonlight, they saw Liu Beiyan approaching and thought he was there to deliver hay. A few of their horses even neighed softly, greeting him. Little did they know, an unimaginably dark fate was about to befall them. System bro, system dad, I'm begging you, please stop torturing me. My first time can't be in a stable. Watching his own body inch closer to their horses, Liu Beiyan was on the verge of tears. Perhaps hearing his desperate plea, the body finally halted at the entrance of the stable. A moment later, the mechanical voice of the system echoed again. Scanning within a 50-mile radius. No sources of joy detected. Target remains the female creature on the southern side. Liu Beiyan turned pale at the words, but suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait. System daddy, I know how to make myself happy. Give me back control of my body, and I promise I'll immediately boost my happiness. He wasn't sure if the system was rigid or negotiable. Auto-cultivation paused. Host granted temporary control to increase happiness level independently. The mechanical voice faded, and Liu Beiyan instantly felt control return to his body. He sprinted back to his room like a madman. Get joy from a horse? Hell no. Time to begin. Happiness +1. Happiness +1. Happiness +1. Happiness +2. Happiness +1. On the system panel, his happiness value kept rising rapidly. Eventually, the system took back control of his body. This time, it seemed to have learned what made Liu Beiyan happy. since the body was under the system's control. Happiness plus 1. Happiness plus 1. 30 minutes passed. Glancing at the system's stats panel, his happiness had already fully recovered to 100. With those extra 50 points just now, there might be even been overflow. Now that both stamina and happiness had been restored, the system resumed controlling Liu Bei's body to continue cultivation. One had to admit the system was truly god tier when it came to cultivation. Even for prodigies, it usually took half a year to get from the third layer of the qi refining stage to its peak. Ordinary disciples often needed around 2 years to reach that level. But now, with the system, there was finally some hope on the path of cultivation. Cultivation has reached the peak of qi refining. Basic training complete. Duration, 30 hours. Thank you for using this service tilde. While independently boosting happiness, host once again fantasized about the female of the same species located to the northeast. The joyful cultivation assistant suggests that coordinating with said individual would allow rapid happiness recovery. Suggest my ass. That was just a fantasy. A fantasy that will never become reality. My master treats me with deep kindness, she even saved my life. You filthy system, trying to make me do something indecent to her, absolutely shameful. Thinking about how the system behaved when he was trying to gain happiness made Liu Bei furious. Besides, he was just a measly cultivator in the qi refining stage. Even though his master was injured and her cultivation severely diminished, if she didn't want to be touched, there was no way someone like him could even get close. Getting joy from her? Keep dreaming. System, are you dumb or what? As if responding to his rant, the mechanical voice reappeared. Analysis complete. Female of same species located to the northeast has a gentle temperament and displays a tolerant attitude toward the host. Danger level estimated to be low. I said no. Let me repeat, she is my master. No matter how gentle or kind she is still my master. After stressing that point again, Liu Bei exited his spiritual sea, unwilling to argue further with the system. Outside, his master Yu Qinrou's voice called out. Bei, are you still cultivating? Would you like something to eat? Since suffering a serious injury a year ago, Yu Qinrou's status on Yunya Peak had drastically fallen. Her injuries were grave. Many famous physicians had declared that unless a celestial-grade medicine was found, she would never recover. In the world of cultivation, it was survival of the fittest. Without a future, the sect wouldn't invest any more resources in you. Since then, the sect stopped supplying Yunya Peak with any support. Even the servants originally assigned to help were all reassigned elsewhere. Yu Qinrou once had many disciples under her name, but now only Liu Bei and another senior disciple remained. She was gentle in nature, but Liu Bei knew that behind her soft demeanor was a heart filled with pride. Once the servants left, she insisted on managing all the chores of Yunya Peak herself. She refused to become useless no matter what, she wanted to remain of value. Hearing her voice, Liu Bei quickly walked out of his room. His master was as beautiful as ever. Dressed in a light green celestial robe swaying in the breeze, with a malachite hairpin tucked into her cloud-like hair, she looked like a forest elf emerging from the woods. Master, I could smell your cooking from my room. Of course I do love to eat. While speaking, Liu Bei rushed toward the dining area. In the back of his mind, memories of what he'd done to regain happiness lingered. These thoughts made him feel a bit guilty. With his master standing right in front of him, he didn't even dare look at her directly. Seeing him act so oddly, Yu Qinrou was puzzled. Bei seems a bit off today. Did something happen? His aura feels different too. Wait a second. Though injured, Yu Qinrou was still a powerful golden core cultivator. Liu Bei's qi refining cultivation level couldn't possibly fool her. Peak of qi refining. How did Bei improve so fast? Just 3 days ago, wasn't he still at the third layer? She was astonished. During the meal, she quietly examined Liu Bei again. Peak qi refining, it was definitely real. Such a rapid breakthrough, could it be he'd used some shortcut? She was worried. Cultivation emphasized stability above all. If someone started taking reckless shortcuts this early in their journey, the road ahead would only become harder. After the meal, Liu Bei habitually began cleaning up the dishes. Bei, sit and rest. Let master handle these chores. Yu Qinrou gently took his arm, stopping him from tidying up. On the surface, she seemed to simply not want him doing chores, but in truth, she used the opportunity to check his physical condition. Solid foundation, steady aura seems Bayan's cultivation path is quite stable after all. I was overthinking it. Satisfied with her findings, Yu Chinro finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been deeply worried he'd taken the wrong path and ruined his cultivation future. Meanwhile, Liu Beiyan froze up the moment she grabbed his arm. The warmth of her hand brought a complex swirl of emotions to his chest. Liu Beiyan. What the hell are you thinking? Yes, your master shut down those thoughts immediately. Finding an excuse about needing to stabilize his foundation, Liu Beiyan fled back to his room in a panic. Chapter 3 Money is good wherever it is. Seeing Liu Beiyan hurried back to his room, Yu Chinro felt a little guilty. Ever since I was injured a year ago, all the resources at Junior Peak have been used for my recuperation and treatment. The two young disciples who followed him had no resources at all. In addition, Yu Chinro has to spend a lot of time practicing every day to stabilize her injuries. As a result, there was even less time to guide Liu Beiyan and his senior sister. Liu Beiyan has already raised his cultivation level to the peak of the qi refining stage, but his master didn't know anything about it. I am so incompetent. While cleaning up the dishes, Yu Chinro was thinking about whether she could do anything for Liu Beiyan. Inside the house, Liu Beiyan calmed down. His current cultivation level has reached the peak of the qi refining stage. If one wants to break through the peak of the qi refining stage and become a foundation establishment stage cultivator, then one must have the assistance of a foundation establishment pill. Liu Beiyan looked in the happy cultivation assistant and found that he didn't need a foundation establishment pill to break through to the foundation establishment stage through the system. But if you don't want the foundation establishment pill, the system will charge you 100 low-grade spirit stones. This happy cultivation assistant is actually a paid system. Seeing these 100 spirit stones, Liu Beiyan decided to rely on himself to break through this matter. The foundation building pill is the real problem right now. The Liuyun immortal sect is considered one of the largest sects in the Great Qi dynasty. Foundation establishment pills were not rare. Even every sect disciple who reached the peak of the qi refining stage could get one from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It's just that the Ministry of Internal Affairs has always been at odds with Junior Peak. After Yu Chinro was injured, the people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs no longer took the people from Junior Peak seriously. All the menial disciples on the peak were quickly evacuated by them. The resources that should have been allocated were also exploited at various levels by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and were almost completely withheld. If I, a disciple of Junior Peak, go to ask for the foundation establishment pill, I'm afraid I won't have any chance at all. Although he didn't hold much hope, Liu Beiyan still decided to give it a try. Every time you go there, you can't be without a piece of meat. After saying something to his master, Liu Beiyan stepped on the flying sword and flew towards the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I had originally planned to ride the fairy horse over there, but when I thought about the system's operation, I felt ashamed and embarrassed to ride a horse. The Liuyun immortal sect is very large. With Liu Beiyan's current strength at the peak of the qi refining stage, it would take at least half an hour to travel there. The Imperial Household Department is a large tower-shaped building that stores a lot of the Liuyun immortal sect's resources. Of course, most of them are ordinary resources. Rare resources are still controlled by the sect's top leaders. Standing in front of the majestic door of the Imperial Household Department, Liu Beiyan hesitated for a moment, but finally stepped in. The disciple guarding the door was indifferent. What's the matter? My cultivation has reached the peak of the qi refining stage. I am here to receive the foundation establishment pill. Name, and which mountain do you belong to? Liu Beiyan from Junior Peak, please check it out, senior brother. Hearing the three words, Junior Peak, the guard disciple's face suddenly changed. Then he took out a booklet and looked for information about Junior Peak. There are only 3 people in Junior Peak now, so it is easy to check. After confirming that Liu Beiyan was a disciple of Junior Peak, the guard quickly ran to the backyard. Soon, a female cultivator in luxurious clothes came out. Oh, I thought you guys from Junior Peak would never come to my Internal Affairs Department in this lifetime, Tilder. This is our Vice Lord of the Internal Affairs Department, Dongfang Feng. Hurry up and salute. The guard next to him saw Liu Beiyan standing there in a daze and immediately shouted at him. Liu Beiyan glanced at Dongfang Feng and couldn't help but frowning. Judging from what she just said, it seems that she has some grudge against Yunifeng. No wonder the resources allocated to Junior Peak by the Ministry of Internal Affairs have become less and less over the past year. It's most likely the woman in front of me was responsible. Liu Beiyan from Junior Peak, the Lord of Dongfang Palace is here, why don't you quickly and respectfully greet him? Seeing that Liu Beiyan still didn't salute, the guard shouted again. There was a hint of pride on Dongfang Feng's face, and she seemed to be in a very good mood. You are Liu Beiyan from Junior Peak, right? It seems that your Junior Peak has not made any contribution to the sect in the past year or so. Not only do these three people occupy the entire main peak, but they also have the nerve to ask for foundation establishment pills. If you want, go call your master Yu Qinro and ask her to write a letter of guarantee stating how much she will contribute to the sect in the future. Otherwise, the immortal sect will not support idle people. Dongfang Feng hadn't finished speaking yet. Liu Beiyan just chuckled. Har har, it's just a foundation building pill, and you're talking about contribution. If you want to talk about contribution, then let's talk about it. As the deputy head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, you should check the account book yourself and see how many resources in your account book were earned by my master and senior sister. After saying that, Liu Beiyan turned around, stepped on the flying sword and left. Dongfang Feng's words have already made it clear that she will not give the foundation establishment pill easily. Since that's the case, I'm too lazy to argue with him anymore. Liu Beiyan left right after he finished speaking, not giving Dongfang Feng any chance to retort. Seeing Liu Beiyan leaving on his flying sword, Dongfang Feng shouted angrily, Dongfang Feng, want to see how long you can be so proud. In the main peak competition 3 months later, I will drive you 3 masters and apprentices out of Junior Peak. The more helpless and furious Dongfang Feng was, the happier Liu Beiyan felt. But what is this main peak competition she mentioned? At Junior Peak, Liu Beiyan returned to his room, thinking about how to earn spirit stones. Whether in Blue Star or in this world of immortal cultivation, it's great to be a rich man. Currently, you need spirit stones to buy foundation building pills, and you still need spirit stones to use the system for cultivation. How can we have so many spiritual stones to use? Sitting in front of the desk, Liu Beiyan picked up a pen and scribbled on the table, writing down the current ways to earn spirit stones. The first step is to complete the commission tasks in the sect and obtain task rewards. But Liu Beiyan quickly rejected this idea. The sect's mission entrustment is also managed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. That Dongfang Feng is obviously hostile to the master. Even if he completes the mission, his reward will probably be withheld. Continuing to think, Liu Beiyan suddenly had an idea. The happy cultivation assistant can improve one's cultivation level, but can it be used to learn other techniques? If I could learn the art of alchemy, would I still be short of spirit stones? Thinking of this, Liu Beiyan ran to Yunifeng's study and took out an ancient book. The 4 big characters, Suwen Medical Classic, were written on the cover. Suwen Yi Jing is a secret book that teaches people how to make medicine and medical skills, and it is widely circulated in the world of immortal cultivation. But being widely spread doesn't mean it's easy to learn. Alchemist is an extremely honorable profession in the entire world of immortal cultivation, and the reason for this is because they are rare. Cheats are easy to obtain, but few people can learn them. When many young cultivators first enter the immortal sect, they will confidently swear that they will practice both medicine and martial arts. But in the end, reality will teach them a lesson. Alchemy is extremely difficult, and those with weaker talents can't even get started. Liu Beiyan picked up their Suwen Medical Classic and opened the first page. The mechanical voice of the system immediately sounded, "The Suwen Medical Classic has been included for the host. Welcome to use the Happy Cultivation Assistant to learn. It is convenient and fast, Hilder. Sure, this little assistant. It can actually be included directly." His consciousness moved slightly, and Liu Beiyan immediately began to check the system interface. In the center of the interface, in addition to the Zhuang Sutra, there is also a Suwen Medical Classic. Select Suwen Medical Classics and practice normally. Ordinary training begins. This training costs 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Estimated mastery of Suwen Medical Classic, just getting started. During this period, training is fully automatic. Please confirm with the host. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The mastery is just the beginning. System, you are such a rip-off. The difficulty of Suwen Medical Classic is relatively high, and the charge of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones is reasonable. Please confirm with the host. Confirm what? I have no money. Chapter 4: If you want to earn spirit stones, start writing. Liu Beiyan felt that he was trapped in a vicious circle of making money. If you want to use the system to practice the art of alchemy, you must first earn the first starting capital. But how to earn this first pot of gold? Liu Beiyan frowned, pulled his hair, and thought about how to make money. Pick up the Immortal Cultivator Monthly on the table and see if you can find some ways to make money. Monthly Report of Immortal Cultivators is a business of the Confucian and Taoist sects. Many of the interesting news in the Xuxian continent are spread through this monthly report. After searching around, I found some task commissions. Unfortunately, it is beyond the reach of a young cultivator like me in the qi refining stage. After reading all the content, Liu Beiyan finally saw a way to make money that was more suitable for him on the last page. Hello fellow Taoists in the cultivation world. In order to meet the reading needs of the majority of Taoists, Cultivator Monthly is preparing to add a new publication. This publication focuses on the grievances and hatreds in the cultivation world, and the love between men and women, and strives to give the majority of Taoists an exciting reading experience. Now we are soliciting articles from the majority of Taoists. If you have an interesting experience, you are welcome to submit your articles. The payment will be generous, and you can easily earn more than 10,000 yuan a month. Address for submissions: Confucianism and Taoism Xingzong Cultivator Monthly Editing Hall. I have lived 2 lives and read so many fantasy novels. Isn't it enough to just have hands? Look at my magic pen, Liu Beiyan, attack. With the paper and pen ready, Liu Beiyan was about to start writing when his master's voice suddenly rang out. It's time for dinner, and cultivators also need to fill their stomachs. Liu Beiyan didn't hesitate and immediately responded and went to the cafeteria. Master, why haven't I seen senior sister in the past 2 days? In the past, my senior sister always liked to scold me for being unlearned and having no improvement in my cultivation. Now that he has reached the peak of the qi refining stage, Liu Beiyan is ready to show off in front of his senior sister. But I didn't see her for 2 days. Your senior sister went out for training 2 days ago. I'm afraid she won't be back for about a month. Liu Beiyan nodded and quickly ate the food in the bowl. Eat slowly. When you're done, eat this as well. As she spoke, Yu Qinro took out a pill from her waist. Is this foundation building pill? Master, where did you get this foundation building pill from? Was it from the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Did that woman named Dong Fangfeng embarrass you? Seeing the foundation establishment pill in front of him, Liu Beiyan could guess the difficulty involved. The former prodigy of Liuyun immortal sect is now being laughed at will. Thinking of this, Liu Beiyan felt anxious and angry. Yu Qinro, however, still looked gentle. Your master is at least one of the 12 peak masters. Dong Fangfeng's words were just a little harsh at best. She didn't dare to attack me. A little more intense words. To put it bluntly, I was ridiculed. The more lightly Yu Qinro spoke, the more uncomfortable Liu Beiyan felt she felt. Looking at the foundation establishment pill in front of him, Liu Beiyan felt for the first time the importance of strength. When Liu Beiyan was rescued and brought back to Liuyun immortal sect by Yu Qinro, he was a little Buddhist. Otherwise it wouldn't have taken so long to collect 100 spirit stones. But now, Liu Beiyan felt how important strength is. Only the strong can protect those they want to protect. When the weak are bullied, they can only comfort themselves with a smile. Master, Beiyan must practice hard from now on. I will be so powerful that no one will dare to bully you. You have a sweet mouth. It's no wonder that Master takes such good care of you. Eat quickly. After you eat, Master will protect you tilder. After finishing his meal quickly, Liu Beiyan returned to his room to meditate and practice, while Yu Qinro stood by his side to protect him. The difficulty of building the foundation is not high, and by utilizing the system to improve the level of cultivation, the foundation is very solid. So Liu Beiyan did not use the system to break through the qi refining stage this time. Of course, the main reason is poverty. 3 hours later, Liu Beiyan was already sweating profusely. All the filth in the mortal body is now forced out through sweat. Only after building the foundation can one officially become a practitioner. Seeing that Liu Beiyan was safe and sound, Yu Qinro left with peace of mind. Finally broke through to the foundation building stage. Liu Beiyan soaked happily in the bathtub, washing the dirt off his body. His consciousness moved slightly, and he began to check the practice after the foundation building period in the system. I tried clicking normal practice. The mechanical voice of the system immediately sounded, "Ordinary training begins." This training costs 100 low-grade spirit stones and stops at the third level of the foundation building period. During this period, the training will be fully automatic. Please confirm, host. After the foundation building stage, the speed of cultivation has indeed slowed down a lot, and it also costs money. I can't even take out 20 spirit stones on me now, let alone 100 spirit stones for cultivation. The most important task at the moment is still to make money. After getting dressed and sitting at the desk, Liu Beiyan picked up paper and pen and began to write to earn spirit stones. I want to write a grand and earth-shaking world. At the beginning, 100 dragons pull the coffin. A grand scene begins. 10,000 words easily. Liu Beiyan felt that this article of his would become popular. Monthly income of over 10,000. Too little, at least 100,000 spirit stones a month. Liu Beiyan did not stop writing all night and wrote an article of 10,000 words. It was sent out early in the morning. Now I am waiting for the reply from the Confucian and Taoist saint. With my writing skills, it will be easy to pass the manuscript tilde. For the whole day, Liu Beiyan did nothing but wait for the reply from the Confucian and Taoist saint. The next morning, a crane flew over with a letter in its beak. Liu Beiyan took the letter excitedly, returned to his room and immediately opened it to read. The reply was written in scribbled handwriting. The words are meaningless, the writing is empty, there is no sense of substitution, it makes people uncomfortable to read. I suggest that fellow Taoists practice well and stop writing. There were dozens of scribbled words, but not a single word of praise. My masterpiece is so bad, Otto. The people of the Confucian and Taoist sect actually suggested that I practice well and stop writing. I would have written this if I hadn't been short of spirit stones. Taking a deep breath, Liu Beiyan picked up the pen again. You asked me not to write, but I will write anyway. Things change over time. Today you ignore me, but when I finish writing my masterpiece, I will make it so that you, the holy Confucianist, will not be able to reach me. After thinking for a while, Liu Beiyan finally chose to give in. It's hard to be original. When traveling through this world of cultivating immortals, I might as well be a plagiarist. I read so many popular novels on Earth, so if I just write one, it will surely become a hit in this world of cultivation tilde. Chapter 5, The Beginning of the Marriage Breakup. New book, please collect it. Now that I have decided to be a plagiarist, I am invincible. The story begins with a fiancé breaking off the engagement, and then there's the main plot of a 3-year agreement. Start writing. The work Liu Beiyan wrote this time is a famous novel on Blue Planet. Even though it has been completed for many years, it still remains on the bestseller list. Liu Beiyan believed that the appearance of such a work in this world of cultivation should be a dimensionality reduction attack on other works. Making money is inevitable, but how much you make depends on chance. Another sleepless night, and I wrote another 10,000 words. As soon as the sky was slightly bright, Liu Beiyan immediately sent out the article he had written all night. The possibility of being rejected this time is absolutely zero. Although being a plagiarist is not a good thing, I have no choice but to do it for the sake of spirit stones. If I am lucky enough to return to Earth, I will definitely give the original author a Silver Alliance reward. Anxiously awaiting reply. A day passed, and the crane that delivered the letter in the morning came again. People from the Confucian and Taoist sects review manuscripts quite quickly. He took the letter, quickly returned to the room and opened it. Dao, did you stay in seclusion for 500 years before coming out? Please don't write such a cliched story, it has been written to death by others. Seeing that you are also submitting for the second time, you must be a literature lover. If you really want to write an article, I suggest you start with the emotional desires of the immortal cultivators. Most of the contemporary immortal cultivators are single and lonely in their hearts. Our supplement is also sold for them tilde. Rejected again. Is writing so difficult? Liu Beiyan looked at the reply from the Confucian and Taoist saint, his heart filled with loss. The confidence I had before I started writing has now completely disappeared. Try again, if it still doesn't work then stop writing. In the reply, the person from the Confucian and Taoist sect said that when writing, one should start from the emotions and desires of the cultivators. What this means is probably about dog food articles and love articles. I don't have much experience when it comes to love. But I have read the love story tilde. Start writing. The protagonist is a bastard son of an ordinary immortal cultivation family. He was forced to marry the ugly daughter of the leader of a large sect. The woman was not only ugly, but also had a bad temper and was difficult to get along with. I thought the protagonist would live a miserable life for the rest of her life, but it turned out that everything this woman showed to the outside world was just an act. Then the two began to show their affection to each other, which was so sweet that it made people panic. Another 10,000 words in one night. This time it was written according to the requirements of the Confucian and Taoist disciples. Liu Beiyan didn't believe it and would not approve the manuscript. I sent the letter again. I waited anxiously for the reply. The waiting time passed incredibly slowly. The long day is finally over. As soon as the sun rose, the hardworking crane brought a letter to Liu Beiyan. Calm down and let fate take its course to decide whether the manuscript is passed or not. When I opened the letter, the handwriting was still the same. Although the article has some interesting points, it is not exciting at all. Most of the days of cultivating immortals are spent in seclusion. Most Taoist friends want to see exciting and interesting plots. I hope Taoist friends can understand. Does this count as a rejection? Are you saying that the articles I wrote are not exciting enough? How stimulating can dog food articles and love articles be? Are we going to give you an exciting clip? Stop being funny, will it pass the review? Etc. Liu Beiyan felt that he had discovered a blind spot. This is a world of cultivating immortals, there aren't so many requirements. Could it be that what the Confucian and Taoist saints were referring to in their letters was what they asked him to write? Sitting at the desk, Liu Beiyan picked up the pen. It should be correct, this is definitely the kind of article they want. Start writing. Liu Xiaoqiu's talent for cultivating immortals is not very ideal, but after all, he has entered a large immortal cultivation sect. This kind of article is easy to come by. After one night, 20,000 words were easily completed. This time I wrote a short story called Young Man Aki. 20,000 words is exactly the end. I sent the article out again this morning. If the manuscript still cannot be passed this time, I will rush to the holy sect of Confucianism and Taoism and kill all the reviewers. The day was still long, and I even had some insomnia at night. In the morning, the cranes arrived as expected. After taking the letter, Liu Beiyan immediately opened it and started reading. Dao has a brilliant literary talent, this article has the potential to be a big hit. The writing fee is 100 lingxia. If Dao agrees to this price, please reply to let me know. The deposit has been attached to the letter. In addition, Master's articles have been very popular recently. Since fellow Taoists have such good writing skills, why not write a long article to follow the trend? I can offer a high price for the writing fee. After reading the letter, Liu Beiyan flipped through the envelope again. A grey card fell out. Liu Beiyan knew this card, it was the storage card of Da Qi Lingxia Manor. With this card, you can collect spirit stones at any Darky Spirit Stone Manor. The cards are made by special craftsmen, and the number of spirit stones in the card will be clearly written on the card. The one in my hand has 30 written on it. That means there are 30 low-grade spirit stones stored inside. This is the deposit that the Holy Emperor of Confucianism and Taoism gave to himself. Earning 100 low-grade spirit stones in one night, isn't that just picking up money? Liu Beiyan was very satisfied with the royalties. In the letter, the person from the Confucian and Taoist sect said that master-themed writings were popular recently, and also suggested that he should start writing a long article. In that case, what are you waiting for? Sitting back at the desk, Liu Beiyan immediately wrote a letter, accepting the writing fee of 100 spirit stones. The Confucian and Taoist saint could freely publish his works, and the author would be signed as Monk with a Knife on a Rainy Night. After finishing the letter, Liu Beiyan didn't waste any time and immediately started writing a new article. The Rainy Night, the secret between me and my master. Start writing. A good author writes what readers like to read. Everything is for the readers. Since readers like to read Master's articles, I will write as much as I can to satisfy the readers. It was another sleepless night, and I wrote 10,000 words in one night. Post the letter in the morning. Around 3 p.m., the number on the spirit stone storage card in his hand changed from 30 to 100. I think the Holy Master of Confucianism and Taoism must have received the letter and paid the spiritual stones. Liu Beiyan took the spirit stone card and immediately went to the spirit stone farm in the sect to take out the spirit stones. 100 spirit stones are enough for me to practice normally once. He returned to the room and sat upright, his consciousness moved slightly, and he entered the system interface. Ordinary training begins. Ordinary training begins. This training costs 100 low-grade spirit stones. It is expected to stop at the third level of the foundation building period. During this period, the training will be fully automatic. Please confirm with the host. Confirm. As soon as he finished speaking, the system took over control of his body. Liu Beiyan looked at the system interface. Foundation Stage 1. Energy, 100. Happiness, 100. Before, his happiness value was only 80 points, but when he received a reply from the Confucian and Taoist saint and his article was approved, his happiness value directly increased by 20 points. From this, it can be seen that there are actually many ways to increase happiness. But the system always prefers to use the simplest and most violent method. In fact, this is not a good idea. As the saying goes, the masts, oars, and sails will be reduced to ashes. Chapter 6, The Confucian Saints Reply. Energy Value 1, Happiness Value 1. Energy Value 1, Happiness Value 1. Energy Value 1, Happiness Value 1. After practicing automatically for about 6 hours, both the energy and happiness values have reached the bottom. Then, under the control of the system, he began to eat and sleep. The energy value slowly recovered, but the happiness value still only recovered to 30. The system untied the belt without any hesitation. Happiness plus 1. Happiness plus 1. Happiness plus 1. 2/4 of an hour later, Liu Beiyan's body twitched, and then happiness value plus 30. This kind of thing can't happen too often, otherwise the happiness value added will be reduced. The system ignored all this and continued to control the body to practice independently. The automatic cultivation lasted for 3 days, and the cultivation level was successfully raised to the third level of the foundation establishment period. This should be extremely fast anywhere. Less than half a month after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he has already reached the third level of the foundation establishment stage. This is truly an astonishing talent in the entire continent. After the automatic practice was over, Liu Beiyan opened the door and immediately went to look for the reply from the Confucian and Taoist saint sect. Sure enough, the letter from the Confucian and Taoist saint had arrived 2 days ago. It's just that I have been practicing automatically and have not had the opportunity to read. When I opened the letter, the original sloppy handwriting was no longer there. This letter is written neatly. Layperson with a knife on a rainy night, hello letter. I have read your new article, Rainy Night Infatuation, the unspeakable secret between my master and me. In just 10,000 words, the image of master in the article is presented to us in 3 dimensions, and her every frown and smile touches my heart through the text. The layman has the potential to be a great scholar, and this article will surely become famous throughout the world of immortal cultivation. Now, the Holy Confucian and Taoist sect would like to commission articles from you at a price of 50 spirit stones for every 10,000 words. This is the highest fee our sect has ever given. I hope you will consider it. If the sales are excellent in the future, our sect is willing to give you another 30% of the profits. Finally, I would like to ask you to write the article quickly. After reading the book, I couldn't sleep at night. After reading the letter, Liu Beiyan was stunned. It turns out that I have a talent for writing Liu Bei literature. Why didn't I realize it before? The Happy Cultivation Assistant is a machine that swallows spirit stones. Of course, I have to keep writing, otherwise where would I get so many spirit stones for cultivation? Thinking of this, Liu Beiyan immediately wrote a letter and agreed to the request of the Confucian and Taoist saint to write an article. I still need a lot of spirit stones. With the system, it will be possible to learn any skills or techniques of any difficulty. Especially the art of refining medicine. Besides earning spirit stones from refining medicine, Liu Beiyan actually had another hope for wanting to learn the art of alchemy. If one day my alchemy skills reach the pinnacle, would it be possible for me to refine an elixir to cure my master Yu Qianrou? Although the pharmacists of Liuyan Xinzong all agreed that Yu Qianrou had no chance of recovery, was it possible that it was because they were not well trained? The most important thing now is spirit stones, lots and lots of spirit stones. With a goal in mind, you will be more proactive in taking action. Whenever he has free time, Liu Beiyan goes into his room and starts writing. Although the Confucian and Taoist holy sect did not require Liu Beiyan to update quickly, in order to earn more spirit stones, Liu Beiyan was very productive. I see that Liu Beiyan has been staying in his room every day recently and never goes out. Master Yu Qinro thought he was practicing hard. In order to reward Liu Beiyan for his hard work in training, the meals have been much better recently. During the meal, Liu Beiyan took the opportunity to mention the main peak competition. Dongfang Feng was clamoring like that when he went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to ask for elixirs. He said that he wanted to drive the 3 disciples of his sect out of Junior Peak through a competition at the main peak. There were too many things happening before, so Liu Beiyan didn't go into details. Now that I have found a way to make money, it's time to sort things out. Junior Peak is one of the 12 main peaks of Liyun Immortal Sect. The spiritual energy of the main peak is far more abundant than that of other peaks. After being injured, Yu Qinro spent a lot of energy every day refining spiritual energy to make up for her injuries. If Master was driven out of Junior Peak, his injuries would definitely be more serious. Hearing Liu Beiyan ask this, Master Yu Qinro was slightly stunned. She originally didn't want to tell the 2 disciples about this matter, but now she can't hide it anymore. The main peak competition is a sect competition held every 7 years by Liyun Xianzong. Those who think they have the strength can challenge the 12 main peaks. If they win, they can take over. 7 years ago, I conquered this Junior Peak, and now it is time to return it to other more suitable fellow disciples. Yu Qinro tried hard to act carefree and unrestrained, but it was not the first day that Liu Beiyan knew his master, so he could guess what she was thinking. She was just pretending to be calm in front of her apprentice. Liu Beiyan did not ask further questions. After finishing his meal, he found an excuse to go to the market. I found a tea house and sat down, chatting with my fellow students. It seemed like aimless chat, but Liu Beiyan consciously mentioned the main peak competition. During this year's main peak competition, I'm afraid Junior Peak will have to change its owner. The head of Junior Peak was once the youngest Jindan stage cultivator in Liyun Xianzong. I never expected that he would end up like this. Master Yu's current health probably means he can't play. I don't know how many rounds the disciples of Junior Peak can last in the main peak competition. I heard that Su Xingwan from Junior Peak is quite capable, and the other one named Lu something seems to be a total loser. With these 2 people, it would be good enough if we can handle the 3 rounds. Hearing this, Liu Beiyan asked about the rules of the main peak competition. The first is to limit the suppression brought by the realm. The main peak competition would require both sides to suppress their cultivation levels to the same level for the competition. In addition, forces challenging the main peak need to pay corresponding spirit stones. Only after defeating all the personnel on the main peak can we seize the right to use the main peak. The first person to challenge needs to pay 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you win, you move on to challenge the next person. If you lose, you leave and someone else takes your place. The second person who comes up to challenge will need to pay for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. And so on, the third one needs to pay 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. The fourth one needs to pay 16,000 spirit stones. This set of challenge methods perfectly prevents the main peak from being dragged into fatigue by the round-the-clock battle. If you want to watch other forces exhaust the energy of the disciples of the main peak before going on the field, you must prepare enough spirit stones. And even if they win, these spirit stones still need to be paid to the original owner of the main peak. It can be regarded as compensation for the loss of residence. After hearing these rules, Liu Beiyan's brows were furrowed. This set of rules clearly states that the more people there are on the peak, the greater the advantage. But there are only 3 people in Junior Peak now, and Master S' body is not capable of taking action. All in all, there are only 2 fighters, myself and my senior sister. If you want to have some combat power in the main peak competition, you must learn a set of combat skills now. Chapter 7 Yu Qinro saw the short essay New book please collect. Liu Beiyan did not immediately look for combat skills as he did not have many spirit stones in his hands. Even if I find the fighting skills, I don't have enough spirit stones to practice them. After returning to Junior Peak, Liu Beiyan rushed into the room again. The book Passion on a Rainy Night, The Unspeakable Secret Between My Master and Me has already reached 70,000 words. Writing 70,000 words in 7 days is considered high productivity. After all, there are still bottlenecks in creative work. It is impossible to have a lot of inspiration all the time. There will always be writer's block and confusion. For 70,000 words, you can get 350 spirit stones as a reward. This many spirit stones should be enough for me to practice a combat technique. Liu Beiyan walked out of the room with the 70,000 manuscripts, ready to send them to the holy sect of Confucianism and Taoism. On the way, I'll go to the library to see if I can find a suitable martial arts book there. After confirming that Liu Beiyan had left, Yu Qinro poked her head out of her room and looked in the direction Liu Beiyan had left. As Liu Beiyan's master, Yu Qinro increasingly felt that she was incompetent. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, his little disciple raised his realm to the third level of the foundation establishment stage in less than half a month. This kind of practice speed is much faster than what I did in the past. You have to know that after Liu Beiyan was picked up by me and brought to Junior Peak, it took him a full year to improve his cultivation to the qi refining stage. But in recent times, I don't know what happened to my little disciple, his cultivation speed has become absolutely amazing. Yu Qinro was somewhat suspicious of this unusual situation. Liu Beiyan has gone astray. In my impression, only some evil cultivation techniques have such a fast practice method. While Liu Beiyan was out, Yu Qinro wanted to sneak into his room to see if she could find some clues. If the little disciple really goes astray, he must be stopped as soon as possible. If you pull back from the brink, there is still a glimmer of hope. Walking to the door of Liu Beiyan's room and looking at the half-open door, Yu Qinro felt a little guilty. Liu Beiyan has always had absolute trust in his master and senior sisters. The door was never locked. Moreover, after arriving at Junior Peak, his master and senior sisters had never entered his room without saying hello. But this time, Beiyan, I'm sorry, master. Yu Qinro whispered an apology, then opened the door and walked in. The room was a little messy. Since I started writing, time has become increasingly tight. I don't have enough free time to tidy up my house. After looking around, Yu Qinro finally turned her gaze to the desk. There were a lot of scrapped manuscripts on the table. These manuscripts were the plots that Liu Beiyan had discarded because he was not satisfied with the writing. Walking to the desk, Yu Qinro picked up one at random. The sound of rain was trickling. Liu Xiaoan mustered up his courage and pushed open his master's door. With the help of the faint light, he quietly walked to his master's bed. Looking at his master, Liu Xiaoan was stunned. His skin was as white as jade and white as snow. His closed eyes seemed to have a glimmer of crystal clear light. Even in such a gloomy environment, his pretty face was still attractive. The slightly moving lips were like the most beautiful petals, and Liu Xiaoan couldn't help wanting to pick them. What is this? The words written by Liu Beiyan directly scared Yu Qinro. The hand holding the paper threw it away in panic. Somehow, her face turned red. It feels so weird, watch it again. I am doing this for Beiyan's physical and mental health, not for anything else. That's right. Yu Qinro secretly encouraged herself, then picked up the piece of paper and continued reading. Liu Xiaoan stared at his master's beautiful face, unwilling to move his eyes away. Her beautiful nose seemed to be carved from the most beautiful white jade in the world, highlighting her master's nobility and pride. Looking at the contents on the paper, Yu Qinro felt a little embarrassed. I'm not as perfect as Beiyan said, so it's okay tilde. Although it is also beautiful. After reading the contents on a piece of paper, Yu Qinro continued to search through the waste manuscripts on the table. Liu Xiaoan recently learned that his master has been practicing a new technique, which causes his spirit to leave his body at night and his body is no longer under his control. Late at night, Liu Xiaoan quietly sneaked into his master's room. Seeing the beautiful body he had been waiting for day and night, Liu Xiaoan trembled all over. This was the first time he was so close to his master. After hesitating for a moment, Liu Xiaoan still stretched out his claws, gently hooked his master's belt, and pulled it slightly. That pure white appeared before Liu Xiaoan's eyes. Liu Xiaoan reached out his hand. Yu Qinro's pretty face turned red with heat. Was her little disciple staying in the house every day just watching these things? Liu Beiyan. I am your master, how can you treat me like this and like that? Yu Qinro was a little flustered and didn't know how to deal with this situation. In fact, she also knew that male cultivators of Liu Beiyan's age would more or less have such thoughts. It's just that I felt a little embarrassed today because I discovered my little disciple's secret. Especially since the object of my little disciple's fantasy is actually me. Of course, I am born beautiful and gentle. It is normal for my little disciple to admire me. But I am his master after all, and it is not in accordance with etiquette. I should find an opportunity to enlighten him. It is better to guide than to block. I need to let Beiyan have a correct understanding of the jewel cultivation, so as not to go astray. After tidying up the discarded manuscripts on the table, Yuchinro carefully left the room. Judging from this inspection of the room, this little disciple of his should not have practiced any evil skills. It's just that there seems to be something wrong with Bayan's temperament, and he is a little obsessed with jewel cultivation. We must have a good talk with him. Maybe it's time to find a Taoist partner for Bayan. Jewel cultivation is also an orthodox way of practice. Back in the room, Yuchinro carefully thought about how to guide Liu Bayan. If he had not practiced evil skills, this little disciple of his would have raised his realm from the first level of foundation building to the third level in less than half a month. He is definitely a top-notch genius in the world of immortal cultivation. The reason why I made such slow progress in the past was probably because all my attention was focused on bad things. The contents of the papers in the room are evidence. This kid Liu Bayan must be obsessed with those things every day and neglected his cultivation. At this moment, Liu Bayan, who was out, just walked to the door of the library. Achoo! Who is talking bad about me behind my back? Rubbing his nose, Liu Bayan didn't care too much. The library in front of you is the largest collection of secret books in Liyun Immortal Sect. Liu Bayan wanted to try his luck here and see if he could find a more suitable combat technique. Chapter 8 Collection of Sword Techniques. The library is considered an important place in Liyun Immortal Sect. Many of the secret books accumulated by the sect over thousands of years are hidden here. Of course, these secrets are not the sect's most powerful skills. The truly powerful techniques are naturally secretly controlled by the sect's top leaders. Those skills were passed down to his disciples and left to his own school. How could they be put in the library for people to study at will? As Yuchinro's disciple, Liu Bayan should learn her fighting skills and inherit her practice philosophy. If I tell my master that I want to learn a combat technique, Yuchinro will definitely give me wholehearted guidance. But given Yuchinro's current physical condition, this would only make her injuries worse. What's more, I have the Happy Cultivation Assistant system. As long as you get the cheats, you can directly include them in the system. Go back to Junior Peak and spend spirit stones to practice. This method of learning not only does not require you to tire yourself out, but it also makes your learning more efficient. With Master's personal teaching method, I might even learn very slowly. Name, belonging. Liu Bayan walked to the door of the library, and the guard disciple started asking without even raising his head. Junior Peak, Liu Bayan. Hearing the three words, Junior Peak, the guard disciple raised his head suddenly and his eyes lit up. You can only stay in the library for an hour at most. Go and come back as soon as possible. Looking at the abnormal behavior of the guard disciple, Liu Bayan frowned slightly and became more cautious. After entering the library and passing through a passage, you will see a large house in front of you. The room was simply divided by screens, and divided into many categories according to the different secret books. There are very popular weapon cheats such as sword skills cheats, gun skills cheats, and sword skills cheats. Things like musical instrument tabs, secret recipes for elixirs, and array research diagrams are also collected here. Looking around, Liu Bayan saw a secret book. Looking around, Liu Bayan saw a secret book called Mysterious Whip Technique. What a weird name. Just take a look. I opened the cheats book, but there was no words in it, just weird pictures. Already included by the host, welcome to use Happy Cultivation Assistant to learn, it is convenient and fast tilde. Hearing the mechanical sound of the system, Liu Bayan was startled and quickly put down the secret book. I am a gentleman, why would I include this kind of skills? When I was on Blue Star, I was reading their spring and autumn annals, and I wouldn't even glance at this kind of thing. After putting down this strange book, Liu Bayan continued to look for suitable secret books in the library. With the system, no matter how difficult the technique is, you can learn it easily. The difficulty and ease are just the spirit stones spent, the energy consumed during practice, and the happiness value are different. After thinking this through, Liu Bayan clarified the elements for which he wanted to find the combat secrets this time. Strong? The stronger the better. It doesn't matter whether the cheats are difficult to learn, as long as the condition of strength is met. After thinking this through, Liu Bayan walked up to the old man at the door. Your Excellency, I am Liu Bayan from Junior Peak. This is my first time to come to the library. I would like to ask for the most powerful secret book in the library. Please recommend it to me. Har har, the old man who was called the Venerable sneered. When choosing a secret book, you shouldn't choose the strongest one, but the most suitable one. This ignorant kid actually asked for the most powerful secret book right away. He is a rotten tree that cannot be carved. As he spoke, the Venerable sneered again. Facing the Venerable's ridicule, Liu Beiyan was not annoyed. This is my first time to come to the library, and I just want to see the gap between myself and the top-notch skills. I hope you can help me. Hearing this, the Venerable waved his right hand lightly, and an old, yellowed secret book floated in front of Liu Beiyan. After taking the secret book, Liu Beiyan immediately began to read it. Their Jialong sword technique has been included for the host. Welcome to use the Happy Cultivation Assistant to learn, it is convenient and fast. Soon, the sword fighting secrets were collected by the system. Liu Beiyan tried to read the Jialong sword technique by himself. Although the content was obscure, it didn't seem to be very difficult. But since you have the system in your hands, who would bother to figure it out on your own? After completing the collection, Liu Beiyan handed over the secret book in his hand. Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency. This secret book is indeed extremely complicated, and I cannot comprehend it thoroughly. Every year, there are few brats like you who overestimate their own abilities and try to learn the most advanced techniques in order to reach the top in one step, without even considering their own cultivation talents. The Venerable had a proud smile on his face and continued. In the entire sect, only my grandson Yi Qian has comprehended the essence of this Jialong sword technique. For an ordinary kid like you, it's a pipe dream to comprehend even 10% of it. When talking about his grandson, the Venerable's face was filled with endless pride, as if no young monks in the world were as good as his grandson. Liu Beiyan followed his words and continued to compliment him. I took the opportunity to find a book of combat strategy secrets. The 12 methods of monk combat. This secret book describes in detail the things that monks should pay attention to in battle, and can be considered a strategic secret book. Personal strength is the kingly way, and on-the-spot strategy is the cunning way. If you don't understand some combat strategies, you'll be in trouble if you encounter an old YB enemy. After completing the collection, Liu Beiyan picked up 2 more secret books and took them away. It is a bit suspicious that he came to the library and left without borrowing any secret book. Walking to the door of the library, Liu Beiyan handed over the 2 secret books in his hand for registration. I still understand this rule. The 2 secret books are Sunset Sword Technique and Flying Snow Technique, respectively. These 2 secret books are both very easy to learn, and many cultivators choose these 2 as their beginner secret books. After the guard disciples had registered, Liu Beiyan prepared to leave with the secret book. Wait a minute, where are the spirit stones you borrowed for the secret book? Don't you know the rules? My dear senior brother, if I remember correctly, Liu Yunxinzong disciples can borrow 2 secret books for free every year. This guard disciple seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for him. However, in front of others, Liu Beiyan was still well-mannered and spoke politely. That was in the past. Starting this year, you have to pay spirit stones to borrow secret manuals. If you don't pay, just leave the spirit stones behind. The guard disciple looked like he had Liu Beiyan in his hands, his face full of confidence. May I ask, senior brother, how many spirit stones does it cost to borrow the secret book? 20. 20? This is even more cruel than what the demon cult members asked for. Liu Beiyan finally understood why the guard disciple's eyes lit up when he heard that he was a disciple of Yunya Peak. It turns out that I was being taken advantage of. Yunya Peak is one of the 12 main peaks. He probably thought that his disciples should have some spirit stones stored. Besides, everyone knows that Yunya Peak is now gradually declining. There shouldn't be any trouble if you bully the boy in front of you. Brother, where does the fee of 20 spirit stones come from? Can you give me the notice issued by the sect? If you can't give it, I, Liu Beiyan, am not a fool and will never pay this money. I worked hard to earn the spirit stones by writing books at night. Why give it to him? Chapter 9 Master, Beiyan knows what you want to say. At the entrance of the library, more and more people began to gather around. Many disciples felt resentful about the situation where the guarding disciples asked for spirit stones. Most of them are so timid that they only dare to complain in private. On the surface, he still pretended to be polite. But now that Liu Beiyan has stepped forward to fight head-on, the onlookers have to help out. Brother Liu is right. Where is the notice about the sect's fees? Take it out. What is the charging standard? Tell us. Why are you charging us spirit stones? We worked so hard to get those. That's right. If we can't come up with an answer today, we'll go find the head of the library to judge the situation. The disciples have suffered from the library for a long time. After Liu Beiyan said this, the disciples who were watching all started to speak up. The guarding disciples obviously did not expect such a scene to happen, and they were panicked for a moment. At this moment, a figure with a sword flew over from the horizon. What are you arguing about? This is the sect's important library. Is this a place for you to do whatever you want? Judging from the speaker's clothes, Liu Beiyan thought he should be a senior executive in the library. Some onlookers saw this person and felt as if their savior had arrived, so they immediately spoke up. Master Chen, today junior brother Liu came to borrow the secret manual, but he was stopped by the guard disciples and asked to pay 20 spirit stones. We couldn't stand it, so we started a quarrel. Hearing this, Pavilion Master Chen narrowed his eyes and walked towards the guarding disciple. Seeing the Pavilion Master walking towards him step by step, the guard disciple became extremely panicked and his legs were shaking. Walking up to the guarding disciple, Pavilion Master Chen snatched the account book from his hand. It was clearly written on the account book, Liu Beiyan of Junior Peak, borrowing 2 secret books, needs to pay 20 spirit stones. Junior Peak. When he saw the 3 words, Junior Peak, Pavilion Master Chen's expression became a little strange. After a moment, Pavilion Master Chen looked at the guarding disciple and said in a slightly reproachful tone, "This Liu Beiyan from Junior Peak borrowed 2 secret manuals. Did you take the initiative to collect 20 spirit stones for them?" Reply to Pavilion Master, "I was wrong in this matter, it was me." Pavilion Master Chen interrupted the guard disciple before he could finish his words. "Of course you are wrong. Shouldn't the fee for borrowing 2 secret manuals be 50 spirit stones? How can you reduce a portion of it without permission?" Everyone present, including the guard disciple, was stunned. But Liu Beiyan's mind was as clear as a mirror. His identity as Junior Peak had brought him into trouble again. The guard disciple who was scolded reacted quickly and understood what Pavilion Master Chen meant. "Master, today I saw junior brother Liu Beiyan come to the library to borrow secret books for the first time, and I wanted to take care of him. It's my fault. You are just too kind-hearted. We in the library should treat everyone equally. If there is 50 spirit stones, then there should be 50 spirit stones. Not a single one less. Otherwise, how will the disciples who paid the spirit stones in the past look at us?" Pavilion Master Chen seemed to be blaming the guarding disciple. But even a fool could see that he was targeting Liu Beiyan. All the monks who were watching were silent at this moment, and no one was willing to say a fair word on Liu Beiyan's behalf. Otherwise, Pavilion Master Chen would hold a grudge against you and you would never be able to enter the library in your lifetime. Looking at the 2 people performing a duet, Liu Beiyan just felt funny. "I borrowed these 2 secret books just for show. The content that you really need to learn has already been included in the system. Since you don't let me borrow it, then I won't lend it to you." Thinking of this, Liu Beiyan shrugged his shoulders, stepped on the flying sword and left. Seeing Liu Beiyan return empty-handed, Pavilion Master Chen looked very proud. Dong Fangfeng should at least give himself some benefits for targeting the people at Junior Peak. Pavilion Master Chen's name is Chen Zhanqian. His name sounds very domineering, but his strength is average. By relying on flattery and good communication skills, he managed to get the position of deputy head of the library. Chen Zhanqian knew that in the main peak competition in more than a month, Dong Fangfeng would replace Yu Qinro. Become the new master of Junior Peak. If you help her suppress the people in Junior Peak now, you will definitely be able to gain a lot of benefits from her. After returning to Junior Peak, Liu Beiyan immediately went into his room and prepared to start practicing Jielong sword technique. Seeing the messy room, Liu Beiyan didn't realize that his master had come in. After all, in such a messy room, ghosts still remember what it looked like before they left. Moreover, Master has always respected Liu Beiyan's privacy for so long and has never stepped into his room without permission. "Sit down anywhere you like." His consciousness moved slightly, and the system interface immediately appeared in front of Liu Beiyan. Select Jielong sword technique and click Normal practice. The system's mechanical voice suddenly sounded, "Ordinary training begins. This training costs 100 low-grade spirit stones. Estimated mastery of Jielong sword technique, initial glimpse of the basics. During this period, the training will be fully automatic. Please confirm with the host." It took 100 spirit stones to bring the mastery of their Jielong sword technique to a glimpse of the basics. It is indeed an extremely difficult sword technique to comprehend. But fortunately, compared with the Suwen medical classic, this is already cheap enough. Outside the house, Master Yu Qinro called me to eat again. There was no rush, so Liu Beiyan exited the system and decided to replenish some food first. At the dinner table, Yu Qinro wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. How should I counsel my apprentice who is greedy for my body? She has no experience. Seeing Yu Qinro's hesitant look, Liu Beiyan thought that his master already knew about the difficulties he encountered in the library. Master, Beiyan knows what you want to say. You already knew that. Looking at your expression, Beiyan has guessed it. Don't worry, Beiyan is not a child of 3 or 2 years old. He knows what to do and will not act impulsively. After hearing what Liu Beiyan said, Yu Qinro felt a little embarrassed. What does it mean to not be impulsive? If you get impulsive, do you want to do something to your teacher? Although I thought this in my heart, what I said out loud was something else. Just don't be impulsive, just be calm. It's good to be restrained in this kind of thing. The master and the disciple had a conversation, but their understandings were different. After finishing his meal, Liu Beiyan returned to his room and formally began to practice their Jielong sword technique. Push some useless things away and make some space in the room. Liu Beiyan sat in it and officially began to practice Jielong sword technique. Ordinary training begins. This training costs 100 low-grade spirit stones. Estimated mastery of Jielong sword technique, initial glimpse of the basics. During this period, the training is fully automatic. Please confirm with the host. Confirm. In an instant, Liu Beiyan's body was taken over by the system. Sit cross-legged and start practicing swordsmanship. Chapter 10 Opening Yu Qinro's door. Each weapon has its own independent training method. The sword technique is about training posture, the spear technique is about concentration, and the sword technique is about intention. Behind every set of sword techniques there is a unique sword meaning. The harder it is to comprehend the sword's meaning, the harder it will be to practice and master this sword technique. When some laymen practice swordsmanship, they like to copy others and only learn the form of sword moves without understanding the meaning of swordsmanship at all. No matter how well this kind of cultivator learns sword moves, he has only learned the basics. Energy value 1, happiness value 1. Energy value 1, happiness value 1. Energy value 1, happiness value 1. Time passes by every second. The body is constantly practicing under the control of the system, so you don't have to worry about learning swordsmanship. Bored, Liu Beiyan began to think about the plot of the story he wrote. If you want to earn spirit stones, as it stands now, you still have to rely on the stories you write. Infatuation on a rainy night, the unspeakable secret between my master and me has now reached 60,000 words. At the beginning, Liu Beiyan laid many foreshadowings and wrote many exciting and forbidden scenes. This kind of scene should attract many fellow Taoists to follow the update. As long as fellow Taoists are familiar with the main and supporting characters, the following content will be much easier to write. It should be fine if you can write a little more description of the scene and the appearance of the characters. In his mind, Liu Beiyan had already conceived the plot of the next 100,000 words. And at this moment, it was already midnight. The first tube of energy and happiness values have reached bottom. Under the control of the system, Liu Beiyan came to the kitchen and started eating. Energy plus 5. Happiness plus 1. Energy plus 5. Happiness plus 1. After eating a full meal, I started to sleep as controlled by the system. Energy plus 5. Happiness plus 1. Energy plus 5. Happiness plus 1. After a series of operations, the energy value recovered to 100 points, while the happiness value was still only recovered to 30 points, the same as before. No nonsense, belt, unfasten it. After a mysterious operation, happiness value plus 1, happiness value plus 1, happiness value plus 1, happiness value plus 40. Recovery is complete, practice continues. Sitting back in his training position, Liu Beiyan continued to comprehend the Jielong sword technique. This Jielong sword technique is indeed the most powerful secret book in the library. After practicing for nearly 6 hours, it seems that he has not yet mastered the sword technique. Taking advantage of his boredom, Liu Beiyan used his consciousness to look at the Jielong sword technique. The so-called Jielong sword technique refers to the fact that after the practitioner has learned this set of sword techniques, his body will become like a dragon. Every move is like a dragon entering the sea. His body was light and swaying, and flying in the air felt like swimming in the sea. It can be said that learning this set of Jialong sword technique is equivalent to learning a set of sword techniques and a set of body techniques at the same time. Flying in the air is like swimming in the sea. It's amazing just to think about it. Liu Beiyan tried to comprehend this sword technique and felt that it was not too difficult. It's just that swordsmanship emphasizes artistic conception, and it's really hard to comprehend it. Another 6 hours passed during this practice. Under the control of the system, energy value is replenished again. The energy value is replenished and the happiness value replenishment begins. Untie the belt again. After a mysterious operation, happiness value +1, happiness value +1, happiness value +1, happiness value +30. The second tube of energy and happiness value has been replenished. The practice continues once again. The practice lasted until the evening, and this ordinary practice was completed. Liu Beiyan opened the system interface and checked his mastery of the Jialong sword technique. Jialong sword technique, a first look. After 18 full hours, he finally gained some understanding of the Jialong sword technique. Seeing this result, Liu Beiyan couldn't help but pout. With this training speed, it will take at least a month to fully master the Jialong sword technique. It's too slow. In Liu Beiyan's opinion, this kind of practice is too slow. But if outsiders knew that someone had mastered the Jialong sword technique in less than 2 days, they would definitely be scared to death. It took the grandson of the venerable master in the library 5 years to gain a preliminary understanding of the Jialong sword technique. Even so, his achievements are worthy of praise among the younger generation. During these 2 days, Yu Qinro saw that Liu Beiyan was studying martial arts to the utmost and did not disturb him. After finishing his training, Liu Beiyan walked around Junior Peak, but didn't he find anything to do? After thinking for a while, he entered the system interface again. Since there is nothing important, I will continue to practice their Jialong sword technique. There are less than 2 months left before their main peak competition, so it would be best to master this set of combat skills to the fullest. In this way, even if we cannot defend Junior Peak in the main peak competition, we can still earn as many spirit stones as possible. Ordinary training begins. This training costs 110 low-grade spirit stones. Estimated mastery of Jialong sword technique, slightly accomplished. During this period, training is fully automatic. Please confirm with the host. Confirm. Control of the body is once again handed over to the system. The practice continues. This time the practice was no longer just sitting cross-legged in meditation, but his hands began to unconsciously perform some moves. The moves may seem simple, but underneath, there's a hint of the aura of a tumbling dragon. There is even a hint of a dragon in every move. Practicing and meditating takes time, as well as energy and happiness. The energy and happiness points are exhausted again. Eat and sleep. Then, the belt, keep unbuttoning. Mysterious operation appears again, happiness value +0, happiness value +0, happiness value +0, happiness value +10. What the hell, why does traditional crafts only add so little happiness value? Is it because it happens too often and it has become boring? Liu Beiyan was speechless. If he had known earlier, he would not have practiced continuously like this. The happiness value is less than 40 points now. I hope the system won't do anything weird again. Soon, the system told Liu Beiyan through actual operations that, yes, it would. A similar creature of the opposite sex has been detected on the northeast side, which is expected to make the host significantly happier, and is heading there. A mechanical voice sounded, and then Liu Beiyan's body was controlled and walked towards his master's room again. The moon is bright in the sky, and the holy moonlight shines all over Junior Peak. But under this holy moonlight, Liu Beiyan was controlled and prepared to do something unclean. System, stop. Stop. She is my master. No. Absolutely not. The host often fantasizes about this creature. After evaluation, it is okay. The mechanical sound of the system, with a hint of firmness, controlled Liu Beiyan to walk to the door of the room. Stop, BAA. You haven't pushed the door open yet, there's still time to regret it. System, stop before it's too late. In his sea of consciousness, Liu Beiyan was breathing heavily and kept calling the system. I hope the system can wake up and stop doing stupid things. Crunch. Unfortunately, the system does not listen. Yu Qinro's door was opened, and the holy moonlight shone into the room through the door. Chapter 11, Restrain Yourself, Liu Beian. New book, please collect it. Under the control of the system, Liu Beian stepped into his master's room step by step. My shadow was intertwined with the moonlight, as if it had stained the holy moonlight. Liu Beian looked at his master who was sleeping on the bed. Just like Sleeping Beauty in the fairy tale, it is beautiful just by looking at it. Without pausing for long, Liu Beian's body started moving again. Even if he resisted with all his might, his body was still moving closer to Yu Qinro step by step. On the bed, Yu Qinro had been awake since the moment Liu Beian pushed the door. After realizing it was Liu Beian, she pretended to be still asleep. Yu Qinro didn't know how to face Liu Beian. Should I scold him or give him some guidance and education? She had never experienced this kind of thing and had no experience in dealing with it. I have no idea how to deal with it. At this moment, what Yu Qinro hoped most was that Liu Beian would wake up and leave his room on his own. In this way, she could pretend that she knew nothing and continue to get along as usual. Beian, you have to control yourself. When we were having dinner that day, you clearly said that you wouldn't act impulsively, but why did you break into my room tonight? Yu Qinro, who was pretending to be asleep, was a little flustered. She didn't know what to do and could only hug her little quilt tightly. Not far away, Liu Beian was still fighting against the system. System Dad, please don't do this. I really can't do anything to my master. Let alone her, even if she wakes up now, I will die immediately. Please let me live a few more years. There was another round of begging for mercy, and after hearing these words, the system seemed to have listened to some of them. The advancing body stopped. Seeing that the body had stopped, Liu Beian breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Qinro on the bed also breathed a sigh of relief. In the sea of consciousness, the mechanical sound of the system continued to sound. The host currently has no effective means to restore happiness. After testing, this creature has the highest adaptability among the surrounding creatures. Continue to execute. The mechanical sound stopped, and Liu Beian took another step forward. Yu Qinro thought Liu Beian had stopped and turned back. But taking this step forward made her heart tremble. Beian, restrain yourself, you must restrain yourself. Your master believes in you, you can control yourself. At this moment, Yu Qinro could only cheer for Liu Beian in her heart. Liu Beian saw his body take another step forward, and his heart was filled with panic. System Dad, I know a way to increase happiness points. Don't worry, it will definitely work. In his sea of consciousness, Liu Beian continued to explain. Fortunately, the happy cultivation assistant was reasonable. After hearing what Liu Beian said, he immediately returned control of the body. Liu Beian did not dare to delay in regaining control of his body. The system believes in itself and only gives itself a chance. But if I don't grasp it, the system may not listen to my explanation next time. By then, even if the King of Heaven comes, I'm afraid he won't be able to stop me. After regaining control of his body, Liu Beian immediately looked around and then turned his gaze to the pile of clothes that his master had changed out of. He walked forward cautiously and picked up one at random. After installing it, Liu Beian left the room as quietly as possible and closed the door. After everything was done, he quickly ran back to his room. Untie my belt. When I used traditional crafts before, because I used them too frequently, they became boring and no longer added happiness. But this time, I have props to help me. I took out my master's underwear, and it turned out to be a pure white shirt with a little rabbit embroidered on it. The so-called heart clothes are the most intimate clothing worn by female cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation. Happiness value plus 60. Just by seeing and touching this heart-warming garment, the happiness value will increase by 60 points. The effect is obvious. At once, both the energy and happiness points were replenished. In an instant, control of the body was taken over by the system again. The practice of Jielong sword technique is still going on. Time passed quickly, and my energy and happiness were once again exhausted. Energy is easy to replenish, just eat more and rest more. When replenishing his happiness value, Liu Beian discovered that he was only holding his master's heart garment. Just a sniff and your happiness level will increase by 40 points. The belt has not yet been untied and the traditional skills have not yet been put into use. This happiness value has been replenished. Master S heart robe is truly a magical artifact that increases happiness. The happiness value is replenished and the practice continues. There is no shortage of energy and happiness now, and the system is improving rapidly. After practicing like this for more than a day, the mechanical sound of the system sounded again. I have mastered the Jielong sword technique to a certain degree. This ordinary training has ended. It took 30 hours. Thank you for the host's use tilde. The mechanical sound of the system sounded again, and the mastery of the Jielong sword technique also reached a small level of success. Holding his master's heart garment in his hand, Liu Beiyan felt that he had no shortage of happiness. It is a good time to practice. Since that is the case, why not continue practicing? The system interface opened, and Liu Beiyan selected 12 combat methods for monks and began to comprehend this set of combat skills. Ordinary training begins. This training costs 20 low-grade spirit stones. Estimated mastery of their 12 methods of cultivator combat, reaching the pinnacle. During this period, training will be fully automatic. Please confirm with the host. Confirm. The content of this book, 12 Methods of Monk Combat, is relatively simple. Just remember the routines and practice them more in your mind. No wonder it only took 20 spirit stones to comprehend this set of skills to the pinnacle. On the Yunya Peak, Liu Beiyan was practicing with great concentration. At this moment, in the backyard of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Dongfang Feng is holding a sumptuous dinner. Master Dongfang, you must toast me a glass of wine today tilde. At the banquet, Chen Zhanqian said jokingly with a smile on his face. Master Chen, please tell me, why should I, Dongfang Feng, respect you? Dongfang Feng had a smile on his face and was in a very happy mood. Today's banquet is actually an early celebration party. There is still 1 month left before the main peak competition begins. She, the Lord of Dongfang Mansion, is about to be promoted to Lord of Dongfang Peak. Chen Zhanqian picked up the wine glass and stood up with a smile. There are 2 reasons for this. Firstly, there are many talented people in Palace Master Dongfang's sect, and he himself broke through the Jindan stage a month ago. Considering this strength, the position of the Master of Yunya Peak is destined to be yours. Master Dongfang, if you don't offer me a glass of wine now, I, the little master of the library, will not even have the chance to drink with you in the future, let alone ask you to toast tilde. Chen Zhanqian is indeed a master of flattery. In just a few words, Dongfang Feng was smiling happily. And the second one. Dongfang Feng had a proud look on her face, and she completely agreed with what Chen Zhanqian said. Yunya Peak is now weak. Master Yu Qianro is a wounded waste, and living in Yunya Peak is a complete waste of resources. Among his 2 disciples, Su Xingwan does have some abilities. The other one, Liu Beiyan, is an absolute waste. There is no suspense in taking over Yunya Peak. Chapter 12, Upset Yu Qianro. At the banquet, Chen Zhanqian continued speaking while holding a wine glass. The second thing is something I did the day before yesterday. A disciple from Yunya Peak named Liu Beiyan actually came to my library to borrow secret books. I remembered that Master Dongfang would be holding the main peak competition next month, so I found a reason to reject him directly. Lord Dongfang, tell me, based on these 2 points, should you toast me a glass tilde? As soon as Chen Zhanqian finished speaking, another male cultivator next to him immediately stood up to refute. I thought you, Chen Zhanqian, had made a great contribution tilde. It turns out that he just refused to borrow 2 secret books from Liu Beiyan. I am dying of laughter. He is also taking credit for it tilde. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Zhanqian's expression, which had been smiling, immediately turned cold. Wan Che, what do you mean? Am I not helping Lord Dongfang? These 2 had many conflicts in the past in order to please Dongfang Feng. It seems to have come to the surface today. Wan Che laughed 3 times at Chen Zhanqian's explanation. Liu Beiyan from Yunya Peak has been in Luyun Immortal Sect for almost 2 years, and only recently broke through to the peak of the Qi refining stage. This person can be said to be a complete waste. What if you lend 2 secret books to such a loser? Could he still bring any obstacles to the Lord of Dongfang Mansion? Seeing Chen Zhanqian being humiliated, Wan Che's face was filled with pride. Then, Wan Che took out a booklet from his waist and handed it to Dongfang Feng. Master Dongfang, I spent a huge amount of money to investigate and obtain this booklet. It records everything Su Xingwan of Yunya Peak is capable of. Although taking over Yunya Peak was a sure thing for Lord Dongfang. But with this booklet, you can save at least half of the spirit stones. As for that Liu Beiyan, this kind of trash can be completely ignored. Dongfang Feng is not a fool, she knows the value of this booklet very well. The only difficulty in taking over Junior Peak is actually Su Xingwan. Getting her information will definitely make things twice as easy. Thank you, Senior Brother Wan Che, for your help. When Dongfang Feng conquers Junior Peak, I will definitely come to thank you again. Hearing this, the pride on Wan Che's face almost overflowed. Chen Jianqian, who was standing next to him, was so angry that his teeth were itching. He even hated Liu Beiyan a little, hated why he was such a waste. He is so useless that even his enemies don't consider him as a rival. If Liu Beiyan was stronger, Dongfang Feng would probably thank me after I targeted him like this. The incident was over and the party continued. After drinking more wine at the banquet, everyone started to talk. Master Feng, why do you always want this Junior Peak? Aren't we doing well in the Ministry of Internal Affairs? The person who spoke was a young disciple who didn't know much about the situation of Liuyun Immortal Sect. Hearing his words, all the monks couldn't help but laugh. Dongfang Feng also laughed. The status of the 12 main peaks is something that our Ministry of Internal Affairs cannot compare to. The young disciple seemed dissatisfied with the answer and asked another question. But Master, I see that the 3 people at Junior Peak seem to be living a miserable life, much poorer than us. He is telling the truth. Ever since Yu Qinro was injured, the sect has stopped supplying resources. The various forces within the sect also gave Junior Peak no face at all and suppressed it in any way they wanted. But when they heard this question, everyone burst into laughter again. Junior Peak is one of the 12 main peaks of Liuyun Xianzone. Apart from the peaks where the sect leader and elders live, these 12 peaks are the places with the richest spiritual energy. Living on these mountains, even without any sect resources, is far more beneficial than staying anywhere else. After hearing this explanation, the young disciple finally understood the reason. The banquet lasted until late at night, and everyone left after having eaten and drunk their fill, looking satisfied. Tonight, she will build a good relationship with Dongfang Feng, and she will be in charge of Junior Peak from now on. Being able to stay there for 10 days or half a month would also be very beneficial. At Junior Peak, Liu Beiyan's practice is still going on. Although the difficulty of 12 methods of monk combat is not high, it still takes a lot of time to practice it to the highest level of mastery. During this period of time, if the happiness value is not enough, the system will control Liu Beiyan's body. Pick up Master's heart garment. Rub it, pinch it, smell it. After using this set of operations twice, it finally stopped increasing the happiness value. The system did not drag its feet at all. Once the belt was untied, the craftsman came again. The Master's heart garment is made of gauze. When I touch it, I feel something special. After a while of operation, this shirt is stained. In a room not far away, Yu Qinro is also practicing at this moment. But in recent days, she has been unable to calm down. The reason, of course, is because of Liu Beiyan. My little disciple has made rapid progress in strength recently and has been practicing more and more diligently. These are all positive trends. But in this positive trend, something seems a little wrong. I am his master, how can he covet my body? Especially that night, Liu Beiyan actually broke into his room. Fortunately, he finally restrained himself and only took one of his underwear. But what if one day Beiyan loses control? How should I face him? I feel so confused. We must find a Taoist partner for Beiyan. We can't go on like this. Having made up her mind secretly, Yu Qinro even began to screen her targets. After thinking about it for a while, I still felt a little dissatisfied. Junior Peak is now becoming increasingly weak, and its status in Liuyun Immortal Sect is also declining day by day. Those who are willing to be Liu Beiyan's Taoist partner seem to lack all kinds of appearance and talent. And those female cultivators who are both beautiful and talented are probably out of his reach. Hey, it's not easy to find a Taoist partner for Beiyan. Especially finding someone as beautiful as me is even more difficult. Yu Qinro sighed to herself. She was actually not wrong. In terms of appearance, there are few people in the sect who can be compared with her, let alone surpass her. Liu Beiyan sees beauties like himself every day, so his taste has probably become spoiled. In the room, Liu Beiyan was still immersed in his practice. He didn't know yet that Yu Qinro's perception of him had completely changed. The mastery of 12 methods of monk combat has reached the pinnacle. This ordinary training is over. It took 30 hours. Thank you for the host's use tilde. The practice of nearly 3 days was over, and this time Liu Beiyan did not continue to practice. Walk out of the room and breathe some fresh air. He stretched his body and then began to experimentally perform their Jielong sword technique. Holding a branch in his hand, Liu Beiyan's body was light, his feet stepped on the air, and he began to walk in the air casually. Chapter 13 Enlightening Liu Beiyan New Book, please collect it. He has already mastered the Jielong sword technique to a small degree. Even with only a small branch in his hand, he can still perform it with great skill. Liu Beiyan's figure was ethereal, and he was swimming easily and casually in the air. This Jielong sword technique is indeed mysterious. It is only a small achievement. Walking in the air is like swimming in the sea. Ordinary monks fighting in the air can easily become sitting ducks for their opponents. But those who have mastered the Jielong sword technique can fly freely in the air. His movements were light and ethereal, even more agile than on land. After a simple attempt, Liu Beiyan felt the power of Jielong sword technique. If he could practice their Jielong sword technique to perfection, he might have a chance of winning this main peak competition. But I still have no idea how strong my opponent is. All we can do is improve ourselves as much as possible and be better prepared. In the distance, Master Yu Qinro came back riding a fairy horse. She was almost able to see Liu Beiyan's true combat power now. When he landed on Yunye Peak, he saw that Liu Beiyan was not practicing in the room today, so he called him to the kitchen to help. In the kitchen, the master and apprentice were busy preparing meals. Looking at Liu Beiyan, who was carefully selecting vegetables beside her, Yu Qinro secretly made up her mind that she must give her little disciple some advice today. By the way, show him several recently selected candidates to see which fairy he likes. Now that I have a Taoist partner, this kid shouldn't stare at me anymore. Dinner was ready soon. The master and the disciple sat opposite each other at a square table. For the first time ever, Yu Qinro also prepared a small half-pot of wine. Beiyan, I have noticed that you have been practicing very diligently recently. What has inspired your fighting spirit? Before, you were very lazy. Yu Qinro started with a very ordinary sentence, intending to use it to introduce the matter of finding a Taoist partner for Liu Beiyan. Sitting in front of the square table, Liu Beiyan had a smile on his face. Since I got the system, my path of cultivation has become smoother and smoother, and I am very happy. Of course it's you, master, who inspires my fighting spirit. I've said before that I will be so strong that no one will dare to bully you. For this goal, I must work hard. Hearing this answer, Yu Qinro's pretty figure trembled slightly. How, so direct? She actually said that she was motivated to fight for her own sake. It turns out that my disciple is still greedy for my body. As a teacher, I cannot accept the idea of a teacher-student relationship. After calming down a little, Yu Qinro did not continue asking Liu Beiyan's questions. Instead, he took out the fairy portraits he had collected from his waist. Beiyan, your master has recently obtained some fairy portraits. As a male cultivator, you can judge which fairy is the most beautiful. As she spoke, Yu Qinro slowly unfolded several portraits in front of her. The painters in this world have good skills, and all their paintings are in a realistic style, not the kind of impressionistic portraits. Looking at these portraits, Liu Beiyan didn't think much about it. I just thought Yu Qinro was free and just wanted to relax and have fun. In this photo, the eyes are not as beautiful as Master's. Master, your eyes are so beautiful. Her eyes lack luster. The second portrait's nose isn't as pretty as Master's. Master's nose is tall and straight, isn't it much more beautiful than hers? The third portrait doesn't look as good as Master's. What Liu Beiyan said was actually from his heart. Of course, it was also a bit of flattery. But when Yu Qinro heard this, the meaning of it changed completely. As the saying goes, don't bend down in a watermelon field. If you bend down, people will think you are trying to steal the watermelons. Ever since that night when Liu Beiyan broke into her room and took away one of her underwear, Liu Beiyan's image had already changed in Yu Qinro's eyes. It's a very ordinary sentence, but I always feel that there is another meaning in it. For example, at this moment, when Yu Qinro heard Liu Beiyan constantly comparing her with the fairies in the paintings, her whole body trembled again. It seems that my little disciple is completely infatuated with me. When I saw the portraits of other fairies, I compared them all with myself. And you still say that he is not as good as yourself. Isn't this completely infatuated with yourself? Sitting in front of the square table, Yu Qinro calmed herself down again. At today's dinner, I had originally planned to enlighten Liu Beiyan and introduce him to a Taoist partner. But now there is no way to speak. If I speak up now and Liu Beiyan says that he wants to find a Taoist partner, he must find someone like my master. What should I do? How should I face it? After hesitating for a while, Yu Qinro bit her lips lightly. No matter what, I still have to ask. Taking a deep breath, Yu Qinro pointed at the portraits in front of her and asked tentatively. If you were asked to choose one of these fairies as your Taoist partner, which one would you choose, Beiyan? Yu Qinro tried her best to make her tone as relaxed as possible and asked as if it was a joke. When Liu Beiyan on the opposite side heard this question, he immediately shook his head. I won't choose anyone. Beiyan is deeply indebted to Master. As long as Master doesn't despise me, Beiyan is willing to stay by your side for the rest of my life. Liu Beiyan's words of loyalty made Yu Qinro's heart tremble. It's over, it's over. How charming am I that I could have made my little apprentice so obsessed with me. Oh, what a bad fate, what a bad fate. After knowing Liu Beiyan's thoughts, Yu Qinro stopped asking further questions. Asking too many questions would only make both the master and the disciple embarrassed. After dinner, Liu Beiyan returned to his room and began to practice their Jielong sword technique with great concentration. Before I started practicing, my mind suddenly recalled Master's actions during dinner. Master, why is he acting so strange tonight? He felt something was strange, but Liu Beiyan couldn't figure out what was wrong. He shook his head and put these distracting thoughts aside. His consciousness moved slightly, and he entered the system interface and continued to practice their Jielong sword technique. During the next month, Liu Beiyan had almost two things to do. Write and practice. Write articles and continue practicing. The Confucian and Taoist sect was very satisfied with the article I wrote, Passion on a Rainy Night, the Unspeakable Secret Between My Master and Me. There are even some complaints about Liu Beiyan's slow update speed recently. But this is the world of cultivating immortals, which fellow Taoist doesn't he need to practice? Unless you ask a mortal to write it. The stories about cultivating immortals written by mortals always lack the charm and are not favored by those who cultivate immortals. During this month of intensive practice, Liu Beiyan had already drawn a map of the master's clothes embroidered with little rabbits. Under the control of the system, Liu Beiyan sneaked into his master's room again one night. This time, a whole set of Yu Qinro's underwear was taken away. As a Jindan stage cultivator, she was naturally awake from the moment Liu Beiyan entered the door. When she saw Liu Beiyan taking away her underwear, she wanted to stand up and stop him. But for the sake of getting along in the future, Yu Qinro once again held back. In fact, Yu Qinro wanted to say that if her little apprentice really liked her underwear, wouldn't it be nice for her to give him a few sets? Why would you secretly take the things you wore and changed? But what she didn't know was that the essence of these intimate garments was that she had worn. Chapter 14, The Eve of the Main Peak Competition. During this month or so, I have been practicing through the system. Liu Beiyan's mastery of the Jielong sword technique has reached perfection, and he is just a little bit away from reaching the highest level of mastery, the pinnacle. When writing in the room, Liu Beiyan would sometimes dance the brush in his hand a few times. But even with a brush, there are still some traces of the dragon's aura in it. The main peak competition will be held in 2 days, so Liu Beiyan has not continued his practice recently. Regain your energy and face the competition in better condition. But in Yu Qinro's view, these few days are her last time at Yunya Peak. I feel a little reluctant to leave the place where I have lived for 7 years. But what can I do if I am reluctant? I am seriously injured and there is no hope of recovery in this lifetime. The sect will not keep useless people. How can a useless person like me continue to occupy Yunya Peak? It's a pity that Liu Beiyan and Su Xingwan, the brother and sister, have to suffer following their useless master. Although she felt disappointed, Yu Qinro did not complain at all. She is just that kind of person, who will bear all the suffering and pain alone. As the sun sets and the moon rises, the master and his apprentice sit around and eat dinner. A light blue figure suddenly appeared in front of the two people. Xingwan. Senior sister. Who else could this person who suddenly appeared be other than Su Xingwan? I finally got back. I almost missed something important. Pulling a chair and sitting down, Su Xingwan smoothed her messy hair. Xingwan, where have you been training during this period? You must have suffered a lot. Su Xingwan looked exhausted at the moment, and Yu Qinro used to go out often for training. She understood that this experience for Su Xingwan would definitely not be easy. Liu Beiyan next to him also looked excited. Senior sister, you are finally back, you don't know how much I missed you, Tilda. Don't be so cunning, you probably wish I wouldn't come back so you can play every day and lie down every day without having to practice. As she spoke, Su Xingwan couldn't help but pinch Liu Beiyan's face. Yu Qinro, who was standing by, quickly came out to smooth things over. In fact, Beiyan has been very hardworking during this period. In the 2 months since you were away, he has successfully established his foundation and has been promoted to the 3rd level of the foundation building period. The 3rd level of foundation building period? Hearing this level, Su Xingwan showed a rare expression of recognition towards Liu Beiyan. Luckily you didn't give up your training during this period, otherwise I would have thrown this sword away rather than given it to you. As he spoke, Su Xingwan took out a sword from the Qinquan ring and placed it in front of Liu Beiyan. Yellow grade inferior sword. The secret manuals of martial arts may have their own mysteries, making it difficult to rate them. But weaponry is not. Powerful weapons are more powerful, stronger and more difficult to destroy. The higher the rating, the stronger it will naturally be. The sword that the senior sister took out at this moment was a low-grade yellow weapon. Qindi Shen Wang, although the yellow level is ranked last, equipment that can be rated to that level is already extremely precious. For example, in the Liu Yun Immortal Sect, the sect's magic weapon is just a top-grade Shen level item. It is already an extreme luxury for a foundation establishment cultivator like Liu Beiyan to be able to use a lower-grade yellow level weapon. After taking the sword, Liu Beiyan felt that he was the luckiest person in the world. Coming to this world of cultivating immortals where the strong prey on the weak, she met a master and a senior sister who were extremely kind to her. At the dinner table, Su Xingwan shared her experience of this training trip with Liu Beiyan and Yu Qinro. She said it lightly, but Liu Beiyan could imagine the danger involved. Su Xingwan went on this training trip mainly for Yu Qinro. The main peak competition will be held in 2 days, and Su Xingwan believes that he has some strength. But the only 2 people from Junior Peak who could go into battle were himself and Liu Beiyan. Although Liu Beiyan has made great progress recently, his cultivation has reached the foundation building stage. But this level of strength is still far away. Once she loses Junior Peak, a residence rich in spiritual energy, Yu Qinro's injuries will surely worsen significantly. Su Xingwan's purpose of this training was actually to find some elixirs and magic weapons. Even after losing Junior Peak, he can still protect Yu Qinro's body. Yu Qinro could see all this. The better the 2 disciples treated her, the more ashamed she felt. Liu Yun Palace. This is where the headmaster, elders and other high-level people discuss important matters. Inside the hall, the sect leader, Master Wanshu, was sitting cross-legged in the middle. The 5 elders of the sect sat around and discussed tomorrow's main peak competition. Have you arranged everything for tomorrow's main peak competition? This competition is only held once every 7 years, so don't let anything go wrong. Hearing what Master Wanshu said, the great elder on the right replied. Everything is ready for tomorrow's main peak competition. Except for Junior Peak, no one from other main peaks should dare to challenge. Alas, this old man is very worried about this matter. Master Wanshu sighed, slowly stood up and continued, during the main peak competition 7 years ago, there were many geniuses in the sect, and the competition among the 12 main peaks was fierce. I didn't expect that after only 7 years, this generation of disciples in the sect has become so destitute. The 5 elders also sighed. There was silence in the hall for a moment, and then Master Wanshu asked about tomorrow's main peak competition. Which lineage will challenge Junior Peak tomorrow? It should be the deputy head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, someone from Dongfang Feng's lineage. Master Wanshu frowned slightly. He had an impression of this Dongfang Feng. Has the younger generation of the immortal sect become so declining? Dongfang Feng can actually become the master of the main peak. Facing the sect leader's questioning, the 5 elders all looked bitter. There was silence again in the hall. It's a pity for Yu Qinro's talent. This master once even considered training her to be the next leader of our sect, but why did she get that incurable injury? Master Wanshu's eyes were filled with regret. He was once very optimistic about Yu Qinro, but the path of cultivating immortals is extremely dangerous. In a situation like Yu Qinro's, there is no other way except to cry out that the world is unfair. After a pause, Master Wanshu continued to ask, does Yu Qinro have any other disciples by her side? There are 2. One is Su Xingwan, who is considered a top-notch talent among the younger generation. Her bone age is less than 25, and she has already reached the first level of the fusion stage. It is said that other main peaks have tried to recruit her many times, but she has rejected them all. In addition to her, there is also a little disciple named Lu something. This boy's strength and talent are both mediocre. I'm afraid he won't be able to block a single move in this main peak competition. If one can raise his realm to the opening stage in the future, it would be considered as good fortune, and not worthy of the sect's attention at all. After hearing what the great elder said, Master Wangshu stopped asking questions. He only left one sentence: take care of the matter of the main peak competition. Then he left on the flying sword. Chapter 15. The main peak competition begins. New book, please collect. Junior Peak. Tomorrow is the main peak competition. Su Xingwan rushed back just for this competition. Late at night, Liu Beiyan was writing in his room when he heard footsteps approaching and hurriedly hid everything. After knocking on the door twice, Su Xingwan rushed in without waiting for Liu Beiyan to reply. Why are you so nervous? Is there any part of your body that I haven't seen before? It's strange after not seeing you for 2 months. Seeing that Liu Beiyan was a little flustered, Su Xingwan just thought that he might be dressed inappropriately and exposed some of his underwear. In fact, Liu Beiyan was hiding the manuscript of Passion on a Rainy Night, the unspeakable secret between my master and me. And the system controlled me to get a set of underwear from my master. Sister, what's the matter that brings you to my room so late? Liu Beiyan didn't want to dwell on his panic. Otherwise, my senior sister would find the manuscript of Rainy Night Passion, the unspeakable secret between my master and me, or she might find my master's underwear. I was socially dead on the spot and had to live on another planet. Su Xingwan pulled a chair and sat down, spreading out a drawing. The rules of the main peak competition are clearly stated on the drawing. Beiyan has already understood the rules of the main peak competition a month ago, so there is no need to worry, senior sister. Hearing Liu Beiyan's answer, Su Xingwan's eyes brightened slightly. It seems that this Buddhist little junior brother has really changed. He actually takes the initiative to learn about these things. Since you know the rules, I won't go into details. In tomorrow's main peak competition, we brothers and sisters just need to do our best and win more spirit stones. Don't lose Junior Peak. We haven't received enough spirit stones for compensation yet. After saying that, Su Xingwan left the room without staying any longer. The blueprint that stated the rules of the main peak was left to Liu Beiyan for further study. Picking up the drawing, Liu Beiyan looked at it again. It was almost the same as what I heard in the tea house last time. The main peak competition is divided into 2 sections. One is that the master of the lineage that comes to challenge must defeat the master of the peak being challenged. Yu Qinro is now suffering from hidden injuries, so she is bound to lose this battle. The second is a competition between disciples, which requires both parties to suppress their cultivation levels to the same level before competing. This move is because of the main peak competition, and they want to select the most talented disciples to join the main peak. Instead of letting some people rely on their age advantage, practice for a few more years, and use their realm advantage to take the main peak. Finally, the force challenging the main peak must defeat all the personnel of the main peak before they can seize the right to use the main peak. For each person sent to fight, the challenger must pay the corresponding spirit stones. The first person to challenge needs to pay 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you win, you move on to challenge the next person. If you lose, you leave and someone else takes your place. The second person who comes up to challenge will need to pay 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. And so on. The third one needs to pay 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. The fourth one needs to pay 16,000 spirit stones. If Liu Beiyan and Su Xingwan can defeat 4 challengers, then the fifth person who comes to challenge will have to pay a full 32,000 spirit stones. There probably aren't many people in Liyun Immortal Sect who can come up with such a huge sum of money. Even if I could take it out, I'm afraid I wouldn't be willing to do so. Liu Beiyan actually has some confidence in tomorrow's battle. The main peak competition tests the fighting strength of the monks. His mastery of the Jiaolong sword technique has reached the level of perfection, so he should have some combat power. In the 2 rooms of Junior Peak, neither Su Xingwan nor Yu Qinro fell asleep. Tomorrow is the main peak competition. In their opinion, Junior Peak will definitely not be able to be defended. Even if Su Xingwan performed exceptionally well, he couldn't stop all the masters of Dongfang Feng's lineage. A sad night passed. Early the next morning, the 3 people from Junior Peak rushed to the training square. This is the largest square of Liyun Immortal Sect. The square is divided into 12 areas. They are the locations of the 12 main peaks. The main peak competition is a major event for the sect, and it is also a good opportunity for disciples to observe and learn. Many disciples were waiting here early for the competition to begin. In fact, everyone knows that today's main peak competition will only be held at Junior Peak. The other 11 main peaks are more powerful than each other, and they are all the most powerful figures among the younger generation of Liuyun Immortal Sect. Who dares to challenge them? If Yu Qinro had not suffered a terminal injury, no one would have dared to touch Junior Peak. Sai time. The training square is already filled with monks from Liuyun Immortal Sect. Everyone from the Dongfang Feng lineage also arrived. The designated time has arrived, and the sect's great elder suddenly appears above the training square. Today is the main peak competition held every 7 years. The specific rules are the same as before. I don't want to say any more gossip. If you want to read the rules, go and read them yourself. Then he waved his hand, and the notice instantly became dozens of times larger and floated in the air. The main peak competition begins now. After you understand the rules, challenge yourself. After the great elder finished speaking, he floated in the air and meditated. The disciples from each main peak stood in their own arenas, waiting for challenges from other fellow disciples. But except for Junior Peak, no one went to the arena on other main peaks. Dongfang Feng must seize the position of the master of Junior Peak this time. When she heard the great elder announce the start of the main peak competition, she brought her disciples to the Junior Peak arena. Others also gave up their areas and did not dare to compete with Dongfang Feng. Yu Qinro, you didn't expect that Dongfang Feng, whom you once looked down upon, could actually drive you down from the position of Peak Master Tilder. Dongfang Feng's face was full of pride. She had waited for this day for a long time and finally it came. Hearing this, Yu Qinro took a step forward and said, I have never looked down on you. Everything that happened back then was just your jealousy. I'm jealous of you? You're a useless person, how could I, Dongfang Feng, be jealous of you? Seeing that Dongfang Feng was a little excited, the disciple behind him immediately spoke up. Master Feng, why are you talking to them? Wouldn't it be more satisfying to drive them out of Junior Peak? You're right. It's a waste of time to talk to these useless people. After saying that, Dongfang Feng and his disciples retreated from the stage, leaving only their senior brother Lin Yu. As Dongfang Feng's eldest disciple, Lin Yu is quite capable. His cultivation level has reached the peak of the Enlightenment period. Although he is not as good as Su Xingwan, he is also excellent. Holding a spear in hand, he looks majestic. Su Xingwan did not hesitate at all, her body floated and she landed on the stage like a fairy. At the previous banquet, Dongfang Feng obtained Su Xingwan's information from Wan Che. I dare not say it is completely accurate, but at least I have done enough research on Su Xingwan. Su Xingwan's swordsmanship is exquisite, and he has learned the true skills from Yu Qinro. If you fight Su Xingwan with the mentality of wanting to win, you will only lose even more miserably. Dongfang Feng and his group had already discussed everything before the competition. When fighting with Su Xingwan, I only want to hurt her, not to win. The more serious her injuries are, the more spiritual energy she consumes, and the greater the chance of victory for the person who follows her. According to this method, Dongfang Feng predicted that Su Xingwan would be taken down by the time the third player came on the court. Chapter 16 Liu Beiyan enters the stage. On the ring, Su Xingwan and Lin Yu fought against each other. Su Xingwan held a long sword, while Lin Yu held a long spear. Around the arena, tens of thousands of disciples of Liuyun Immortal Sect stared with their eyes wide open, hoping that this battle would bring some insights to their practice. At the sound of an eagle's cry, Lin Yu moved first. The spear thrust forward suddenly, like a tiger leaping out. The sword emphasizes intention, while the gun emphasizes force. The monk who practices spear practices his strength like a thread, concentrating the strength on one point to destroy the enemy. Sometimes, a seemingly ordinary blow actually contains tremendous and brave power. Seeing the spear coming at him, Su Xingwan moved slightly and dodged the attack accurately. But this is not the end yet. The moment he dodged the spear, a sword pierced Lin Yu's waist. Below the stage, Dongfang Feng and the others saw this scene and smiled. The information Wan Che gave me was indeed useful. The onlookers around thought that Su Xingwan's move was successful, but the next moment, a surprise counterattack. With a loud shout, the spear suddenly turned around and stabbed Su Xingwan's waist. The sword energy hit Lin Yu. But at the same time, the sudden attack from the spear also hit Su Xingwan. At this moment Su Xingwan finally realized that this was the tactic of Dong Fangfeng and his men. She knew very well that no one in her lineage could be a match for Su Xingwan. Pursuing a one-on-one victory is simply a pipe dream. In this case, let's be thorough and plan a round-robin battle from the beginning. In Lin Yu's first battle, he never thought about defeating Su Xingwan. His mission would be accomplished if Su Xingwan was injured. The two men hit each other, and Lin Yu was directly knocked dozens of meters away by the sword energy. Su Xingwan only took a step back, but the injury on her waist would cause her fighting power to decline rapidly. The injured Lin Yu struggled to get up from the ground. The gap between himself and Su Xingwan was so huge that it was visible to the naked eye. But the rest of the time was just dragging on. Delaying time caused Su Xingwan's combat power to decline rapidly due to his injuries. In the following battle, Lin Yu only defended and did not attack. The spear was like an iron chain blocking a river, blocking Su Xingwan's attacks several times. And every attack would further widen Su Xingwan's wound, and blood had already dyed her clothes red. The battle lasted about 2/4 of an hour. In the end, the troublesome Lin Yu was knocked out of the ring by a sword and was officially defeated. After the fight was over, Liu Beiyan hurried over to help Su Xingwan off the stage. He took out the golden wound medicine that he had prepared earlier and carefully applied it on his senior sister's waist. At this moment, Su Xingwan's face was pale. The battle just now exhausted her greatly. Xingwan, let's admit defeat in this main peak competition. There's no need to. Before Yu Qinro finished her words, Su Xingwan immediately shook her head. How can we give up such a good opportunity to earn spirit stones today? Master, don't worry, Xingwan is not that squeamish. After saying that, Su Xingwan moved and jumped onto the stage again. I think Su Xingwan is doomed to lose the second battle. Look at her now. She's even a little unsteady on her feet. You know nothing. A skinny camel is still fatter than a horse. Su Xingwan is not comparable to ordinary disciples. Even if he is injured, he will not lose the second game. The disciples who were watching were talking one after another, expressing their own opinions. Dong Fangfeng naturally would not give Su Xingwan that much rest time, as their second challenger had already stood up. He handed over a large bag of spirit stones, which contained 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, which was the registration fee for the second challenger. The person Dong Fangfeng sent was her second disciple Qin Sheng. Compared to the eldest disciple Lin Yu, his strength is slightly weaker, but he always has some unintentional cleverness in battle. On the ring, the second battle begins. Qin Sheng was still using a spear, and his fighting style was completely different from Lin Yu's. He kept moving around and jumping, trying to give Su Xingwan a decisive blow. This battle lasted for almost 2/4 of an hour. Qin Sheng was defeated, but Su Xingwan was also exhausted. People like Dong Fangfeng have done very thorough research on Su Xingwan. In order to cope with this situation, the entire division conducted several drills. Holding Su Xingwan, Liu Beiyan only felt a pang of heartache. My master and senior sister are both women who are extremely strong-willed. Even though he was so exhausted, he would have to go on to the third battle. On the ring, the third challenger from Dong Fangfeng's side has already stepped onto the ring. The person standing on the stage at this moment was Liu Beiyan's old acquaintance, Wu Han. He was once a member of Junior Peak, but when Yu Qinro was injured, he was the first to leave Junior Peak and join Dong Fangfeng. Senior sister Su, if you don't get on the stage, I will be the winner of this competition tilde. Wu Han said jokingly with a smile on his face. He was glad for his previous choice. It was indeed a wise decision to leave Junior Peak. Logically speaking, Su Xingwan's growth should be much stronger than it is now, but all the resources of Junior Peak were given to Yu Qinro. In addition, she also spent a lot of her energy to obtain resources to help Yu Qinro. How stupid. With all this going on, I don't have the time or energy to improve myself. Su Xingwan wanted to go back to the ring, but Liu Beiyan held her back. Senior sister, you haven't checked Beiyan's practice results since you came back this time, so why not use this competition to check it out tilde? After saying that, he jumped up and stood directly on the stage. Everyone was slightly surprised to see Liu Beiyan go into battle. But after only a moment, a burst of laughter broke out. Har har har, it seems that Junior Peak has really fallen to the extreme, to the point where they would arrange such a loser to come and participate in the competition. I heard before that there is a useless disciple named Lu in Junior Peak. I thought he didn't dare to go on stage. It seems that we all guessed wrong tilde. Yer, who said losers don't dare to go on stage. They just don't have the strength, not the courage tilde. The onlookers burst into laughter. On Dongfang Feng's side, everyone had a hint of pride on their faces. From the moment Liu Beiyan stepped onto the stage, the balance of victory had completely tipped towards them. Just as expected, 3 challengers were able to take over Junior Peak. It cost a total of 14,000 spirit stones, and it was worth it. On the ring. Looking at Liu Beiyan in front of him, Wu Han's eyes were full of contempt. Liu Beiyan, I really want to know where you got the confidence to dare to come to the ring to fight with me. Seeing that you are such a loser, how about this? If you can fight me for 3 moves, I will lose tilde. How about that? Sarcasm, this is sarcasm from the bottom of my heart. When ordinary people hear this, they will be angry and try to save face. Reply with 1 sentence, I will beat you fairly. But at this moment, Liu Beiyan's heart was very calm. Facing Wu Han's ridicule, he directly agreed. Then do as senior brother Wu said. If I fight you for 3 moves, you will lose tilde. When these words were spoken, all the monks present were stunned. This kid, why doesn't he play by the rules? Chapter 17 Liu Beiyan wins. Please bookmark. Among the fellow disciples who were watching the competition, some had mocking expressions on their faces, while others looked disappointed. Liu Beiyan is a disciple of the main peak after all, so it is normal for him to be ridiculed like this. As for another group of fellow disciples, they came to watch this main peak competition, actually wanting to learn something. In their opinion, what can they learn from a waste like Liu Beiyan? He didn't even have the slightest bit of backbone. When his opponent asked him to take 3 moves, he would win, and he actually agreed directly. Many disappointed disciples shook their heads and left the training square directly. Those who stayed behind just wanted to see Liu Beiyan make a fool of himself. On the stage, Wu Han was stunned for a moment when he heard Liu Beiyan's answer. But a moment later he laughed even more arrogantly. 3 moves is 3 moves, a piece of trash like you, if you take 1 more move it will be considered progress. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Han's figure suddenly disappeared. Although his realm was suppressed to the 3rd level of the foundation establishment period, in everyone's eyes, there was no possibility of Wu Han failing. Yu Qianro in the audience was always ready. She had to save Liu Beiyan before he suffered fatal injuries. Wu Han's movements were very fast, in his opinion. Once I use this set of body movements, I'm afraid Liu Beiyan won't be able to catch sight of me. Floor. Wu Han thrust out the sword in his hand, striking Liu Beiyan's back. Dongfang Feng in the audience smiled and said, looking at today's main peak competition, it ends here tilde. But this smug expression didn't last long. Liu Beiyan, who originally thought he would be hit, unexpectedly turned sideways and easily dodged the sword. It must be fake, right? Seeing that his attack failed, Wu Han even felt it was a little unreal. The useless Liu Beiyan was actually able to dodge his sword. Impossible, it must be an accident. Brother Wu, I have already taken 1 of your moves. I still have 2 moves left. Please continue. Liu Beiyan still had that calm expression, as if he didn't take Wu Han seriously. Pretend. The figure holding the sword flashed again. Wu Han thought that he did not use his full strength just now, which allowed Liu Beiyan to dodge his move. But not anymore. The sword shadow flashed, and Wu Han was quite skilled. The sword in his hand made strange movements, as if slashing at Liu Beiyan from all angles at the same time. It's over, you little loser named Liu. The sword flowers were getting closer, but Liu Beiyan, who looked like a waste in everyone's eyes, did not show a trace of panic on his face. His body swayed slightly, as if taking a walk, and he dodged the attack again. Below the stage, Yu Qinro and Su Xingwan looked at each other. How could Liu Beiyan suddenly have such strength? Is he still the Liu Beiyan I know? Brother Wu, I took another move from you. You still have 1 more move. Please continue. At this moment, Wu Han finally became a little flustered. The acknowledged loser actually dodged 2 of my attacks in a row. Wu Han felt his face burning and was extremely embarrassed. Below the stage, Dongfang Feng also had a very ugly expression on his face. If Wu Han loses, the next challenger will have to pay 16,000 spirit stones to sign up. In this way, even if she took over Junior Peak, she would have paid a bit too much. Outside the ring, we saw this dramatic scene. The audience seemed to be more interested. Wu Han, who had previously said that he would lose if he couldn't win within 3 moves, it seems that he really can't win within 3 moves. My mentality, there must be something wrong with my mentality. Liu Beiyan is a loser, how could he be my opponent? He secretly encouraged himself in his heart, then concentrated his mind and gathered his energy, and attacked Liu Beiyan with the long sword in his hand flashing. Die. Wu Han's attack was almost his strongest move. He has increased both speed and strength to the extreme. Outside the court, Yu Qinro and Su Xingwan's eyes were filled with worry. Dodging Wu Han's 2 attacks in a row really gave them a big surprise. But neither of them had any idea of Liu Beiyan's true strength. On the ring, Liu Beiyan could see clearly every move of Wu Han. On the surface, he wanted to attack head-on and decide the outcome through speed and strength. But in reality, these are just sleight of hand. His real killer move is actually the palm strike that follows this attack. Liu Beiyan. There's no way you can dodge this move. Wu Han had a fierce smile on his face, as if he had seen Liu Beiyan's defeat. But unfortunately, Liu Beiyan had already mastered the 12 methods of monk combat. How could I not understand his little trick? With a flash of his body, he dodged Wu Han's sword attack. Wu Han's mouth curled up slightly, thinking that he had succeeded, and then he slapped Liu Beiyan on the chest. However, all this was within Liu Beiyan's predictions. The long sword given by Su Xingwan was unsheathed in an instant, and the cold sword tip was directly across Wu Han's neck. Wu Han lost. Not only did he fail to defeat Liu Beiyan in 3 moves, but he was defeated in the 3rd move. The entire training square suddenly fell silent. How could this be the result? Before the competition, the loser that everyone thought was bound to lose actually won. As expected, there are no ordinary people in the main peak, they are all geniuses. Before, we said Liu Beiyan was a waste. Is this Liu Beiyan really that strong? All the disciples watching the game were shocked, and their evaluation of Liu Beiyan changed a lot in an instant. Just when everyone was praising Liu Beiyan, a disciple from Yunyang Peak stood up. This Liu Beiyan is mediocre, not as powerful as everyone thinks. The reason he won just now was more because his opponent was too weak. The thing we cultivators most avoid is being impetuous. When a lion fights a rabbit, it has to give it its all. However, Wu Han was so arrogant and impetuous that he completely ignored his opponent. How can such a person be undefeated in battle? Yunyang Peak is the strongest branch among the 12 main peaks. After hearing what the disciples of Yunyang Peak said, the surrounding disciples naturally agreed with his opinion. Offstage, Wu Han lowered his head and returned behind Dongfang Feng. Everyone was disappointed when they saw him. His opponent is Liu Beiyan, a cultivator who is only at the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage. Even if he was suppressed to the same level, it would be impossible for him to be defeated so easily, right? To be honest, it was because of his arrogance that he lost the competition. Wu Han said nothing, he wanted to defend himself. During the battle, he already felt that Liu Beiyan was completely different from before. When fighting with him, I felt an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. Liu Beiyan seemed to have calculated every move and every style clearly. But Wu Han had no way to defend himself. He knew that no matter what he said, everyone would just think he was making excuses. Look at what you have done. This will cost us an extra 16,000 spirit stones. At this moment, Dongfang Feng was so angry that his face turned blue. I originally thought that the 3rd challenger would be able to win the battle easily, but I didn't expect such a sudden change to happen. Chapter 18 Yu Qinro and Su Xingwan's conversation. Gritting his teeth, Dongfang Feng arranged for someone to push out a box. In order to prevent any unexpected events, she did prepare 16,000 spirit stones. Soon, another challenger stood up on Dongfang Feng's side. This person's strength is even weaker than Wu Han's. But there was no way, he was already the strongest under Dongfang Feng. Through the competition just now, in Dongfang Feng's opinion, Liu Beiyan is a little stronger than he imagined. But he was just an ordinary little monk. Wu Han's failure was due to his own arrogance. A lion fights a rabbit with all its might. Don't forget how Wu Han lost. Hearing Dongfang Feng's words, the 4th challenger nodded, then concentrated his attention and thrust the spear in his hand forward. He still had a lot of confidence. Liu Beiyan was just a small cultivator at the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage. Being only at the 3rd stage of foundation building at such a young age was enough to show that his talent for cultivation was not good. If he shows his normal strength, Liu Beiyan will definitely lose. On the arena, the sound of spears and swords colliding continued. Facing this man's attack, Liu Beiyan did not feel any pressure. Although the shooting is powerful, it is very easy to dodge. He didn't even have time to use the Jielong sword technique that he had practiced so hard. Liu Beiyan found a random floor and stabbed him directly in the buttocks. The man felt the pain and fell outside the ring in a dog-eating shit posture. Lost. Lost again. I originally thought that the owner of Junior Peak would be changed today, but I never expected such a result would occur. The disciples who were watching were all so shocked that their mouths opened slightly. Many disciples from the main peak were shocked by this scene. In their opinion, Liu Beiyan's performance just now was mediocre, but his opponent performed even worse. When Dongfang Feng saw this scene, not a trace of blood left on his face. His face, which was not good looking to begin with, turned even blue with anger. The failed disciple returned to his seat in disappointment. Master Feng, this man has been badly injured by my disciples. We only need to send another person to fight and give him another blow to win. Big disability? One more blow to win. In the fight just now, you didn't even touch the corner of Liu Beiyan's clothes. You're a complete idiot. Dongfang Feng was unwilling to let go of this opportunity that only comes once every 7 years, but now, if he wants to go on stage to compete again, he will have to spend a full 32,000 spirit stones. How could she come up with such a huge sum of money? In the sky, the great elder had a strange expression on his face when he saw this scene. Judging from the current situation, Junior Peak seems to have secured the arena. But there are still fellow disciples who want to challenge us. Without today's main peak competition, we will end it here. Hearing the great elder say this, Dongfang Feng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This does not give her the opportunity to raise spirit stones. Seeing that no one came forward to speak, the voice of the great elder sounded again. Since no one continues to challenge, today's main peak competition is over, and the masters of the 12 main peaks will remain unchanged. After saying that, the great elder shook his clothes, summoned a flying sword, and left. It took a long time for everyone in the training square to realize this result. I thought Dongfang Feng would definitely become the peak master, but he was defeated like this. Upon hearing the news, Yu Qinro and Su Xingwan couldn't believe their ears. The master and disciple had even planned how to live after leaving Junior Peak. But I didn't expect that the main peak competition would end in victory. Return to Junior Peak. The master and his 2 disciples felt that the air here smelled a little better. After all, Junior Peak is a blessed land. The spiritual energy is extremely abundant, which is very suitable for both spiritual practice and recuperation. After taking the elixir, Su Xingwan's condition has improved a lot. The task of cooking tonight is left to you, Beiyan. I will take care of your senior sister. Liu Beiyan nodded, turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Yu Qinro and Su Xingwan were the only ones left in the room. Master, do you feel that Beiyan is a little different from before? Hearing this, Yu Qinro nodded in agreement. During the time when you were out training, Beiyan seemed to have become a different person. He often practiced alone in his room. But the effect was also very obvious. Beiyan made great progress. But isn't this progress too great? Master, do you think Beiyan is practicing some evil skills? Otherwise, how could he make such rapid progress in such a short period of time? Evil power. Yu Qinro had actually suspected this before, but after searching Liu Beiyan's room, she did not find any clues. I have not yet found any traces of practicing evil skills in Beiyan, but his recent actions. Having said this, Yu Qinro suddenly realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly shut up. But Su Xingwan is not someone who can be easily fooled. Master, please continue. What has Beiyan done recently? Nothing, he just practiced too hard, which is very different from the lazy him before Tilder. Yu Qinro laughed it off, trying to get away with it. But the next moment, Su Xingwan stared at her with a pair of sharp eyes. Master, every time you lie, you will smile unconsciously, you don't know it yourself, Tilder. Yu Qinro felt guilty when being stared at, because she was obviously the master. But in front of the powerful Su Xingwan, she was like a shy little apprentice. Xingwan, it's really nothing. You have to trust your master. It seems that master is unwilling to tell the truth unless he takes action, Tilder. Su Xingwan stood up from the bed and opened his hands into claw shapes. Seeing this scene, Yu Qinro subconsciously put her hands in front of her chest, ready to defend against Su Xingwan's clutches. This skillful chest protecting action shows that this is not the first time he has been attacked. Master, are you still unwilling to tell the truth? It's really nothing, Xing Wan, how can you not trust your teacher? There is no way that trickery will work with Su Xingwan. Seeing that Yu Qinro still refused to tell the truth, the devil took action. Attack from both sides and make a feint to the east while attacking in the west. Su Xingwan's movements were very skillful, and she still succeeded even though she was injured. Yu Qinro's face turned slightly red after being attacked, and she finally chose to compromise. I surrender to the master. I will tell you everything. Move your hand away first. Su Xingwan let Yu Qinro go for the time being and lay on the bed, waiting for her to tell the truth. During the time when Yu Xingwan were out for training, Bayan did change a bit. These changes were not only in his cultivation, but also in his psychology. Psychologically. Yu Qinro nodded and continued. Chapter 19. You need to enlighten Bayan. Please collect. Bayan seems to be very enthusiastic about jewel cultivation recently. Sometimes, I can feel his enthusiastic gaze. Having said that, Yu Qinro felt too embarrassed to continue. Su Xingwan finally understood why Yu Qinro was embarrassed to speak before. So that's why. Did that brat Liu Bayan do anything against you, my master? That's not the case. I suspected that he was practicing evil skills, so I sneaked into his room to see if there were any signs of him practicing evil skills. As a result, I found that Bayan was reading some very bad articles. Yu Qinro didn't tell everything. For example, Liu Bayan came to her room late at night and took away her underwear. As a senior sister, Su Xingwan has always been strict with Liu Bayan. If she knew that Liu Bayan stole her underwear, he would definitely be punished. This kid really needs a lesson. Su Xingwan glared and had already decided in her mind to teach Liu Bayan a lesson. Seeing her like this, Yu Qinro quickly advised, Xingwan, don't be too harsh on Bayan. It is normal for a male cultivator of his age to have some yearning for jewel cultivation. It is better to guide than to block. Blindly criticizing and punishing will only make Bayan more and more reluctant to communicate with us. Find some time to enlighten Bayan. If he really wants a Taoist partner, we will find one for him. After hearing what his master said, Su Xingwan thought for a moment and nodded. Judging from deeds, not the heart, there is no saint if we judge by the heart. Liu Bayan was just fantasizing about some things now and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. He really shouldn't be punished. After all, as a senior sister, I have also dreamed of being with Bayan. Thinking of this, Su Xingwan quickly shook her head to stop herself from recalling those impressive dreams. Master, senior sister it's time to eat Outside the house, Liu Bayan's voice was heard. Yu Qinro and Su Xingwan also stopped talking. At the dinner table, the master and his two apprentices celebrated today's victory. Bayan, your performance today was great, far exceeding the expectations of your teacher and senior sister. You deserve praise. Ever since the main peak competition ended, Yu Qinro's smile has never stopped. It can be seen that defending junior peak really makes the master very happy. Su Xingwan next to him also had a smile on his face. He had lived here for many years and it was a place of spiritual treasures. Not having to leave is certainly worth celebrating. Looking at his senior sister and master with smiling faces, Liu Bayan felt indescribably happy. I am not very interested in things like becoming an immortal and living forever. But it is indeed a great pleasure to have the ability to protect the people you want to protect. At this moment, a mechanical sound suddenly sounded in my mind. Congratulations to their host for realizing the true meaning of happiness, happiness value limit plus 10. The upper limit plus 10? This is good stuff. What Liu Bayan hopes most now is that the upper limit of happiness value can be higher. In this way, when using the system for normal cultivation, you don't have to worry about the system going haywire and causing you to be socially dead. It's just that it only added 10 points, which is a bit too little. Open the system interface and check your properties. Foundation Stage 3. Energy, 100-100. Happiness value, 100-110. You have to find ways to understand the true meaning of happiness. The higher your happiness value, the fewer troubles you will encounter when you practice in the future. After dinner, Liu Bayan took the initiative to take care of the housework. After finishing everything, he returned to his room, ready to continue writing and collect some spirit stones. In fact, Liu Beiyan really wanted 10,000 spirit stones to practice their Suwen medical classic. It's just how I should explain the reason. Although I won 30,000 spirit stones in this main peak competition, these are needed to buy medicine for my master and try to treat his injuries. He directly asked for 10,000 spirit stones, which was not a small number. Forget it, I'd better earn the spirit stones myself. According to the guaranteed price given by the holy sect of Confucianism and Taoism, 10,000 words are worth 50 spirit stones, and 2 million words can earn 10,000 spirit stones. Oh, take your time. Liu Beiyan took a deep breath and comforted himself. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. 2 million words is a long way to go, but if you don't write, you will never reach it. He picked up the pen and continued writing the article. Liu Beiyan has already written 400,000 words for the novel Passion on a Rainy Night, The Unspeakable Secret Between My Master and Me. The holy emperor of Confucianism and Taoism was very satisfied with the quality of Liu Beiyan's work, especially the descriptions of some details, and his writing style was excellent. Liu Beiyan thought that he had written this book seriously, and the spirit stones he earned were reasonable. The three people from Yunya Peak were in a very good mood tonight, and their practice became more agile. Compared with the cheerful atmosphere in Yunya Peak, there was silence in the imperial household department at this time. Dongfang Feng's father, Dongfang Shan, is the head of the imperial household department. He was sitting in the center of the podium, and everyone below the stage lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. Even Dongfang Feng, who was doted on by Dongfang Shan, was too ashamed to say a word. Tell me, how did this game, which was sure to win, end up like this? Dongfang Shan on the stage closed his eyes slightly and spoke in a calm tone. No one present dared to speak. Whoever spoke would be the first to be scolded. After a long silence, Dongfang Feng couldn't control himself anymore and stood up. Father, today's defeat is all my daughter's fault. If we prepare 30,000 more spirit stones and challenge again, we will definitely be able to take down Yunya Peak. But the great elder didn't give us any time to gather all the spirit stones. Seeing that we couldn't come up with any spirit stones, he quickly stood up and announced the end of the main peak competition. Hearing this, Dongfang Shan snorted coldly. Our Ministry of Internal Affairs and the library have always been the second elder's faction. Didn't we expect that the first elder would target us? In the final analysis, it's all because of your arrogance and hubris. Haven't you heard that an arrogant army will be defeated? There are only 2 disciples from Yunya Peak who can go on the field, and one of them is only at the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage. They can't even win. What are you doing? Dongfang Shan became angrier and angrier the more he cursed. Seeing that everyone just kept their heads down, I didn't want to say much. He stood up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Dongfang Shan couldn't help but curse again. A bunch of rubbish, you can still lose despite such an advantage, you really ruined my plans. Liuyun Palace. Master Wangshu and the 5 elders had just finished discussing the sect's important affairs here. Before the meeting ended, Master Wangshu suddenly remembered today's main peak competition. Is there anything wrong with today's main peak competition? Although Yu Qinrou's lineage was driven out of Yunya Peak, she has at least made contributions to the sect. Let the Ministry of Internal Affairs allocate more resources to her. Chapter 20 Liu Beiyan, dead. As soon as Master Wangshu said this, the great elder immediately responded. Today's main peak competition is a little different from what we expected. The Dongfang Feng lineage not only has no talent, but is also arrogant. I sent for disciples to challenge him, but I didn't expect that even the only 2 disciples from Yunya Peak couldn't win. Upon hearing this, Master Wangshu looked surprised. Oh, it seems that the 2 disciples under Yu Qinrou are quite powerful. It's hard to say how powerful they are. I can only say that this Dongfang Feng lineage is stupid and dumb enough. The first elder had a smile on his face, and as he spoke, he looked at the second elder next to him. Everyone knows that the Dongfang Feng lineage of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is the follower of the second elder. On the surface, he was talking about Dongfang Feng, but in fact he was teasing the second elder. After hearing what the first elder said, the second elder's face turned even uglier. But soon, the second elder thought of a suitable excuse. Master, although Yu Qinrou's lineage has managed to keep the position of the head of Yunya Peak, this year is the year for all the sects to debate and fight. Daishikyoji Temple trained a young monk who was said to be the reincarnation of the true Buddha. He debated with 7 sects in succession and won every time. The chief disciple of the Daking immortal sect was even said to shave his head, become a monk, and convert directly to Buddhism. In addition, it is said that a kendo genius with a natural sword body was born in Tianjianviller. It is said that this man has a special connection with the sword, and can quickly comprehend even the most difficult sword techniques. At the moment, I am looking for a sect to test my comprehension skills with. The second elder paused for a moment when he spoke, then sighed. Alas, other sects have produced many geniuses, but my Liuyun immortal sect is the number one sect in the great Qi dynasty. It is really sad that Yu Qinro, a useless person who can never improve in her life, actually occupies the position of the master of the main peak. The great elder next to him snorted coldly. What do you mean, second elder? Yu Qinro secured the position of peak master by herself, it wasn't arranged by you. What's the point of saying this? The second elder simply ignored the first elder's words and bowed to Master Wangshu, saying, Master, our Liuyun immortal sect is the number one immortal sect in the great Qi dynasty. All the major sects in the dynasty will definitely send various challenges to our sect this year. The 12 main peaks are the main force in the battle, so there must not be any unqualified people among them. Otherwise, when we fight with other sects, it will be our entire sect that will be embarrassed. The neutral third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder all nodded. What the second elder said makes sense. Every 7 years, the major sects of the great Qi dynasty demonstrate their strength and potential. During this year, the major sects will challenge each other and compete in martial arts and discuss the Tao. This is to demonstrate the strength and potential of one's own sect. This series of actions can, first of all, demonstrate to the outside world the sect's ability to train young disciples. Recruit more and more talented new disciples to join the sect. Secondly, this is also to show the strength of their sect to the great Qi dynasty and improve the sect's rating. In the great Qi dynasty, no matter how powerful a sect was, it was still under the jurisdiction of the dynasty. The greater the potential it demonstrates, the higher the rating it will receive. Naturally, the resources provided each year can be reduced. As the number one immortal sect in the great Qi dynasty, the Liuyun immortal sect was able to gain some advantages in the competition with it, which naturally was enough to better demonstrate the potential of its disciples. My Liuyun immortal sect holds a main peak competition every 7 years, isn't it just to select the strongest 12 sects at the moment to deal with the challenges of other sects? Now that Yu Qinro's lineage is so weak, how can it still be qualified to occupy the position of the main peak? The second elder spoke with deep emotion, and every word he said was out of consideration for the sect. The great elder sneered again. What do you mean, second elder? Are you going to let the loser Dongfang Feng become the peak master? Okay, let's stop arguing about this. Dongfang Feng's inability to take the position of peak master is her own problem. The rules set by the immortal sect cannot be changed for her. As for the various competitions this year, you elders should urge the 12 main peaks. Even if Junior Peak lags behind, don't we still have the 11 main peaks? Master Wangshu made a direct judgment on the matter, and the elders could no longer continue arguing. Junior Peak. In the afternoon, the master asked her to enlighten Liu Beian more and guide this little junior brother to correctly understand jewel cultivation. Regarding this matter, Su Xingwan thought about it for a long time alone in the room. After much thought, I think it's better to do this sooner rather than later. Why not just go and talk to Liu Beian tonight? After thinking it through, Su Xingwan put on her coat and walked towards Liu Beian's room. The lights in the room were still on at this moment, and Liu Beian was writing immersely. I walked quietly to the door of the room. It was very quiet inside and I could only hear some rustling sounds through the door. This is the sound left by Liu Beian's pen tip and paper when he was writing. But from the perspective of Su Xingwan, who was outside the house, it seemed to him that his junior brother was definitely doing something bad. Master said before that he was reading some bad articles, and tonight he was caught red-handed. I would like to take this opportunity to talk about this topic. After thinking it through, Su Xingwan took a deep breath and prepared to break in. She was ready to see something unsightly. Somehow, deep down, there was still a hint of anticipation. At this time, Liu Beian had never anticipated Su Xingwan's evil deeds. After coming to Junior Peak for so long, my master and senior sisters have always respected my privacy. But this is precisely the problem of empiricism. Crunch. There was a noise from the door. Realizing that it was his senior sister who suddenly broke in, Liu Beian suddenly panicked. He used his hands and feet to hurriedly hide the manuscript of the novel. But all this could not escape Su Xingwan's eyes. Society. Society is dead. Liu Beiyan looked ashen, and all he wanted was to travel through time again, this time to live on Mars, a deserted place where no one would recognize him. Su Xingwan, who broke into the room, did not see what he expected. For some reason, he felt a little disappointed. But seeing how Liu Beiyan hid things in such a panic, he should have been caught. You were doing something shameful just now, right? With a smile on her face, Su Xingwan slowly walked towards Liu Beiyan. Although my senior sister is stunningly beautiful, she is even more stunning when she smiles. But somehow, when I saw my senior sister approaching step by step, I felt like a beautiful devil was approaching me. What are you hiding? Take it out and show it to me, Tilda. Shake your head. If you don't give it to me, I'll turn it over myself. As he spoke, Su Xingwan rushed to the place where Liu Beiyan hid the manuscript of the novel. Su Xingwan was only one step away from social death, and Liu Beiyan would not let her succeed no matter what. Chapter 21, Caught by Su Xingwan, please collect. In the small room, Liu Beiyan was determined to stop Su Xingwan at all costs. But Su Xingwan is not Yu Qinro. If Yu Qinro saw Liu Beiyan's persistence, she would probably give in to Liu Beiyan. But if you try to fool people, you will never get away with it from Su Xingwan. Senior sister, please, let Beiyan go this time. Impossible. If senior sister doesn't see what you're hiding, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep for the next few days. As he spoke, Su Xingwan argued even more vigorously. When it comes to whether he will die socially, Liu Beiyan is determined not to compromise. The two of them were entangled in a fight, and under Liu Beiyan's absolute defense, the manuscript of the novel had not yet fallen into Su Xingwan's clutches. Suddenly, Su Xingwan clenched her teeth, and her right hand, which was originally fighting for Liu Beiyan's novel manuscript, retracted and covered her waist. Seeing this scene, Liu Beiyan also reacted. After all, senior sister is still a patient. I suffered quite a few skin injuries during the competition at the main peak today. I'm afraid that the wound must have been opened during the fight just now. However, before Liu Beiyan could say any words of concern, senior sister Su Xingwan's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of cunning. Hey Tilda, got it Tilda. Taking advantage of Liu Beiyan's distraction, Su Xingwan snatched the manuscript of the novel. When he saw the manuscript of the novel fall into the hands of his senior sister, his desire to survive suddenly surged. He instantly burst out with astonishing strength. But what if it explodes again? He was just a small cultivator at the third level of the foundation establishment stage. And my senior sister has already reached the fusion stage. You still dare to resist? Su Xingwan's figure flashed lightly, and she easily pushed Liu Beiyan down on the bed. Her jade legs stepped directly on Liu Beiyan's chest, making it impossible to move at all. This is the difference in cultivation realm, the gap of two major realms, which makes Liu Beiyan just an elementary school student in front of his senior sister. Su Xingwan stepped on Liu Beiyan while reading the manuscript of the novel in her hand. Liu Beiyan raised his head and saw a different scenery from this angle. Pink. Bar, what pink? I'm almost dying of social anxiety, and you still want pink. After seeing the contents of the novel manuscript, Su Xingwan was ready to start blaming Liu Beiyan. Master is right, this child is too obsessed with jewel cultivation. It's not just reading anymore, now I've started writing. Su Xingwan took a quick read and found that the heroine in the novel was her master. This kid is really greedy for his master's body. Seeing Su Xingwan carefully reading the manuscript of the novel, Liu Beiyan's eyes had lost their luster. Master, senior sister, I'm sorry. Beiyan is already socially dead, and will go to live on Mars tomorrow. I can only repay your kindness in my next life. Liu Beiyan, is this what you mean by practicing hard every day? You've spent all your time on these things. Hearing his senior sister's voice, the dazed Liu Beiyan trembled violently. Sister, I really practice seriously. I just write these novels occasionally to combine work and rest. Work and rest. I think you just want to take advantage of Master's body. Facing the accusation from his senior sister, Liu Beiyan immediately retorted, I am not, I didn't, senior sister, please stop talking nonsense. Very loud. You still don't admit it. Aren't the hero and heroine in your article the master and the disciple? You still want to quibble? Then I'll take these articles to the master to judge and see if I have wronged you. When Liu Beiyan heard that Su Xingwan was going to take these articles to show his master, he immediately got scared. Seeing Liu Beiyan giving in, Su Xingwan would not let it go. Instead, she continued to ask, "Answer me honestly. Are you writing these because you want master's body?" "I was just thinking. I've never done anything out of line, really." Whispering. Under interrogation, Liu Beiyan's voice became smaller and smaller, and his expression became more and more aggrieved. When Su Xingwan saw Liu Beiyan's look, her heart softened. Master was right. Male cultivators of his age were more or less yearning for jewel cultivation. As his senior sister, I should give him correct guidance. Su Xingwan took back her foot that was stepping on Liu Beiyan and gently pulled him up to sit down. Senior sister knows that boys of your age are very envious and yearning for jewel cultivation, but you must not indulge your mind in it. Don't worry, senior sister. As long as you don't tell master about me writing these novels, Liu Beiyan will practice wholeheartedly in the future. At this moment, Liu Beiyan didn't know that Yu Qianrou knew about his writing before Su Xingwan. Su Xingwan was also stunned. His junior brother didn't even know that he had been exposed long ago. But since you brought it up yourself, of course I have to satisfy you. Okay, as long as you are obedient in the future, I will never tell master about your writing. Of course, if master knew about it through other means, you can't blame senior sister. Liu Beiyan nodded. Of course, as long as senior sister helps Beiyan keep the secret, master will never know. Deep down, Liu Beiyan had already decided to keep these manuscripts secret in the future. Don't even think about finding a senior sister, let alone a gentle master tilder. Seeing that Liu Beiyan showed good determination, Su Xingwan did not torture him any further and threw all the manuscripts of the novel in his hand into Liu Beiyan's hands. Clean yourself up, be more restrained from now on, and concentrate on your practice. Hearing the instructions from his senior sister, Liu Beiyan nodded repeatedly to assure her. After the counseling was over, Su Xingwan didn't stay any longer and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Su Xingwan suddenly leaned close to Liu Beiyan's ear. Feeling the warmth and fragrance coming from senior sister's body, he couldn't help but tremble again. "Beiyan, tell me quietly, have you ever fantasized about me tilder?" The devil's whispers, definitely the devil's whispers. Liu Beiyan just felt cold all over, his mind racing, thinking about how to answer. After a moment, Liu Beiyan answered affirmatively, "No, absolutely not. Beiyan only has admiration for senior sister, and dare not dream of anything else." "Har har, it seems that senior sister is not pretty enough tilder," Su Xingwan said in a teasing tone, seeming a little unhappy. Liu Beiyan, who had a strong desire to survive, immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. Su Xingwan and Yu Qianrou are both extremely beautiful fairies in the world, but their beauty styles are completely different. Wait a minute, senior sister, Beiyan didn't dare to tell the truth just now. In fact, Beiyan has fantasized about it more than once, and senior sister. What are you thinking about? Tell me tilder. How can I describe this? Su Xingwan thought about it and felt that it was indeed not appropriate to describe it. Then tell me, senior sister, do you fantasize about master more often, or do you fantasize about me more often? The desire to win is too strong, this is better than. Liu Beiyan has already figured out senior sister's temper. I fantasized about senior sister much more. After getting this answer, Su Xingwan couldn't help but smile and happily prepared to leave the room. Chapter 22, 10,000 Spiritual Stones. Seeing Su Xingwan preparing to leave, Liu Beiyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sometimes, my senior sister is a little angel who loves me, and sometimes, she is a little devil who likes to torture me. For example, tonight, I was played around by my senior sister. But at this moment, a thought suddenly came to my mind. In today's main peak competition, he won 30,000 low-grade spirit stones from Dongfang Feng. Can I ask my senior sister for 10,000 pills so I can study the Suwen Medical Classic? Thinking of this, Liu Beiyan said cautiously, "Senior sister, Beiyan wants some spirit stones." Su Xingwan, who had just stepped out of the room, turned around and glanced at Liu Beiyan. "How much?" Su Xingwan is in a good mood now. Even if Liu Beiyan wants a few hundred spirit stones, she will agree to him today. Liu Beiyan carefully extended a finger. "Okay, come to my room tomorrow and get 100. Sister, it's not 100. If it's not 100, then it's 1,000. Su Xingwan narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at Liu Beiyan as if she was looking at prey. It seemed as if he could see through Liu Beiyan completely. "What do you need so many spirit stones for? Even though we won 30,000 spirit stones today, we still have to use them sparingly at Yunya Peak. Tell me what you are going to do with these 1000 spirit stones. If it is really necessary, I can give them to you. After hearing what his senior sister said, Liu Beiyan cautiously shook his head again. Then, as if he had done something wrong, he replied, Senior sister, Beiyan doesn't want 1000 spirit stones, but 10,000. 10,000. Upon hearing this number, Su Xingwan, who was about to leave, immediately turned back. He grabbed Liu Beiyan and pushed him against the wall. Don't force senior sister to do you when she is in a good mood. 10,000 spirit stones are enough to cover our expenses for a year, and Master's injuries urgently require high-level elixirs to heal, so spirit stones are even more scarce. What do you want to do with so many spirit stones? Looking at his senior sister who was so close to him, Liu Beiyan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Especially the subtle fragrance emanating from the senior sister, which makes people yearn for it. Taking a deep breath, Liu Beiyan straightened his mind and mustered up the courage to say, Senior sister, Beiyan wants to learn the art of alchemy. Hearing this, Su Xingwan calmed down a little. She originally thought that Liu Beiyan took these spirit stones to do something improper. It turns out that he wanted to learn the art of alchemy. 10,000 spirit stones may seem like a lot, but if used to learn the art of alchemy, it would be a drop in the bucket. A novice alchemist needs to prepare a large amount of medicinal materials for practice. However, these medicinal herbs used for practice are almost all wasted and cannot be made into effective pills. A talented monk may be able to formally enter the sect within a year. He was able to refine some decent pills, but his expenses were still not enough to cover his income. But if you don't have enough talent, it may take you 5, 10, or even 20 years to get started. For such an alchemist, the initial investment was completely wasted. After investing hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, there was no return at all. When Su Xingwan heard that Liu Beiyan wanted to learn the art of alchemy, she knew that he was filial and supported Liu Beiyan spiritually. But returning to reality, the extremely difficult path of studying alchemy forced Su Xingwan to persuade Liu Beiyan to give up. Letting go of Liu Beiyan, who was pinned against the wall, Su Xingwan sighed softly. Beiyan, senior sister knows what you are thinking. You want to learn the art of alchemy and earn more spirit stones to subsidize the expenses of Junior Peak. Or maybe he wants to make his own elixir to heal his master's injuries. But the difficulty of alchemy is far beyond your imagination. Your master is absolutely the most talented person in Liu Yun Immortal Sect, but for a genius like her, it will take at least a year to learn the art of alchemy. Moreover, the art of alchemy requires intensive study. In order to master the art, alchemists usually have no time to improve their skills. Back then, Master also chose the path of cultivation and gave up refining medicine. As human beings, there is always a period of time when we are young and frivolous. In Su Xingwan's opinion, his junior brother should be at that age. But when you really put it into practice, you will find how difficult life is. Senior sister, just let Beiyan try. Maybe I am a genius in alchemy tilde. Har har, you are quite bold in thinking. If there really is such a genius in the world, would the elixir be so expensive? Su Xingwan retorted unhappily. In her opinion, Liu Beiyan was overconfident. Thinking that he performed a little better in the main peak competition, he felt that he had extraordinary talent. In the end, you will only get a disappointing result. Senior sister, I really want to learn how to make medicine, please let me try. Seeing that Su Xingwan still refused to agree, Liu Beiyan hugged her arms, held them against his chest, and swayed them from side to side in a coquettish manner. Hey, you're such a grown-up, why are you still acting like a child? Okay, I'll do as you say, but you have to make it clear first. What if I invest these 10,000 spirit stones and end up with nothing in the end? What should I do? Whatever senior sister says, we'll do it. If Beiyan has spent these 10,000 spirit stones and still hasn't mastered the art of alchemy, then I'll let senior sister do whatever she wants. Okay. I'll grant your request this time. If you learn the art of refining medicine, I can agree to any of your requests and give you a gift. Seeing Liu Beiyan's confident look, Su Xingwan decided to go crazy with him. Although the final result would most likely be a waste of 10,000 spirit stones, Liu Beiyan still had to give it a try. If you don't try, how can you give up? Early the next morning, Liu Beiyan found Su Xingwan and asked for a full 10,000 spirit stones. In order to avoid any trouble during practice, all the food was prepared in the room. In order to prevent the happiness value from being insufficient, the system will be messed up. Liu Beiyan checked his supplies again and found that his master's set of underwear had hardly been used. Okay, everything is ready. After telling his master and senior sisters that he would go into seclusion to practice, Liu Beiyan went into his room. Ordinary training begins. This training costs 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Estimated mastery of the Suwon pharmacopoeia, a glimpse of the doorway. During this period, the training is fully automatic. Please confirm with the host. Confirm. As soon as the words fell, control of the body was instantly taken over by the system. In his mind, the recipes of various elixirs began to pour into his memory. Even with the system practicing automatically, Liu Beiyan still felt a little tired. No wonder there are so few alchemists in the world. The learning process is simply not something a human can endure. Chapter 23. Su Xingwan doesn't believe it and makes a bet. Please collect it. Yunya Peak. A crane came with a letter in its beak and handed it to Yu Qinro. This was issued by the elders of Liyun Immortal Sect. The content of the letter was nothing else but saying that the sect would receive invitations to competitions from various forces in the near future. Disciples from each main peak must be prepared to fight and discuss with other sects to win honor for the Immortal Sect. Yu Qinro handed the letter to Su Xingwan to take a look. These battles of fighting and discussing the Tao were all carried out by the new generation of young cultivators in the past 7 years. She was long past that age. Su Xingwan took a look at the letter and then threw it away. There are only 2 disciples in Yunya Peak now, himself and Liu Beiyan, and its strength is the weakest among the 12 main peaks. In addition, the sect also withholds resources in various ways. In order to survive, in addition to practicing time, you also have to take time to earn resources for practice. In this case, there is no time left to prepare for a fight or discussion. This kind of thing should be left to the top geniuses in Liyun Xianzong Tilder. Inside the room, Liu Beiyan was still practicing in seclusion. Under the control of the system, his hands began to gesture in the air, as if simulating the process of refining medicine. In his mind, the huge elixir formula has been engraved into Liu Beiyan's memory. In addition, various diseases and poisoning conditions were also input into Liu Beiyan's mind. After all, elixirs are for monks to eat. In order to refine the right elixir for the right condition, alchemists also have extensive research on medical theory and toxicology. Moreover, medical principles and toxicology are sometimes interconnected. Discussing toxicity without considering dosage is just hooliganism. The same medicinal material, when given in different amounts, will have completely different effects. Just the right dose, and it can save lives. If the dosage is too large, it may become a poison that harms people. Liu Beiyan has discovered a pattern that an ordinary training session usually lasts 30 hours, or 2.5 days. I have already stuffed so much knowledge into my head, but only 1 day has passed. No wonder it costs 10,000 spirit stones to practice this, Suwon Medical Classic, once. Mainly because it has a lot of content. 30 hours later, this ordinary training finally came to an end. The mastery of Suwon Medical Classic has reached the initial stage. This ordinary practice is over. It took 30 hours. Thank you for the host's use tilde. As the mechanical sound of the system sounded, control of the body returned to me. Liu Beiyan stood up and walked outside to breathe some fresh air and stretch his muscles. By the way, organize the huge amount of knowledge in your mind. Although I have only just begun to understand the basics of the Suwon Medical Classic, the general knowledge has already been retained in my mind. To improve your mastery later, you should also start with proficiency. There are 9 grades of elixirs, and I am just a novice alchemist now. A first grade elixir should be easy to refine, but for elixirs of the second grade and above, the success rate of refining should be very low. After tidying up his clothes, Liu Beiyan decided to go to his senior sister first to show her the results of his practice. You have to know that 3 days ago, senior sister had no confidence in herself at all. Liu Beiyan was looking forward to what expression his senior sister would have when she knew that he had mastered the art of alchemy. It was just past noon and Su Xingwan was studying martial arts in his room. Ever since Yu Qinro was injured, Yunya Peak has actually been entirely supported by her. For Yu Qinro and Liu Beiyan, she did not allow herself to be lazy at all. Hearing Liu Beiyan's footsteps, Su Xingwan's slightly closed eyes opened instantly. Before knocking on the door, opened the door in advance to welcome Liu Beiyan. You were in seclusion for cultivation, but how come you came out after only 3 days? Have you finally realized your own abilities and given up on refining medicine? Su Xingwan had a slight smile on her face. She had expected Liu Beiyan's failure. In fact, during these 3 days, she had already made a training plan for Liu Beiyan. After failing in learning the art of alchemy, he asked Liu Beiyan to practice diligently according to the training plan he had set. After this, you are not allowed to think about other things. One moment you want to make medicine, the next moment you want to learn formations. Sister, I didn't give up on refining medicine. I have already mastered the essence of refining medicine. Seeing Liu Beiyan speaking with confidence, Su Xingwan seemed a little nervous. You kid, your practice must have gone wrong and you are a little confused. Su Xingwan would not believe that someone could master the art of alchemy in 3 days, since he was not a rookie who had just entered the immortal sect. Really, senior sister, I've been told that I have a strong talent and will be able to learn it quickly. Su Xingwan admitted that talent differed among cultivators. However, she would never believe that her junior fellow apprentice had talent and could learn the art of alchemy in just 3 days. You know, Liu Beiyan has been in Liuyun Immortal Sect for almost 2 years. He just recently broke through to the foundation building stage. It is so difficult to improve one's cultivation level, let alone the even more difficult alchemy, which might be impossible to comprehend. You said you learned the art of refining medicine, then tell me how you learned it. I was alone in the room, studying hard. Hearing this answer, Su Xingwan smiled again. The art of refining medicine is a combination of theory and practice. Maybe Beiyan, you have understood the medical pharmacopoeia, but when it comes to actually refining medicine, you have no idea where to start. Just because the eyes understand doesn't mean the hands can do it, do you understand? My senior sister really looks down on me. I believe deep down that I can never learn it, and everything I say seems like nonsense. Since you don't believe me, Beiyan will demonstrate it to you. Facts speak louder than words. As he spoke, Liu Beiyan stood up and went to the warehouse at Yunye Peak, preparing to take some medicinal herbs for experimentation. And during the process of collecting medicinal materials, Su Xingwan just followed along. He continued to lecture Liu Beiyan. Beiyan, do you know why alchemists are so precious? Every alchemist is created through tens of millions of failed practices. Most alchemists would have to study for at least 4 to 5 years if they wanted to completely refine a usable pill, even if it was only a first-grade pill. Is it possible to learn the art of alchemy in just 3 days? Liu Beiyan just listened to his senior sister's sermon without refutation. Soon, the medicinal materials for refining the pills were ready. Beiyan, why are you so stubborn? Su Xingwan shook her head. Seeing that Liu Beiyan refused to listen, she had already made up her mind. If the elixir cannot be refined later, I must torture him. However, at this moment, Liu Beiyan had already set up all the tools. After the medicine was ready, Liu Beiyan's eyes instantly became serious. The furnace was lit and a stream of spiritual energy was injected. The flame temperature rose high and soon the medicine furnace was burning red. Holding a medicinal ingredient in each hand, he threw them into the medicine furnace at an extremely fast speed. This series of movements was extremely skillful, even comparable to the techniques of some alchemists in the Liuyun Immortal Sect. Chapter 24, Pill Refining, Liu Beiyan's Request. Refining medicine is actually a very energy-consuming task. During the refining process, the mind is in a highly tense state. Any small mistake will result in failure of making the elixir. All the materials invested were wasted and no profit was generated. Looking at Liu Beiyan who was concentrating in front of him, Su Xingwan even held her breathing to avoid disturbing him. In the alchemy furnace, the medicinal materials originally thrown in gradually seeped out medicinal liquid. Liu Beiyan's movements were extremely skillful, and he seemed to be filtering out the medicinal residue effortlessly. At the same time, the medicinal liquid began to condense in the alchemy furnace. A layer of black soft shell material gradually grew, gradually surrounding the essence of the medicine. This was the first time Su Xingwan watched pill refining at such a close distance. It turns out that this is what happens during the elixir refining process. At the beginning, I wanted to watch an alchemist making pills, but he directly asked for 300 low-grade spirit stones as observation fee. I thought I would never see the scene of refining medicine in this life, but I didn't expect. Liu Beiyan in front of him was still concentrating on refining the elixir, and beads of sweat had already begun to seep out of his forehead. Su Xingwan discovered that she seemed to know too little about this junior brother. In the past, I thought that Liu Beiyan was lazy and had no ambition, and I thought that he would live a mediocre life. But now it seems that I am an incompetent senior sister. Liu Beiyan possessed such great potential, but he had no idea about it. Looking back at the training plan he had prepared, Su Xingwan found it a little ridiculous. I actually treated Liu Beiyan as a mediocre person and trained him. Just as Su Xingwan was blaming himself, the elixir in the alchemy furnace had gradually begun to solidify. Not long after, a black pill appeared in the alchemy furnace. Before Su Xingwan could look, the fragrance of medicinal pills wafted over. Qingshan pills, and they are of extremely high quality. Although he didn't know how to refine pills, Su Xingwan had used them before. She was very familiar with the smell of Qingshan pill, which was a detoxifying pill. This is a must-have elixir for cultivators who often go out for training. Liu Beiyan took out the Qingshan pill from the alchemy furnace, with a slight pride on his face, and handed it to Su Xingwan. At this moment, Liu Beiyan was almost about to write these 3 words on his face: "Praise me quickly." But at this moment, Su Xingwan had already been so shocked by the pill that she was speechless. In the past, some people often said that Liu Beiyan was a termite of junior peak. All he knows is to eat and wait for death. Yu Qinro and Su Xingwan defended him at the time, saying that everyone has different talents, some are geniuses while others are mediocre. Although Liu Beiyan is mediocre, he has a kind heart, and both myself and my master treat him like a family member. But now it seems that Liu Beiyan, who was said to be a parasite, is not mediocre at all, but an extremely talented person. To learn the art of alchemy in 3 days, this is a realm that only a genius can achieve. Sister, please don't cheat. I have made this elixir, you have to abide by the agreement. Su Xingwan came back to her senses after hearing Liu Beiyan's words. I remembered that 3 days ago, Liu Beiyan asked for spirit stones and I teased him and made a bet with him. As long as he could learn the art of alchemy, I would agree to any of his requests and also give him a gift. Thinking about it now, Su Xingwan just felt a wave of regret. It's all because of my talk. When he said this, he never could have imagined that his junior fellow apprentice could actually learn the art of alchemy. Now, I have promised to agree to any of his requests. Liu Beiyan had been yearning for jewel cultivation recently, so wasn't he jumping into a fire pit? If Beiyan asked himself that. Do you keep your promises? Or is it %%? You are my senior sister. As an elder, you can't cheat. You promised to agree to one of my requests, and you can't go back on your word. Su Xingwan's cheeks flushed slightly. She could only take responsibility for the mistake she had made. Then tell me, what is your request? Su Xingwan, who is usually free and easy, spoke very softly at this moment. My request is that from today on, senior sister, you are not allowed to hit me again, including but not limited to my face, arms, thighs, buttocks, etc. As long as the senior sister agrees to this request, from now on, the serfs will be able to sing and live a happy life. Hearing this request, Su Xingwan felt a little disappointed for some reason. Am I being too harsh on Beiyan? So much so that when I could ask for anything, I just asked myself not to hit him again. After hesitating for a moment, Su Xingwan nodded and agreed to Liu Beiyan's request. Keep your word, senior sister will never hit you in the future. As for the gift I promised you before, I will give it to you later. After saying that, Su Xingwan turned around and prepared to go back to her room. Seeing the pretty back of his senior sister, especially her perfect pair of legs, Liu Beiyan felt as if he was possessed by the system again. Suddenly, a not very decent thought came to my mind. My senior sister just promised not to beat me anymore. Do you want to give it a try? Try to offend senior sister a little? I don't know why, but this thought became more and more serious. My right hand began to stretch out unconsciously. I pinched it gently and it was very elastic. Before he had time to savor it, the next moment, Liu Beiyan was pressed against the wall by Su Xingwan. Is your skin itchy? As usual, Liu Beiyan had already started begging for mercy. But today, we are going to turn the tables and become the masters. Senior sister, you just said you wouldn't hit me, you can't go back on your word tilde. Su Xingwan also understood at this moment that this boy was actually testing him. Har, Xiao Beiyan actually started teasing me tilde. I did promise not to hit you, but do you think that senior sister has no means to deal with you? As she spoke, Su Xingwan moved closer to Liu Beiyan and whispered. Xiao Beiyan, you must have forgotten that I still have the evidence that you are slandering your master's body tilde, and you are not just fantasizing about it in your mind, you have even written it down tilde. It was clearly human language, but to Liu Beiyan, it sounded like the whisper of a devil. It seems that I will be suppressed by this woman in front of me for the rest of my life. Woo woo woo. Watching Liu Beiyan leave dejectedly, Su Xingwan just found it funny. His little junior brother was really cute sometimes. Back in the room, Su Xingwan continued to study the Qingshan pill in his hand. This pill is of better quality than any I've ever bought. It doesn't look like it was made by a novice alchemist at all. All this seemed to indicate that his junior fellow apprentice was a genius in alchemy. Chapter 25, Supplement to the Immortal Cultivator Monthly Report. Please collect it. The 12 main peaks of Liuyun Immortal Sect. Yunya Peak is the weakest in terms of strength. Including Master Yu Qinro, there are only 3 people in the peak. Among the main peaks, Yunyang Peak is the strongest and has more than 100 disciples in this lineage alone. Since receiving the notice from the elders, the disciples of Yunyang Peak have practiced more diligently. As the strongest sect in the Great Qi dynasty, Liuyun Immortal Sect will definitely face many competitions this year. As the strongest main peak of the Xianmen, the protagonists of these competitions are naturally the disciples of their Yunyang Peak. On the outskirts of Yunyang Peak, a errand disciple came flying at full speed holding a pile of newspapers. My fellow brothers, this issue of the Immortal Cultivator Monthly Report has arrived. Master Xingji from the Shijing Temple has won again. Everyone on Yunyang Peak took the newspaper and glanced at it. There are many things in the newspapers, but they only care about one thing. That is Master Xingji's debate on the Dharma. Including this one, Master Xingji has won 13 games. All the powerful immortal sects in the Great Qi dynasty have been suppressed by him. How come such a genius suddenly appeared in Buddhism? Why have we never heard of him before? After seeing the news in the newspaper, the geniuses of Yunyang Peak all showed a trace of worry. Liuyun Immortal Sect is recognized as the #1 immortal sect in the Great Qi dynasty. Over the past 100 years, whether it was discussing the Tao or fighting to prove their Tao, the disciples of Liuyun Immortal Sect always had the upper hand. Disciples from other sects can hardly even compare to him. But this year, something seems different. A monk named Xingji suddenly appeared at the Deshijing Temple of Buddhism. It is said that he is the reincarnation of the real Buddha. His wise eyes can see through too much and he is as omniscient as gods and Buddhas. In addition, a sword genius also appeared in Chenjian Villa. No one can match his understanding of swordsmanship. The disciples of Yunyang Peak are actually under a lot of pressure. As the strongest young generation in Liuyun Xianzong, they need to carry the glory of this generation of the sect. If you lose, your spiritual heart may be affected. Everyone looked at the Immortal Cultivator Monthly in their hands, and the more they read, the more anxious they became. As the eldest senior brother of Yunyang Peak, Jiyu Feiliang quickly stepped forward to encourage everyone. The competition hasn't even started yet, are we going to lose our morale? Liuyun Immortal Sect has won for 100 years, which shows that our sect has foundation and strength, and is not afraid of any opponent. But if everyone loses the confidence to win, the competition will definitely fail. Jiyu Feiliang was still somewhat capable, and with just a few words, he stopped this dejected mood. He then arranged for all the disciples to practice on their own and told them not to daydream too much. The disciples dispersed, and Jiyu Feiliang walked over to the errand disciple who was delivering newspapers. Please do not send this kind of newspapers any more recently. Junior brothers are already under a lot of pressure in their daily training. The more they hear about how powerful their opponents are, the more likely they are to be afraid. It is better to be fearless when you are ignorant. Hearing this, the errand disciples nodded repeatedly. I understand, senior brother Jiyu. After saying this, the errand disciple mounted his immortal horse and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Jiyu Feiliang called him again. Wait a minute, junior brother. We have been practicing diligently recently, and we need some ways to relax and release some stress. If you have any suitable reading material, you can send a copy to everyone. Brother Jiyu, rest assured. I'll take care of this. The Immortal Cultivator Monthly just released a supplement. Although I haven't had time to read it yet, I heard it's very relaxing. Okay, then give one to each of our Yunyang Peak disciples. I won't take any. Let them relieve their stress. Dele. After the errand disciple finished speaking, he left and started to get busy. Even if Jiyu Feiliang didn't want it, he still had to distribute more than 100 newspapers today. He had a lot of things to do. Except for Yunya Peak, the other 11 main peaks are very busy now. In order to prepare for the upcoming competition, the disciples on the peak forgot to eat and sleep. At this moment on Yunya Peak, the master and his two disciples were preparing dinner in harmony. Liu Beiyan was picking vegetables, while Yu Qianrou and Su Xingwan were in charge of cooking the food. Soon, a relatively homely meal was prepared. The three of them sat together and talked about recent interesting things. Ever since he started learning the art of alchemy, Liu Beiyan has been looking for an opportunity to examine Yu Qianrou's body. Although I have only mastered the basics of Su Wen Medical Classic. However, some common sense injuries and symptoms can already be identified. Liu Beiyan wanted to find out exactly what kind of injuries his master had suffered through this examination. Over the years, many famous doctors have come, but no one has been able to determine what the injury is. It is just a stubborn disease, and it cannot be cured unless a magic medicine is invented. Through this examination myself, I can at least determine what the injury is. Maybe there is no cure yet, but at least there is a way to control the injury. Why bother going on like this, where I can only refine my spiritual energy and forcibly suppress my injuries? After clarifying these, Liu Beiyan took advantage of the mealtime to speak. Master, I have learned the art of refining medicine. Did senior sister tell you? Yu Qianrou, who was originally chatting, was suddenly stunned. The art of refining medicine. This extremely difficult technique to learn has nothing to do with Liu Beiyan, a cultivator who just broke through the foundation building stage at such a young age. You should know that the art of alchemy is extremely difficult, and it is a technique that only geniuses among geniuses would study. Seeing Yu Qianrou's surprised expression, Liu Beiyan knew that she didn't believe it. Senior sister, please tell master quickly whether I have learned the art of refining medicine. Looking at the smug Liu Beiyan, Su Xingwan shook his head helplessly. But she felt relieved after a moment. It was indeed a great honor to be able to learn the art of alchemy. Master, Beiyan is not joking. He has indeed learned the art of refining medicine. This Qingshan pill was made by Beiyan. As he spoke, Su Xingwan took out the Qingshan pill from his waist and handed it to Yu Qianrou. Smelling the medicinal aroma coming from the Qingshan pill, Yu Qianrou felt like she was dreaming. He actually accepted an alchemist as his apprentice. Although she was holding the Qingshan pill in her hand, Yu Qianrou still had a feeling of unreality. Liu Beiyan also noticed the doubt in his master's expression. Is it so unbelievable that I have learned the art of alchemy? Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain, practice proves it. Liu Beiyan went directly to the Yunya Peak warehouse to get a bunch of medicinal materials, and started to refine pills in front of Yu Qianrou and Su Xingwan. After a while, an emerald green pill condensed in the alchemy furnace. Restoring pill. The most expensive first-grade pill. Having seen the elixir completed with her own eyes, Yu Qianrou couldn't help but believe it. Liu Beiyan sat back at the square table and looked at his master, who was in shock. At this moment, Yu Qianrou's mouth was slightly open, and she had not yet recovered from this incident. Chapter 26. I want to give master a physical examination. Liu Beiyan looked at Yu Qianrou, who had a look of astonishment on her face. His master looked particularly adorable with this expression. After just a few more glances, Liu Beiyan felt a sharp gaze directed at him. Su Xingwan next to him narrowed his eyes slightly, with an expression that said, I see through you. Seeing his senior sister's expression, Liu Beiyan immediately withdrew his gaze. At present, the senior sister already feels that she is greedy for the master's body, and if she looks at him a few more times, she will be considered so. It took Yu Qianrou a while to come out of her shock and officially accept the fact that Liu Beiyan was already an alchemist. Beiyan, it was my fault that master was incompetent. You have been at Yunya Peak for so long, but master didn't realize that you have the talent to be an alchemist. It's all my fault. I delayed your path of cultivation. Yu Qianrou felt very guilty. The first few years of a monk's youth are extremely precious, and most monks will determine the direction of their practice when they are young. What weapon to major in and what method of cultivation to choose are all things that should be planned carefully when you are young. This is even more true for alchemists. Some alchemists even began their enlightenment before the age of 10. And Liu Beiyan had only just come into contact with the art of alchemy under his own instruction. If he had been exposed to it earlier, would Liu Beiyan's alchemy skills have improved further now? Hearing Yu Qianrou's self-blaming words, Liu Beiyan hurriedly spoke up. Master, what are you talking about? Beiyan learned the art of refining medicine just to heal you. If it wasn't for curing you, why would I learn this art of making medicine? After these words were spoken, not only Yu Qianrou, but even Su Xingwan was moved. Liu Beiyan is such a filial child. Thumbs up for his filial piety. After a pause, Liu Beiyan continued. Since I have mastered the art of refining medicine and have some understanding of medicine, why don't you let me examine Master's body tonight to find out where the injury is and why it is so difficult to cure? Check, body? Yu Qinro and Su Xingwan, who were originally somewhat moved, now returned to their previous expressions. Su Xingwan looked at Liu Beiyan with contempt. You want to check the body? You are just coveting Master's body, you are so despicable. There was also a hint of embarrassment on Yu Qinro's face. This little disciple of mine is really obsessed with me. Even though his senior sister has advised him like this, why is he still like this? Oh, it's also my fault for being too charming. Master, if you don't say anything, that's your consent. Let's get started now. Having said that, Liu Beiyan wanted to start. I swear to God, Liu Beiyan really didn't have any dirty thoughts at this moment. My whole heart was focused on finding out the root cause of Master's injury, and then prescribing the right medicine to treat it. But in the eyes of Master and senior sister, it was a completely different scene. No need, Beiyan. Master's injury is just this serious. He won't die. Just leave it like this. Yu Qinro made an excuse, but Liu Beiyan immediately refuted it. How can that be possible? I learned the art of alchemy just to cure you, Master. If you are unwilling to treat me, then what is the point of learning it? Pattern, what is pattern? Liu Beiyan's words are the pattern. Yu Qinro was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer. Su Xingwan next to him kept mumbling and was very unhappy. Good job, Liu Beiyan, it turns out that this is the reason why you learned alchemy. The evil intention is still there, just wanting Master's body. Since he couldn't get it directly, he actually went to learn the art of alchemy to do things in a roundabout way. I, Su Xingwan, will never let you succeed. Liu Beiyan, you have just started the art of alchemy, and you have never seen other patients, yet you want to use Master as a test subject. If you want to be examined by Master, you must be at least a third-grade talent. You are only a first-grade talent now, what can you see? Upon hearing this, Yu Qinro immediately responded, I have had a third-rank alchemist come to see me before, and alchemists of her level were helpless. Beiyan, don't worry about it, just practice hard. With Master and senior sister singing the same tune, Liu Beiyan knew that he couldn't check it anymore. I can only find another opportunity. Yunyang Peak. It was already noon, and there was no one on the training ground. Jiyu Feiliang looked around for a long time, but there was really not a single disciple in the huge training ground. What happened recently? Under normal circumstances, there would be many disciples practicing here at the hour of Mao. The visiting card from Master Xingji has been sent, and the debate on Dharma will begin next month at the latest. They were all very diligent before, but in the past few days, why did they suddenly become like this? How come diligent junior brothers and sisters suddenly become like this? After thinking for a while, Jiyu Feiliang decided that he should visit the residences of his fellow apprentices today. Why don't you come to practice at this time? What are you all doing? The master of Yunyang Peak is named Li Shanher. 2 years ago, Li Shanher began to practice in seclusion, preparing to break through the Jindan stage and enter the Yuanyin stage. From then on, Jiyu Feiliang took full charge of Yunyang Peak. Although he was only the eldest senior brother of Yunyang Peak, he did everything that the master should do. The area of Yunyang Peak is very large, at least 4 or 5 times larger than Yunya Peak. As the main peak of Liuyun Immortal Sect, all the disciples on the peak are the treasures of the sect. Their residences are naturally of high quality. Jiyu Feiliang rode his flying sword to the disciples' residence. Every exquisite attic was quiet. Is this a quiet meditation practice? With some doubts, Jiyu Feiliang randomly picked an attic and broke in. Wow, I thought he was meditating, but turned out he was just sleeping in. Seeing this, Jiyu Feiliang became furious. With a powerful enemy at hand, there is still time to sleep in. Cultivation is like rowing against the current, if you don't move forward, you will move backward. While you are sleeping in, your opponent is still practicing hard. He walked up to him, grabbed his ear, and instantly woke up the lazy disciple. Big brother, why are you here? The lazy disciple rubbed his eyes and spoke vaguely. Why am I here? Why am I here? What time is it now? Where should you be? Did you come to Yunyang Peak to practice? Do you want to sleep? Angry, Gu Feiliang was very angry. Besides the fact that this disciple slept in, there is another point. Seeing that his senior brother came to wake him up, he showed no remorse at all. The disciple also wondered why he slept in. Didn't he, the senior brother, know? Tell me why you guys are so lazy lately. It's already noon and the training ground is still empty. Yawning unconsciously, the disciple looked at Gu Feiliang with a puzzled look. Everyone can't get up, isn't it because of the supplement that senior brother gave us? Chapter 27. The supplement is poisonous. New book, please collect it. Gu Feiliang was confused. Why did they suddenly blame him? When did I give you any supplements? As the eldest brother, I encourage you to be diligent every day. How could I lead you to be lazy? Seeing that Gu Feiliang did not admit it, the disciple pursed his lips, looking dissatisfied. Then he took out 3 thick supplements from under his pillow. Here, this was sent to us by the errand disciple on the peak 3 days ago. He said that you, the eldest brother, asked us to look at it and that it can help relieve stress. I thought, since you asked me to watch it, of course I will watch it. Who knew I couldn't stop watching it? After hearing this, Gu Feiliang finally remembered. 3 days ago, he asked the errand disciple who delivered newspapers to prepare some light reading materials for the disciples to read and relieve stress. If you practice intensively for a long time, your improvement will become slow. Gu Feiliang's tone softened a little, but he was still a little angry. I told you to read some light reading material to relax, not to indulge in it. How can you call this releasing stress? You are just seeking pleasure. It's not our fault. The material is so interesting that after finishing 1 chapter, I want to continue reading. I feel uncomfortable if I don't read for a day. Hearing this, Gu Feiliang's eyes flashed. Could it be that this is not an ordinary reading material, but some evil spell? Realizing this, Gu Feiliang immediately snatched the supplement from his disciple's hand. Open the first page, Infatuation on a Rainy Night, the Unspeakable Secret Between My Master and Me. What the hell, what kind of title is this? It feels so weird, take another look. Gu Feiliang opened the first page of the text and began to read. When I read it, I was instantly attracted by the plot. A flawless master who takes good care of the protagonist, a cute and arrogant senior sister with extraordinary talent. One character after another pulled Gu Feiliang into the book. For hours past, it was the hour. Gu Feiliang has finished reading the first volume. When I came to my senses, it was already late. There is a problem, there is definitely a problem with this reading. This book must have been cast with a time magic by an evil spirit, otherwise how could 4 hours have passed after just one glance at it? Next to him, the disciple who had been taught by him as lazy had a strange smile on his face. Gu Feiliang also knew that he had not set a good example, but now, this book must be banned. On that day, Gu Feiliang personally went to each disciple's room and confiscated the supplement. He also informed the errand disciple that he was not allowed to buy any supplements from now on. At the same time, Immortal Cultivator Monthly is distributed as usual, allowing everyone to see how big the gap is between themselves and the young geniuses of the great Qi dynasty. Each and every one of them is totally worry-free. After this incident, Gu Feiliang's management became more strict. I no longer think about releasing stress or anything like that. That thing, once released, is prone to going overboard. Qi dynasty, the back garden of the imperial palace. Prime Minister, take a look at this back garden of the emperor, how is it going? The back garden that the emperor personally took care of is indeed growing much better than before. The flower growers' skills were really poor before. Some kinds of flowers are blooming gorgeously, while some kinds of flowers are not even blooming, and are very withered. The emperor of Qi smiled, stroked his long beard and said, the flower farmer's skills were indeed poor, so I have buried him in the soil to be used as fertilizer for the flowers. A back garden will only look beautiful if all kinds of flowers bloom. How can it be okay if only one type of flower blooms? The situation was even worse before. The flowering branches had thorns growing on them, and no one knew how to trim them. If the thorn pricked the owner, isn't that the flower grower's fault? Every word the emperor of Qi said was about taking care of the back garden, but what he meant was not the back garden. As the prime minister of the empire, how could Fan Chitai not understand the meaning of the words? Your Majesty is right. A large back garden should have 100 flowers blooming. What's the point of having only one flower blooming? It's good that the Prime Minister understands. After saying this, the Emperor of Great Qi shook his hand, ignored Fan Chitai, and left alone. Serving the Emperor is like serving a tiger. If I fail to do this job well, I will probably become this flower farmer. Over the past 100 years, the power of the immortal sects under the dynasty has gradually expanded, and has begun to show signs of rivaling the dynasty. What the Emperor of Dhe meant by pruning the branches that grew well was, in plain words, suppressing those immortal sects that were too powerful. And by supporting other immortal sects, he lets the immortal sects fight against each other and consume each other, thus achieving a balance. But now, the Liuyun immortal sect is too powerful and stands out in the entire Dhe dynasty. Looking at the entire dynasty, there is no immortal sect that can compete with it. This is still a display of strength. If the Liuyun immortal sect still has hidden strength, then the energy of the entire sect may not be much different from that of the dynasty. Fan Chitai's most important task at hand is to do everything he can to suppress the Liuyun immortal sect and prevent it from continuing to grow. This year is the year when the dynasty immortal sects compete with each other. We must take this opportunity to suppress the Liuyun immortal sect. After returning to the Prime Minister's mansion, Fan Chitai continued to think about how to deal with the situation. In fact, he had long anticipated that the Emperor of Dhe would take action against Liuyun immortal sect. Over the past 100 years, Liuyun immortal sect has produced many geniuses. In the immortal sect challenge held every 7 years, they almost always defeat other immortal sects. Throughout the Great Qi dynasty, the Liuyun immortal sect has become famous, far superior to other immortal sects. This in turn led to young cultivators hearing of his fame and taking the initiative to become his disciples. In this cycle, Liuyun immortal sect will become more and more powerful. As the ruler of this land, how could the Emperor of Dhe tolerate this? Sooner or later he would take action against the Liuyun immortal sect. As for countermeasures, Fan Chitai actually already had 2 strategies in mind. First, every 7 years during the Immortal Gate Challenge, the Dhe dynasty would arrange people to serve as law enforcement officers to decide the winners and losers. In this case, I naturally have to use my privileges as a law enforcement officer to take good care of Liuyun immortal sect. As long as Liuyun immortal sect loses a few more games, there will be an excuse to lower the grade of its sect. In the Great Qi dynasty, the higher the grade of the immortal sect, the lower the proportion of resources required for annual offerings. If the grade of Liuyun immortal sect is lowered, its resources will naturally be affected. The strength of the entire sect will naturally decline. Besides, it is said that geniuses have emerged in the Shijing Temple and Tianjian Villa this year. If the Great Qi dynasty adds fuel from behind, great things can be accomplished. In addition to this strategy, Fan Chitai has another plan, cutting off the source of the trouble. Don't you have many geniuses in your Liuyun immortal sect? Then the Dhe dynasty will subdue your geniuses and use them for its own purposes. With this increase and decrease, the gap between Liuyun immortal sect and the Dhe dynasty will widen rapidly. Fan Chitai picked up the brush and wrote down his plan carefully on the paper. After writing it, I thought about it again to see if there were any loopholes. After a while, after some revisions, I finally felt that the plan was perfect. With these 2 ingenious plans, the advantage will definitely be our Great Qi dynasty tilder. Chapter 28 Senior Sister and Master can help you. Yunya Peak has been very peaceful in recent times. In order to earn enough spirit stones, Liu Beiyan has been concentrating on typing and writing these days. The book Passion on a Rainy Night, The Unspeakable Secret Between My Master and Me, has been selling very well. The Confucian and Taoist Holy Sect distributed more than 500 additional spirit stones last week. It is said that sales have increased significantly recently, and one sect ordered nearly 200 supplements at one time. You should know that the price of the supplement is much more expensive than that of Immortal Cultivator Monthly. The supplements mainly tell stories and are all thick and long volumes, each costing more than a dozen spirit stones. The more royalties he received, the more powerful the pen in Liu Beiyan's hand became. These days, Liu Beiyan has maintained a daily update rate of 10,000 words. However, he was caught again by Su Xingwan. Not only was he scolded, but he also threatened Liu Beiyan. Next time I find him writing something indecent like this, I will tell her directly that I am greedy for Master S body. Liu Beiyan just ignored these threats. You know, nowadays, writing is the main way to earn spirit stones. Without this way, how can we make money? Late at night, Liu Beiyan looked at his own small treasury. Including the extra 500 spirit stones sent by the holy sect of Confucianism and Taoism, he now has nearly 3,000 spirit stones. So many spirit stones are enough for me to practice several times. His consciousness moved slightly, and the system interface instantly appeared before his eyes. It has been a while since he improved his cultivation level, and he has been stuck at the third level of the foundation establishment stage for quite some time. It's time to improve your realm. After the foundation is laid, it is the consecration period. The void is not ignorant, and shines in silence for a long time. The so-called consecration period is to abandon distracting thoughts and let the mind be clear. The most intuitive ability is to open up inner vision of the body. After a cultivator has elevated his realm to the enlightenment stage, he can then glimpse his true self. Liu Beiyan had also seen related content in the Suwen medical classic. Those with advanced medical skills can not only peek into their own bodies, but can also peek into the bodies of their patients through some means. The method is similar to self-observation of the body after the consecration period. If you want to further improve the Suwen medical classic, you will need at least 10,000 spirit stones at a time. Where can I get it nowadays? In that case, it's better to learn something on your own. On the system interface, Liu Beiyan selected Zhuang Sutra and prepared to start normal practice. Ordinary training begins. This training costs 120 pills and stops at the 5th level of the foundation building period. During this period, the training is fully automatic. Please confirm with the host. Including rest time, one practice session takes about 30 hours and can improve 2 levels, which is not bad. Before confirming, Liu Beiyan checked his reserves again. There is enough water and food. In the closet, Master S set of underwear is still there. Take out this set of underwear, fold it neatly and place it aside. After putting it away, I couldn't help but put my head close to it and sniffed it. Why do I think it smells so good? Don't think too much about it. You will definitely need it when you practice later. Everything is ready, you can start practicing. His consciousness moved slightly, and just as Liu Beiyan was about to confirm, he suddenly felt a cold wind blowing in from around him. It's strange, I clearly closed the door. Unconsciously turning back to look at the door, Su Xingwan looked at Liu Beiyan with embarrassment. Master, senior sister, when did you come? This is the second time I've died in front of my senior sister. The perverted image of myself was probably already deeply ingrained in my senior sister's mind. Don't worry, Beiyan. Senior sister didn't see anything. Su Xingwan looked at the clothes in her hands and suddenly felt that they were a bit redundant. Su Xingwan had promised Liu Beiyan before that as long as he learned the art of alchemy, she would give him a gift. The clothes in her hands were sewn by herself these few days. I wanted to give my junior fellow apprentice a surprise, but I didn't expect to see this. My junior fellow apprentice has such a hobby, I'm afraid he won't even look down on the clothes I sewed. Thinking of this, Su Xingwan stepped back step by step and then closed the door. In the room, Liu Beiyan stood there frozen with an innocent look on his face. I don't know what image I will have in the eyes of my senior sister. After leaving Liu Beiyan's room, Su Xingwan ran back to her own room. What happened to Beiyan? Why was he holding a piece of women's clothing and kissing it non-stop? Sitting in his chair, Su Xingwan looked worried. I have advised Beiyan before, asking him to be more restrained and not indulge in jewel cultivation. Could it be that he has been too restrained, and now even a piece of women's clothing can make him fall in love with it? Thinking of this, Su Xingwan felt a pang of regret. In recent months, Liu Beiyan's path of cultivation has gradually been on the right track. I usually practice fighting skills with Liu Beiyan, and I have a vague feeling that his body movements are quite good. Although he was already a cultivator in the fusion stage, he was occasionally fooled by his exquisite body movements. If I ask him to restrain himself and end up hindering his path of cultivation, then I would be a great sinner. Come to think of it, there was nothing wrong with Liu Beiyan's behavior. He was just thinking about it in his mind and writing some fantasy articles, which was not a big deal. You have to know that in the world of cultivating immortals, the cultivators will do anything to obtain treasures, improve their realm, kill people for treasures, and engage in intrigue and deception. Liu Beiyan just thought about it in his mind and never did anything inappropriate or bad. Compared to those evil people, he is simply a great saint. In the room, Su Xingwan thought about it and felt that maybe she should give Liu Beiyan some more advice. After making the decision, Su Xingwan found a new set of underwear from her closet. Since Liu Beiyan likes women's clothes, why don't I give him a set? She looked at the clothes she had sewn for him, and then at the set of women's underwear in her hand. Su Xingwan picked up the set of women's underwear and walked towards Liu Beiyan's room again. In the room, Liu Beiyan was carving a sign. The sign was going to read, "I am practicing hard, please do not disturb me." This was the second time that I had been caught by my senior sister. If I didn't have a strong psychological endurance, I would have been scared to death. However, before the sign was hung up, Su Xingwan broke in again. "Beiyan, maybe my sister didn't express herself correctly before, which caused you to misunderstand. Although I asked you to restrain your desire for jewel cultivation, I am not asking you to suppress it completely. If you need anything, senior sister and master can help you." When he heard the words, "help you," Liu Beiyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Is it possible that such a plot is going to happen? I'll help you find a Taoist partner. Our Liu Beiyan is also a good guy. He's good looking and has learned the art of alchemy. No proud girl can be worthy of him. When Su Xingwan finished her sentence, Liu Beiyan's eyes, which had lit up, suddenly dimmed again. I thought I could, that. Chapter 29, Too much debt is not a worry, too many lice will not bite. New book please collect. After Su Xingwan finished speaking a long paragraph, she handed the things she brought to Liu Beiyan. A friar's robe, which is understandable, is for oneself to wear. The other one was actually a woman's underwear. Senior sister, what are you doing? Liu Beiyan looked at Su Xingwan at a loss. What does this mean? Dress yourself as a woman. I just saw you kissing a piece of clothing, Beiyan. I think you must like it. I happen to have a new set in my closet. Why not give them to me as gifts? It seems that in the eyes of my senior sister, I really think of myself as a pervert. But I can't care so much now. I've already been socially frustrated twice in front of my senior sister. Don't worry if you have too much debt, and don't worry if there are too many lice. Just change and be more calm. Picking up the underwear, Liu Beiyan put it back into Su Xingwan's hand and said, Sister, if you really want to give it to me, then take it back and wear it for a few days before giving it back to me. It's new and boring. When Su Xingwan first heard these words, she didn't understand what they meant. Coming to her senses, she grabbed Liu Beiyan. How dare you take advantage of your senior sister? You are so bold. Senior sister, you said you wouldn't hit me. Letting go of her hand, Su Xingwan couldn't help but glare at Liu Beiyan again. This time, senior sister owes you a gift. If you dare to take advantage of senior sister next time, I will break your ass in half. As he spoke, Su Xingwan took the set of underwear. Before leaving, she couldn't help but pinch Liu Beiyan's thigh again. This time, Su Xingwan was actually much more relieved. She was a little worried before, worried that there was something wrong with Liu Beiyan's mentality. Often, some monks will develop inner demons when they practice. But Liu Beiyan's outrageous words just now made Su Xingwan feel that Liu Beiyan should be fine. Kissing women's underwear might just be a little hobby. It's just playing with underwear, is there a problem? No problem. It's not like they sneaked into my or my master's bedroom and stole the underwear, so it's not a big problem. Looking at the clothes in her hand, Su Xingwan's cheeks blushed slightly, but she still put it on. My junior fellow apprentice has a weird habit, he insists on having people wear his clothes. Could it be more fragrant? Inside the room, Liu Beiyan hung a sign at the door saying practicing hard, do not disturb, and prepare to start using the system to improve his cultivation. Ordinary training begins. This training costs 120 pills and stops at the 5th level of the foundation building period. During this period, the training is fully automatic. Please confirm with the host. Confirm. In an instant, the body felt empty. Control of the body has been handed over to the system. With nothing to do, Liu Beiyan began to think about happiness value again. From the current perspective, the serialization of the book Rainy Night Romance, The Unspeakable Secret Between My Master and Me is going well, with a guaranteed income of at least 1,000 spirit stones per month. Including the share of sales, the total revenue is about 1,500 pieces. With so many spirit stones, it will definitely be enough as long as you don't practice. Su Wen Medical Classic. The biggest problem at hand is the issue of happiness value. How to increase the upper limit of happiness value and how to improve the efficiency of replenishing happiness value are what we need to study now. The system has appeared before. Congratulations to their host for realizing the true meaning of happiness, happiness value limit plus 10. In other words, if you want to raise the upper limit of your happiness value, you need to understand the true meaning of happiness yourself. The last time we were promoted was because we won the main peak competition. Looking at the happy smiles of my master and senior sisters, I also felt happy and joyful from the bottom of my heart. But it is so difficult to understand the true meaning of happiness. It is impossible to understand it deliberately. If it is difficult to raise the upper limit, then try to find a way to improve the efficiency of replenishment. In this system, whenever there is a lack of happiness, I always like to use the quickest way. This is a very serious problem. There are only 3 people in Junior Peak. Master and senior sisters are the people who are closest to me and whom I respect the most. Even though he had suffered social failure twice in front of his senior sister, at least he hadn't done anything out of line. If one day when you are practicing, you get tired of the way of increasing your happiness value on your own, the system will definitely control your body and do whatever it wants. After using it for such a period of time, Liu Beiyan has become convinced that his system is completely unscrupulous. In order to gain happiness, one must do whatever it takes. Find ways to increase happiness, not just the horses, let alone other things. So this is a problem, a big problem. We must find a way to deal with it. Time passes by every second. The first tube of energy and happiness value has been used up, and the cultivation level has been raised to the 4th level of the foundation building period. Under the control of the system, quickly start replenishing energy and happiness. Fortunately, I prepared sufficient supplies, and the set of clothes I got from my master is also durable. There should be no problem with this ordinary practice. The cultivation realm has reached the 5th level of the foundation building period. This ordinary cultivation is over. It took 30 hours. Thank you for the host's use tilde. As the mechanical sound of the system was heard, control of the body was returned to him again. Standing up, Liu Beiyan straightened his clothes. Then his consciousness moved and he entered the system interface. In the upper left corner, my status has changed. Foundation building stage 5. Energy, 30,110. Happiness value, 22,110. The upper limit of the energy value has actually increased. It seems that improving the realm of cultivation can increase the upper limit of the energy value. Seeing this, Liu Beiyan nodded unconsciously. In fact, I have thought about it before. As the level of cultivation continues to improve, the cultivator's body and mind are strengthened. It is said that some powerful beings who have reached the nascent soul stage can achieve fasting by not eating or drinking for a month or 2. In this case, improving the level of cultivation should also increase energy points. It now seems that all my previous predictions were correct. After tidying up everything, Liu Beiyan opened the door and breathed in some fresh air. Junior Peak has beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual energy. Practicing here will achieve twice the result with half the effort. If I use the system to practice in other places, will the time of ordinary practice be extended to 40 or 50 hours? Or maybe practicing here can advance one to the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage, while practicing in other places can only advance one to the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage. After thinking about it, Liu Beiyan decided to find an opportunity to test it next time. If this is true, it means that the external environment will have an impact on the normal practice of the system. Systematic cultivation is closely related not only to oneself but also to the environment. I stretched my muscles briefly and looked around. Master and senior sister were discussing something in the lobby. Now Liu Beiyan has completely abandoned the lazy mentality. There are only 3 people in Junior Peak. If I take on less responsibility, my master and senior sisters will have to work harder. Besides, I am now capable of dealing with it, so there is no need to retreat. He walked quickly to the lobby, ready to see if there was any trouble he could handle. Chapter 30 Yu Qinrou's Persuasion. In the lobby, Yu Qinrou and Su Xingwan both looked worried. It looks like he's encountered some trouble. Seeing Liu Beiyan coming over, Master Yu Qinrou spoke first. Beiyan, you finally came out of seclusion. Your senior sister and I are discussing your matter. About me. Liu Beiyan was a little confused. Did he get into any trouble to make his master worried? It's not a big deal actually. It's about you learning the art of refining medicine. I discussed this with your senior sister and decided to inform the sect leaders about this matter. Su Xingwan beside him also quickly said, our Junior Peak lineage is now weak and we don't have the resources to train an alchemist. Staying in Junior Peak will only waste your talent, Beiyan. As soon as Su Xingwan finished speaking, Yu Qinro next to her saw Liu Beiyan frowning with an unhappy look on his face. Then he took over the conversation and continued to persuade, Beiyan, I know you can't let go of me and your sister, but for your future, this is the path you must choose. Once you get started with the art of alchemy, you will immediately become a disciple that the immortal sect focuses on training, and you may even be personally guided by the elders. Beiyan, think about it, by then you will not only have no shortage of resources, but you will also have the guidance of experts. Your future achievements will definitely be limitless. Even if you miss your master and your sister in your heart, wouldn't it be better for you to come back to us after you become a master of alchemy in the future? Yu Qinro spoke with full confidence and was not prepared to give Liu Beiyan any reason to refuse. But unfortunately, Liu Beiyan didn't buy it at all. From the perspective of outsiders, training a pharmacist requires a large amount of medicinal materials to practice. Experienced drivers all become successful by driving. An alchemist can only become a master by refining medicine every day. But for Liu Beiyan, he didn't need to practice this step. As long as you have enough spirit stones, you can use the system to improve your proficiency in Suwen medical classics. Being valued by the sect can gain you a lot of resources and enough spirit stones. But consuming so many spirit stones out of thin air would definitely arouse suspicion among outsiders. Especially since his unique way of cultivation had been cultivated by the sect, he must have been watched all the time. I wanted to use my family skills, but I also felt that there were dozens of eyes staring at me. In addition to these, there is another point that Liu Beiyan cannot accept. If I really become a disciple of the elders, I will have to live on the same mountain with the old man every day. I'm living well with my peerless master and my alluring senior sister, why do I want to live with an old man? What if I lack happiness points when practicing? What should I do? Are you really going to look for the fairy horse in the stable? After thinking this through, Liu Beiyan stood up and looked at his master and senior sisters. With a look of grievance on his face, he said in a pitiful tone. Beiyan's life was saved by master, and his cultivation was also achieved under the guidance of master and senior sister. Master and senior sister want to drive me away, Beiyan has nothing to say, but don't use that excuse to fool Beiyan. What path must you choose? Isn't it because you don't want to see me? He used the tactic of turning the tables very skillfully. He didn't care about any reason that it was for your own good. Liu Beiyan only focused on one point, you just want to drive me away. Make a big fuss about this point, pretend to be pitiful and innocent. See how master and sister deal with it tilder. Sure enough, after seeing Liu Beiyan's performance, Yu Qinro and Su Xingwan frowned even more tightly. Beiyan, we don't want to drive you away, but other places are more suitable for you. You still want to drive me away. Staying here at Yunya Peak will only waste your talent, Beiyan. Alchemists are extremely precious in the entire continent. Beiyan, you need a better environment. Facing Qinro's repeated persuasion, Liu Beiyan still replied with the same words. If you really want to drive Beiyan away, then Beiyan can just leave. This venting answer made Yu Qinro, a gentle person, feel like she had done something extremely bad. Obviously, I am doing this for Liu Bei's own good, but why does it seem to him that I am abandoning him? Yu Qinro wanted to say something, but Su Xingwan next to her gently pulled her sleeve, indicating that she should do it. Beiyan, you don't have to pretend to be aggrieved. Senior sister can see through your cunning thoughts at a glance. What master just said is also true. You have no way to improve at Yunya Peak. I, your senior sister, know nothing about alchemy. Our master knows a little, but compared to you who have already gotten started, he is definitely far behind. Now you have the opportunity to reach a higher level, don't be willful, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. Su Xingwan spoke very frankly and everything she said was true. It can be seen that my master and senior sisters are really sincere and do this for my own good. If it were any other sect, they would be very surprised to learn that their disciples had learned how to make medicine. He would definitely try every possible means to block the news and do his best to keep him within his own sect. After hearing what Su Xingwan said, Liu Beiyan no longer pretended to be aggrieved. Looking at the master and senior sister in front of him, he said with a serious face. Master, Beiyan has only one purpose in practicing the art of alchemy, and that is to heal your injury. As for any other future, Beiyan doesn't care. If master really wants to do good for me, he can ask senior sister to stop bullying Beiyan, and Beiyan will be satisfied. Before he finished speaking, Su Xingwan's delicate hands had already grabbed Liu Beiyan's thighs. How could I bully you? How can you make an accusation like that tilder? Gently, gently, master, look at this, isn't this bullying me? Seeing the two siblings playing, the sadness on Yu Chinro's face disappeared and a smile appeared on her face. Perhaps this is the true meaning of life. Any level of cultivation is just a passing cloud. Perhaps life would be happier if I could spend my whole life with two little apprentices. Okay Xingwan, you're my senior sister, so give in to Bayan Tilder. Without waiting for Su Xingwan to refute, Yu Chinro continued. In fact, Yunya Peak has encountered another problem in the past 2 days, otherwise I would not want to persuade you to leave Yunya Peak. Just as he thought, Yunya Peak was in trouble. Yu Chinro paused and continued. After losing to us in the main peak competition, Dongfang Feng became even more dissatisfied with us. A few days ago, he asked us to pay a service fee, which totaled 17,000 spirit stones including the fee from the previous year. In addition, you will need to pay 1,000 spirit stones every month as the fee for the services provided by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Hearing this, Liu Beiyan already felt a little angry. Not only did he withhold resources, but he also took away all the menial disciples. Now they are even asking for payment of spirit stones in return. Yu Chinro saw the dissatisfaction in Liu Beiyan's heart, and continued to explain. The service fees they asked for were actually all based on the sect's rules, but the 12 main peaks had obtained a lot of resources, so the spirit stones they paid were not worth mentioning at all. Now that my master is ill and the sect has cut off its resources, it is a bit difficult for me to pay this little amount of spirit stones. Chapter 31 Senior Sister is like this, please collect. How could Liu Beiyan not understand the meaning of Yu Chinro's words? Saying that Dongfang Feng's methods are in accordance with the rules actually means that one should not be impulsive and cause trouble. Liu Beiyan also understood why Yu Chinro persuaded him to leave Yunya Peak. If the Ministry of Internal Affairs charges another service fee, Yunya Peak will have even fewer resources in the future. When a monk practices cultivation, in addition to talent, resources are also important. This is why the disciples of the big immortal sects are almost always stronger than the disciples of the small sects. Master, you don't need to say more. Yunya Peak is like my home to Liu Beiyan. Whether there are resources or not, I will not leave here, nor will I leave you. After saying this, Liu Beiyan went into the kitchen and started cleaning the ingredients. Looking at Liu Beiyan who refused to leave, a gleam of light flashed in Yu Chinro's eyes. This child refuses to leave. Is he reluctant to leave Yunya Peak or himself? Wait a minute, at this moment Yu Chinro discovered a problem. Xing Wan, take a quick look. Has Beiyan's cultivation level improved again? Did I see it wrong? Hearing this, Su Xingwan immediately looked at Liu Beiyan, feeling the aura he was releasing. Foundation building period, 5th level. Master, how did Beiyan suddenly reach the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage? Wasn't he still at the 3rd level when I saw him a few days ago? Su Xingwan's face was also filled with shock. Has my junior brother opened the door to a new world recently? How come my cultivation level suddenly improved so quickly? Even when Master was young, he did not improve so quickly. Xing Wan, you should take a good look at Beiyan these 2 days. His cultivation level has improved so quickly that I am a little worried. I am always afraid that he will go astray. Master, rest assured, Xingwan will take good care of me. After lunch, Liu Beiyan was pulled by Su Xingwan to her room. Senior sister, what's the matter? Su Xingwan held some newspapers in her hand and handed them to Liu Beiyan. In 10 days, Master Xingji from the Shijing Temple will come to our Luyun immortal sect to debate the Dharma. Debate on the Dharma. It's about talking about the principles of the law and morality. Whoever can come up with a motto that is more in line with the principles of cultivation will win. Liu Beiyan scratched his head. This kind of competition between sects has nothing to do with us low-level cultivators. Hearing this, Su Xingwan glared at Liu Beiyan unhappily. What low-level cultivators? We are disciples of Yunya Peak, one of the 12 main peaks. According to the previous rules, we also need to go out and fight. But don't worry, the debate is just a verbal dispute, it won't be a real fight, there is no danger. A verbal dispute, how do you argue? Liu Beiyan resisted the urge to ask this question, while Su Xingwan in front of him continued talking. This Master Xingji has already defeated 11 sects in debates on the Dharma, and is truly a master. It is said that when he discusses philosophy with others, he can convince his opponents with just a few words. It can also help opponents understand the great principles. After debating with him, many people were able to surpass the bottleneck in their cultivation and achieve a breakthrough. Hearing this, Liu Beiyan already understood what his senior sister was going to say. Senior sister, do you want me to participate in this debate to get some pointers and improve my strength? Su Xinghuan nodded. Your senior sister has not encountered any bottlenecks at the moment, and I am also annoyed by those who quibble over words and reasoning. I will leave this matter to you. In her opinion, Liu Beiyan should be a late bloomer. Once you have an epiphany, you will quickly ascend to heaven. In the past, my progress in practice was slow, which definitely meant that I had not yet had an epiphany. Liu Beiyan now is definitely a cultivation genius. Hearing what his senior sister said, Liu Beiyan did not refuse and directly took on the task. Senior sister has a free and easy personality, she is free and easygoing, and really hates those theories and laws. If you participate in this debate yourself, even if you don't gain any enlightenment, at most you will lose and be embarrassed. What's so scary about that? Besides, Master Xingji has won consecutive victories against 11 immortal sects, so losing to him should not be considered shameful. Oh, take this one too. I've already worn it. Su Xinghuan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she placed a set of neatly folded underwear in Liu Beiyan's hands. There was still a hint of warmth on the clothes, as if they had just been taken off. On the system interface, the happiness value continues to rise. Happiness plus 5. Happiness plus 5. Happiness plus 6. Happiness plus 5. After a while, the happiness value of 110 points was replenished. After taking the clothes, Liu Beiyan was stunned for a moment. I was just joking before and never thought that my senior sister would agree to my unreasonable request. Happiness came too suddenly. I didn't expect that my senior sister would actually meet my unreasonable conditions. After sending out the underwear, Su Xinghuan kicked Liu Beiyan out of her room. Returning to his room, Liu Beiyan quickly put away his clothes. This is an important source of happiness. After putting it away, Liu Beiyan began to think about what Yu Qinro had said before. Dongfang Feng is now trying every possible way to target Yunir Peak, and he must find a way to counter it. Resources are already scarce at present, and if we have to pay out 1,000 spirit stones every month, Yunir Peak will be almost impossible. The best way to deal with Dongfang Feng is to show the potential of Yunir Peak. For example, if I have the skill of refining medicine, as long as I show it in the sect, I should be able to solve the resource problem. Even if he stayed in Yunir Peak, he should be able to obtain a lot of resources from the sect. But there is still that problem. If you reveal that you can make medicine, the sect will definitely keep a close eye on you. Whether with good intentions or bad intentions, Liu Beiyan didn't want to be monitored in secret by others. One's own secrets should not be exposed to the public. It seems that we need to plan carefully to deal with Dongfang Feng. Liu Beiyan looked at the newspaper that his senior sister handed to him again. A large amount of space was used in their monthly report of immortal cultivators to report on the affairs of Master Xingji. In the Taoist competition with Lingyu sect, Master Xingji faced off against dozens of geniuses alone, answering questions from 10 geniuses of Lingyu sect at the same time. After receiving the question, he started answering in less than 10 breaths. To outsiders, this seems like an answer without much thought. You know, the questions he received were all from the geniuses of Lingyu sect. Many of these problems have been problems that have troubled them for many years. But here, Xingji gave them the answer in just 10 breaths. And the disciples who received the answer were dismissive at first. After a little thought, no, this answer is definitely wrong. Thinking about it again, it seems to be a little true. Thinking about it again, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. These 10 talented disciples of Lingyu sect were finally persuaded by Master Xingji. There was even one person who wanted to convert to Buddhism and practice under Master Xingji. After reading the article in the newspaper, Liu Beiyan was a little skeptical. This is a bit too magical, is it really that amazing? Chapter 32, The Arrival of Master Xingji. If this Master Xingji is really so powerful, he can just help me solve the confusion in my heart. Liu Beiyan didn't take Master Xingji's matter too seriously. Sect competitions and the like are for the top talents. Yunir Peak can't even get a single bit of resources now, so it can only choose to lie low. The capital of Great Xi, the Prime Minister's mansion. Prime Minister Fan Chitai holds a high position, and a man dressed as a scholar is reporting to him. Prime Minister, rest assured. This year, there are many talented people from various sects. It will be extremely difficult for Liu Yun sect to win the competition. The person who spoke was named Lin Yufan, a top strategist in the Prime Minister's office. Don't say such ambiguous words to me. I want you to promise that Liu Yun immortal sect must be defeated in this competition. The emperor is increasingly dissatisfied with Liu Yun Xianzong, and this year he must find a reason to lower the rank of Liu Yun Xianzong. Lin Yufan hesitated for a moment, then bowed and said, Prime Minister, I may not have had the courage in previous years, but this year Yufan dares to assure you that Liu Yun immortal sect will definitely be defeated. Good. That sounds encouraging. It seems that you are very optimistic about the talents of the other immortal sects. When Prime Minister Fan Chitai heard the assurance from his subordinates, his confidence increased a bit. This is like a general's military order before going to the battlefield. Although I don't know if it will succeed, it's encouraging to watch it. Just as the Prime Minister said, this year, outstanding talents have emerged from all the major immortal sects, especially the Dashijing Temple and Tianjian Villa. Master Xingji of Dashijing Temple is only 22 years old, but he has already understood the great principles of the world. As a lore enforcer, Yufan witnessed firsthand how powerful this master was. Whatever comes out of his mouth is profound Buddhist teachings. An unintentional sentence can reveal the endless mysteries on the road to becoming an immortal. Many people say that Master Xingji is the reincarnation of the true Buddha. I don't believe in such far-fetched rumors, but I really admire the strength of Master Xingji. When saying this, Lin Yufan's face was filled with a hint of respect. Scholars who study Confucianism are already well versed in the great principles of heaven and earth, and have deeper insights than ordinary people. The fact that Master Xingji can even be admired by a scholar like Lin Yufan is enough to prove his strength. Seeing Lin Yufan's expression, Fan Chitai's confidence increased again. 10 days passed in a flash. Today is the day when Dashijing Temple and Liu Yun immortal sect debate on the Dharma. As the top immortal sect ranked first in the Great Qi dynasty, Liu Yun immortal sect has attracted a lot of attention. A few days ago, many monks from other sects had already arrived nearby and were waiting just to witness this debate with my own eyes. At this moment, the training square of Liu Yun immortal sect was already crowded with people. On the left side of the center of the square are the disciples of the 12 main peaks of Liu Yun immortal sect. The empty space on the right is reserved for the monks of Dashijing Temple. At 9 o'clock, a spot of light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Here they come. They are the monks from Daishikyoji Temple. It's really here. Look at that Buddha's light. Every step is accompanied by a shining lotus light. When did Dashijing Temple have such strength that it can attract the Buddha's light to follow it? After a century of silence, Buddhism is about to flourish. The onlookers were already filled with admiration just by seeing this ray of Buddha's light. The expressions of the disciples of Liu Yun immortal sect were somewhat solemn. It is not difficult to take the first place, but it is difficult to keep the first place. The first immortal sect of the Great Qi dynasty is likely to change its owner this year. I think so too. The monk Xingji of Dashijing Temple this year is the reincarnation of the real Buddha. Who can debate the Dharma better than him? Not necessarily. Liu Yun Xianzong is the sect that has been in existence for the first 100 years. Even though the opponent is strong, maybe other disciples of Liu Yun Xianzong are even stronger. That's right. A lean camel is fatter than a horse. Don't look down on Liu Yun immortal sect. In the audience, half of the people supported each side as to which side would win in the debate. However, judging from the external betting odds, the odds for betting on Liu Yun Xianzong to win are much higher. From this perspective, in the eyes of all the major bookmakers, Master Xingji has a higher winning rate. As a member of the 12 main peaks, Liu Beiyan is naturally qualified to stand on the training square. Yunya Peak is the weakest branch among the main peaks, and its location is naturally the most inconspicuous. Liu Beiyan didn't care about his position. He didn't want to be so high profile that he was known by everyone. A group of people from the Dashijing Temple gradually flew over. From a distance, I thought there weren't many people coming. When they got closer, Liu Beiyan realized that there were quite a few people coming to this Dashijing Temple. The person in the lead was wearing a cassock, so he must be the leading monk. Behind him, there were many young monks following. With just a glance, although Liu Beiyan had never seen Master Xingji before, he recognized him at a glance. This Master Xingji is really unique. Liu Beiyan originally believed that the truth is simple and great wisdom appears foolish. Master Xingji may look inconspicuous, but he possesses great wisdom. But the Master Xingji in front of him was emitting a faint Buddha light, and there was a faint shadow of a lotus imprinted behind him. It turns out that the Buddha's light that I saw from afar before was all from Master Xingji. All the monks present were shocked when they saw this scene. Regardless of Master Xingji's strength, his appearance is already better than yours. The other disciples from the main peak were also stunned by this scene. Master Xingji does not look like the younger generation of Buddhist monks at all. More like a high monk who has attained enlightenment. The confidence of these young disciples in winning has dropped by 20%. Unlike others, Liu Beiyan didn't care about the appearance at all. In some games on Blue Star, skins are sold. After buying these game skins, their game characters will look extremely cool. But the noob is still a noob, he just changed from an ordinary noob to a flashy noob. Liu Beiyan, who has been playing games for many years, automatically filtered out his shining appearance and did not have any psychological burden at all. The monks landed on the practice square. The leading monk came out, clasped his hands together, and bowed towards the sky. I am a humble monk, but I am entrusted by the abbot to send my regards to Master Wangshu. Soon, the voice of Master Wangshu, the leader of Liuyun Immortal Sect, came from afar. Thank you for your concern, Abbot Daobei. Today is a good day for the young disciples of the two sects to debate and discuss the Dharma. Many fellow cultivators are also participating in the event. It is truly a grand event. The debate on Dharma and the discussion on Tao is just a communication between the two sects. Disciples should not create grudges against each other because of it. Then, the law enforcement officers of the Great Qi dynasty will take over. After Master Wangshu finished speaking, all the monks in the audience, including those who came to watch, bowed and saluted towards the sky. It can be seen that Master Wangshu's prestige among the cultivators is not low. The host has finished speaking, and now it's time to start the formal debate. Chapter 33, Xingji's Answer New Book, Please Collect and Recommend. In the center of the training square, Lin Yufan slowly descended from the sky. My fellow Taoists, I am Lin Yufan, and I have been entrusted by the Prime Minister of Great Qi to serve as the law enforcement officer for this debate. After bowing to all directions and giving a brief introduction, Lin Yufan was suspended in the air again. Before today's debate, the Shijing Temple had already discussed this with me. Master Xingji asks questions without asking any questions. You just need to ask questions. If Master Xingji can't answer a question, he loses. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience began to discuss. What was reported in the Immortal Cultivator Monthly is correct. This Master Xingji is a bit crazy. This is not called arrogance, this is called confidence. But the opponent in front of us is the #1 immortal sect in Dhe, Liuyun Immortal Sect. So what if he is from the Liuyun Immortal Sect? I feel like this Master Xingji's level of enlightenment should have far surpassed his peers. Everyone in the crowd was talking and discussing. On the Liuyun Immortal Sect side, many disciples already had anger on their faces. When debating on the Dharma and discussing the Tao, it is usually a question and answer session. One party asks and the other party answers. Asking questions is naturally much simpler than answering them. But here with Master Xingji, he only answers questions and doesn't ask any questions. If you can't answer any question, you will be considered the loser. This is clearly looking down on everyone. All the disciples who can stand on the Shuxian Square are top-notch talented disciples in Liuyun Immortal Sect. In the sect, they are like the moon surrounded by stars. But now, I was looked down upon. Some impulsive disciples of Liuyun Xinzong even wanted to refuse, but were stopped by Jiyu Feilian, the senior brother of Yunyang Peak. If Master Xingji wants to be crazy, let him be crazy. Arrogant soldiers will surely be defeated. Jiyu Feilian believes this truth. After a moment, Jiyu Feilian took a step forward, bowed in return and said, "Thank you for your modesty, fellow Daoist. Our Liuyun Immortal Sect will definitely go all out and live up to your expectations." Hearing this, Lin Yufan turned his head and looked at the Shijing Temple again. Master Xingji put his hands together and performed a Buddhist salute. My fellow donors, I have been studying Buddhism for many years. I came here today only to understand the principles of the Great Tao, not to argue about winning or losing. If the donors agree, you can ask me questions at the same time. If I can't answer them, Xingji will lose today. Also ask. This was the move he had used in Lingyu sect, while debating with 10 Lingyu sect geniuses at the same time. It also answers the questions of 10 geniuses at the same time. After this operation, even if Xingji said verbally that he was not arguing about winning or losing, anyone with a discerning eye could tell who won and who lost. Jiyu Feilian stood up again and replied. Master Xingji, there is no need to be so humble. Our Liuyun immortal sect does not have the habit of bullying the minority with the majority. After saying that, Jiyu Feilian looked back. A pretty fairy walked out from the crowd of Liuyun immortal sect. Xiao Caiyue from Yunyao Peak pays a visit to Master Xingji. When they saw that it was Xiao Caiyue, the confidence of the disciples of Liuyun immortal sect was suddenly strengthened a lot. It's senior sister Caiyue. It's senior sister Caiyue. The sect actually sent senior sister Caiyue to appear first. I'm afraid the people who come after her won't have a chance to appear tilder. In addition to the disciples of Liuyun immortal sect, many cultivators from other sects also recognized Xiao Caiyue at a glance. Xiao Caiyue is the strongest female disciple of the younger generation of Liuyun Xianzong. It is said that her cultivation is close to the peak of the fusion stage, and she is only one step away from entering the golden elixir stage. At this age, he has already reached the border of the golden core stage. It seems that Liuyun immortal sect is still full of talents. In the past, there was a female cultivator named Su Xingwan in Liuyun immortal sect, who was as famous as Xiao Caiyue. However, it is said that due to the decline of her master, her strength has not improved for a long time. In the training square, both sides saluted each other. After a moment, Xiao Caiyue began to ask her own questions. Master Xingji, Caiyue has been studying swordsmanship for several years, but her swordsmanship has almost stagnated recently. Master, can you teach Caiyue what direction her next practice should be? After saying that, Xiao Caiyue's sword instantly flew out of her sword case. Holding a sword in hand, his figure was like a phantom, and he began to use a set of superb sword skills. In less than 10 breaths, a series of superb sword techniques appeared before everyone's eyes. If a cultivator does not have a deep understanding of swordsmanship, he may not be able to understand the strength of this swordsmanship. Not to mention giving Xiao Caiyue any advice. When debating the Dharma and discussing the Tao, there is no limit to the scope of discussion. Everything in the world can be debated. This naturally includes swordsmanship. Since Master Xingji thinks he is the king of knowledge and can answer any question, he can't blame others for making things difficult for him. The practice square was extremely quiet. The crowd seemed to hold their breath, all concentrating intently, waiting for Master Xingji's answer. Liu Beiyan stood behind the crowd. After watching Xiao Caiyue's sword moves, his brows frowned slightly. Ever since he had mastered the Jiaolong sword technique to perfection, he had also gained some insight into sword techniques. Liu Beiyan saw the problem at a glance. Xiao Caiyue made this set of sword moves seem very sophisticated, but the man and the sword were separate. There is a mismatch between a swordsman and his sword. Xiao Caiyue was wielding the sword, but had not integrated the sword with herself. The monk Xingji, who was not far away, bowed again and then uttered 4 words, "No sword in hand." Without a sword in hand. After hearing these 4 words, the originally quiet training square suddenly became noisy. What kind of cultivation direction is this? Do sword cultivators have to throw away their swords? What kind of answer did Master Xingji give? It's totally irrelevant. Marshal, please judge quickly. This answer should definitely be considered a failure in defense. The monks who had no understanding of sword practice were all making a fuss. I think this answer is absolutely wrong and Xingji should be judged as the loser. However, many sword practitioners present were frowning and thinking hard. They felt that Master Xingji's words had great profound meaning. Without a sword in my hand, without a sword in my hand, if I don't have a sword in my hand, am I still a sword cultivator? Xiao Caiyue kept repeating Master Xingji's answer. Even though Master Xingji brought the answer to her, she still did not understand the true meaning. Liu Beiyan stood at the back, looking at his fellow sword practitioners who all had worried brows. Even Su Xingwan, who was standing next to him, was thinking hard. Is this sentence so difficult to understand? After hesitating for a moment, Liu Beiyan leaned close to Su Xingwan's ear and whispered a reminder. Without a sword in hand, without me in my heart, without me and without sword, heaven and earth become one. Liu Beiyan spoke in a low voice, but the fellow disciples around him were all at a good level of strength and had extremely strong hearing. When they heard these words, the eyes of the fellow disciples of Liuyun immortal sect lit up instantly. When Jiyu Feilian heard this, he turned around to see who said it. I just walked around but couldn't find out who it was. But it seemed to be coming from the position where the disciples of Yunya Peak were standing. Chapter 34 Buddhist Maxims. In the center of the training square, Xiao Caiyue still stayed where she was, pondering the meaning of this sentence. After getting the answer, Jiyu Feiliang took a step forward and explained loudly. Without a sword in hand, without me in my heart, without me and without sword, heaven and earth become one. Junia Sister Caiyue, you lost this question, come back. When Xiao Caiyue, who was standing in the center, heard these words, her eyes flashed with a gleam. Having no sword in hand does not really mean throwing away the sword in the hand. Rather, it is the unity of man and sword, the sword and man are one, the sword is in the heart, not in the hand. What he held in his hand was not a sharp sword, but his complete self. Xiao Caiyue returned to the crowd of Liu Yun immortal sect as if she was in a trance. In addition to her, the master of Yunyao Peak also had a face full of shame. As a master, I am unable to solve the bottleneck in the practice faced by my disciples. Instead, we have to rely on an outsider like Master Xingji to point it out. This is a slap in the face, an absolute slap in the face. The talent and understanding displayed by Master Xingji not only surpassed Xiao Caiyue, but even surpassed the master of Yunyao Peak. Many of the audience present thought that Master Xingji had already lost this question. However, I didn't expect that Liu Yun immortal sect would take the initiative to say that they had lost. Experts look at the doorway, while laymen just watch the show. A group of people who don't know swordsmanship actually stood up and said that Master Xingji lost. From this question, it seems that Master Xingji's strength may be even stronger than the rumors say. I'm afraid the position of the first immortal sect in the Great Qi dynasty will have to be replaced by another sect. When Master Xingji saw Xiao Caiyue returning, he also bowed to see her off. But there was a little more seriousness in his eyes. There are masters in Liu Yun immortal sect. I had just wanted to reveal the answer slowly, but I didn't expect that someone from Liu Yun immortal sect would give all the answers immediately. Is this expert the Jiyu Feiliang who stood up and spoke? At the end of the crowd, Su Xingwan looked at Liu Beiyan next to her with surprise on her face. What Jiyu Feiliang said just now was clearly said by his junior fellow apprentice. Did Liu Beiyan happen to say the same thing as Jiyu Feiliang, or did Jiyu Feiliang hear what his junior brother just said? As she kept thinking about it in her mind, Su Xingwan felt that Liu Beiyan was becoming more and more unable to understand her. In the past, you couldn't even think about advancing to a higher level of cultivation in a year or two. But recently, he even learned the extremely difficult art of refining medicine. After a while, a male cultivator from Liu Yun immortal sect walked out. With a feather fan and a blue scarf, he looks extremely elegant. I am Shu Caimao, a Confucian monk from Yunming Peak. Today, I am honored to have the opportunity to debate the Dharma with Master Xingji. I have been practicing meditation recently and have been struggling with one issue. Ancient sages once said that the focus of spiritual practice is the state of mind, while other sages believed that the focus of spiritual practice is the center. May I ask Master Xingji, as a monk, should we take the heart or the realm? There was a hint of pride on Shu Caimao's face. This is a question in ancient books that has puzzled monks for many years. Bring up such difficult questions and see how you answer them. Master Xingji, who was fighting on the opposite side, still looked calm. For him, this question was a little easier than the previous one. He has been reading widely since childhood, and has pondered over the difficult questions in ancient books thousands of times. I still need to think about the questions raised by Xiao Caiyue. But I already had the answer to this question in my mind. He still put his hands together and performed a Buddhist salute. Ordinary people seek the state of mind, while Taoists seek the mind. By forgetting both the mind and the state of mind, one can seek the true Dharma. As Master Xingji said this, the Buddha's light behind him flashed even brighter. The shadow of a lotus in the light continued to surround him. Buddhist maxims. Master Xingji spoke out Buddhist maxims. The answer he gave was a Buddhist motto. What a genius the Buddhist sect has produced. Buddhism is about to flourish. Shu Caimao looked extremely unhappy. He had pondered over the question, but Master Xingji seemed to have given the answer without even thinking about it. Not only did it give an answer, it also gained the recognition of Buddhist principles. The law enforcement officer floating in the sky looked at the Buddha's light and, without any hesitation, declared Master Xingji the winner. On the Liu Yun immortal sect side, everyone felt a little disappointed. But Xingji's answer had already been recognized by Buddhist principles, so how could these young disciples dare to question it? Liu Beiyan stood at the back and started to complain again with some dissatisfaction. These words are only recognized by Buddhist principles, not by the way of heaven. How can we just declare him the winner? Although their voice of complaint was very small, some of the fellow disciples around still noticed it. Many of his fellow disciples looked at Liu Beiyan with disdain. In their opinion, Liu Beiyan refused to admit defeat. There is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. It is a common problem that one party refuses to acknowledge that the other party has answered the question during a debate. Generally speaking, the marshal makes the judgment on this and makes the difference between winning and losing. This time, these words have been recognized by the Buddhist truth, and the difference between winning and losing can be distinguished without the judgment of law enforcement officers. If you still refuse to admit defeat, then you are cheating. Jiu Feiliang, who was standing in the front row, also turned his head and glanced at Liu Beiyan. I just felt that his voice was familiar, as if he was the person who had spoken the truth of no self, no sword before. Jiu Feiliang didn't think about it further. He looked around and thought about who to send to fight. The 12 main peaks are headed by Yunyang Peak. Jiu Feiliang didn't dare to send the disciples from Yunyang Peak to fight immediately. It would be fine if we win, but what if we lose? The confidence of other disciples in the main peak will be shattered. Seeing that Liu Yun Immortal Sect was slow to send out its contestants to compete, the audience around started to spread all kinds of gossip. The writer of Immortal Cultivator Monthly even wrote exaggerated content, preparing to go back and write a hit article. After looking around, Jiu Feiliang turned his gaze to Su Xingwan. Su Xingwan's talent is not weak. Before the decline of Yunya Peak, she was also one of the top disciples. Now the strength of Yunya Peak ranks last among the 12 main peaks. Even if Su Xingwan loses, the confidence of other disciples will not be affected. Junia Sister Su, how about you take part in this battle? Su Xingwan was a little surprised. This kind of competition between sects was related to the reputation of the Immortal Sect and even the sect rating. Why would they send a disciple like me from Yunya Peak to fight? Shouldn't it be the time for the top peaks like Yunhai Peak, Yunyan Peak, and Yunxia Peak to go into battle? Liu Beiyan, who was standing next to her, saw the embarrassment on his senior sister's face. This senior sister of mine has always been a free and easygoing person. Even in spiritual practice, one should follow the practice of one's heart. As for those obscure theories about the way of heaven, she had never considered them at all. This battle would only make her embarrassed in front of so many eyes. Thinking of this, Liu Beiyan took a step forward. Brother Jiu, my sister is good at actual combat, but lacks in terms of principles and techniques. I am Liu Beiyan, and I request that I represent Yunya Peak in the battle. Hearing this, Jiu Feiliang glanced at Liu Beiyan. The 5th level of foundation building period. There are 2,000 disciples in the 12 main peaks. This should be the one with the lowest cultivation level. No one from the Liu Yun Immortal Sect came out to fight, and the people watching around had already started booing. Forced by the situation, Jiu Feiliang had to nod reluctantly. Chapter 35 What is Happiness? After getting the consent from the senior brother of Yunyang Peak, Liu Beiyan walked directly to the center of the training square. A cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. What's going on? Why did Liu Yun Xianzong send someone who is only at the foundation establishment stage to fight? Isn't Liu Yun Immortal Sect the #1 immortal sect in the Great Qi dynasty? Is that all? There was a huge booing from the crowd. In a secret place, the leader and 5 elders of Liu Yun Immortal Sect were watching the game. Which lineage is this disciple from? How come he is only at the foundation establishment stage? The moment Master Wangshu saw Liu Beiyan coming out, his brows suddenly frowned. How come a disciple from one of the 12 main peaks has only reached this level of cultivation? It would be fine if his cultivation was low, but how dare he fight on behalf of Liu Yun Immortal Sect? The 5 elders looked at each other and kept silent. None of them knew Liu Beiyan. Things have come to this point, and he is the only one left to fight on behalf of the country. In the square, Liu Beiyan turned a deaf ear to the boos from the crowd. I managed to get through being caught by my senior sister writing pornographic stories, so what do your boos mean to me? Social death. It doesn't exist, Tilda. Being thick-skinned has its advantages. Liu Beiyan from Yunya Peak, please. Standing in the center of the square, Liu Beiyan also bowed before asking questions. Master Xingji, who was fighting on the opposite side, also put his hands together and returned a Buddhist salute. My question is relatively simple, but it has puzzled me for several months. I would like to ask the master to solve it. My question is, what is happiness? What the hell, what kind of ridiculous question is this? Everyone who heard this question was stunned. This is the first time I have heard of such a question in this debate. What is happiness? What is happiness? Do you still need to ask? It's cool, it's fun, you can do whatever you want tilde. Any 3-year-old child can answer this kind of question. The fellow disciples behind Liu Beiyan also showed contempt on their faces. What kind of question is that? It simply lowers the standards of our disciples. That's right, what's the point of asking this kind of question? Asking it will only make people laugh at you. The disciples from the 12 main peaks couldn't help but complain, thinking that Liu Beiyan was asking random questions. But for Liu Beiyan, this issue is very important to him. When practicing, Liu Beiyan often thought about this question. What is happiness? When using the system to practice, the most scarce thing at the moment is happiness. Liu Beiyan wants to find the secret to restore his happiness. After all, relying on the system to automatically restore happiness values is not reliable at all. The system always likes to mess around. God knows what I will be controlled to do in order to gain happiness. If you want to find the secret to restoring your happiness, you must first understand what happiness is. Liu Beiyan thought about this kind of philosophical and brain-burning stuff for a long time, but he still felt that it was difficult to understand the true meaning of it. I took the initiative to participate in this debate because I actually wanted to use the help of Master Singji to resolve the confusion in my heart. Time passes by every second. When answering their first 2 questions, Master Singji never took more than 10 breaths to think. But this time, he didn't speak. Behind him, the leading monk of Dashijing Temple seemed to be unable to help himself and reminded him. Singji, it's your turn to answer. Seeing that Master Singji did not respond, a young monk nearby quickly ran over. Brother Singji, it's your turn to answer. Master Singji nodded to the young monk, indicating that he understood. But when he turned around, he still hesitated to speak. What is happiness? What is happiness? Have I ever been happy? In his mind, Singji kept thinking. But the more I thought about it, the more I found myself unable to come to a conclusion. Over the years, I have studied Buddhist scriptures diligently and read a wide range of books from all over the world, but I seem to have never seen anyone mention the word happiness. Monk Singji wanted to give a random answer to get around the question. But when I opened my mouth, I couldn't speak. How can I convince others with an answer that I can't convince myself? Master Singji's Buddhist heart would not allow him to evade the issue. Silence, followed by a long silence by Master Singji. The hundreds of thousands of spectators present initially laughed and jeered, but gradually the noise died down. Before, they laughed at the bad questions Liu Beiyan asked, but now it seems that the questions are much more difficult than they imagined. On the Liuyun immortal sect side, the fellow disciples who had previously mocked Liu Beiyan also shut their mouths. Jiyu Feiliang's eyes were sharp, and he had already made a vague judgment in his mind. The person who said before, "There is no sword in my hand, no self in my heart, no self and no sword, heaven and earth are one," should be him. Next to him, Su Xingwan was no less shocked than everyone else when he saw this scene. Although she and Liu Beiyan lived on the same mountain, she found that she seemed to not understand her junior brother at all. It was the same time when I learned the art of alchemy, and it was the same this time. In the stands, Yu Qinro, the peak master, was also assigned a seat to watch the game. When he saw Liu Beiyan coming out, he supported his little apprentice in his heart and hoped that he could perform well. But subconsciously, he also believed that Liu Beiyan would definitely lose. But now, Liu Beiyan's seemingly ordinary question made Master Singji unable to answer for a long time. Master Yu Feng, is this disciple your apprentice? Yes, his name is Liu Beiyan, and he is my apprentice. Hearing Yu Qinro's answer, many peak masters cast envious glances at her. Yunya Peak has become so desolate, with only 2 disciples. Unexpectedly, these 2 disciples are both very talented. Seeing the envious looks from other peak masters, Yu Qinro felt very happy. There was no hope for her to recover, so all her hopes were placed on her 2 disciples. I hope that they can take my place and find a way to become an immortal. In the training square, Liu Beiyan was speechless. Half an incense stick of time had passed, and Master Singji had not yet responded. If you know, just say it. If you don't know, forget it. Why are you dragging your feet? Master Singji, who was fighting on the opposite side, has now closed his eyes and is thinking. But the more he thought about it, the more confused his mind became, and he even began to doubt himself. What is happiness? Is exploring Buddhist principles for happiness? But Buddhism says that the four elements are empty and everything is illusory, so happiness is also illusory. Everything in the world is nothing, so there is no happiness? No, that's not the case. I've seen my fellow apprentices laugh, I've seen my master laugh, I've seen my uncles laugh. Happiness exists, but what is happiness? Do Buddhist monks like me need to pursue happiness? Master Singji felt very uncomfortable thinking about it. Liu Beiyan's question made him completely immersed in his own little world. In the sky, Lin Yufan saw this scene and his face became even uglier. He has made a guarantee to the Prime Minister that Master Singji will definitely win. Taking this opportunity, we can directly suppress the Liu Yun immortal sect. But now, Liu Beiyan suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was clearly just a useless person in the foundation building stage, but he asked a question casually, and yet he stumped Master Singji. Chapter 36, Being Pushed Against the Wall by Su Xinhuan. Before coming to Liu Yun immortal sect, Lin Yufan thought this was a game he was sure to win. Before leaving, Prime Minister Fan Chitai told him, when necessary, the privileges of the law enforcement officer can be used. When the verdict was made, it was in favor of Daishikyoji Temple. I thought it was not necessary, but given the current situation, it is necessary to do this. In a secret place, the head of Liu Yun immortal sect and the 5 elders already had smiles on their faces. Har har har, you are worthy of being a disciple of Liu Yun immortal sect. What's the real Buddha reincarnation, what's the wisdom, but you are still stumped by a single question tilde. Everyone in the world says that my Liu Yun immortal sect is in decline. Let them look up and see if my sect is in decline. After Liu Beiyan asked Master Singji a question, the atmosphere among them was suddenly filled with joy. They completely forgot how much these senior executives looked down on Liu Beiyan before. Time passed quickly, and many monks watching in the training square had begun to complain. If you can't answer, just admit defeat, why keep dragging it out like this? Master Singji won so many games, but he finally fell. I didn't expect that he couldn't even answer such a simple question. His reputation is not up to par. What do you know? It's not that Singji is too weak, but that his opponent is too strong. Liu Yun immortal sect is the #1 sect in Darky. Do you think their disciples are so easy to deal with? The noise from the surrounding audience grew louder and louder. As the law enforcement officer, many people were even urging Lin Yufan to judge the winner. And he was the one who judged that Singji lost. But this is impossible. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yufan flew and landed in the center of the practice square. My fellow Taoists, the question raised by Liu Yun Xianzong is too shallow. After this law enforcement officer's judgment, this question is invalid. Please ask again. As soon as these words were spoken, many monks began to spit out unclean things from their mouths. Especially those who spent spirit stones and bet on Singji's loss, their words were extremely dirty, and Liu Beiyan was a little shocked when he heard them. These monks who look like celestial beings actually have this side to them. Lin Yufan, the law enforcement officer, was scolded so much that his face turned blue. But in this competition, the Shijing Temple must win. A monk practices hard all his life just to comprehend the great way and understand the truth of the world. Happiness, such a vulgar thing, is not what monks like us should pursue. What is the point of discussing such a question in a debate on the Dharma? These words put a big hat on Liu Beiyan's problem. Indeed, the world of immortal cultivation actually despises the behavior of pursuing pleasure. It is believed that high levels of cultivation are achieved through hard work. But anyone with a clear eye could see that Lin Yufan was targeting Liu Yun immortal sect. Let's skip this meaningless question. Liu Beiyan from Yunir Peak, please ask a new question. After hearing these words, the people from Liu Yun immortal sect had not yet expressed their opinion. Master Singji behind him took a step forward. This question is meaningful. Not only is it meaningful, it also opens the door to a new world for me. Singji admits defeat in this competition. Dona Liu Beiyan, I hope that next time we meet, I can understand what happiness is. After he finished speaking, Master Singji turned around and walked back step by step. With every step he took, the Buddha's light on his body dimmed a little. The lotus shadows surrounding him gradually disappeared with each step. When the monks of the Shijing Temple saw this scene, they were all shocked. The leading monk hurried over to support Singji. Xingji, what's wrong with you? Why is this happening? Why is your Buddha light gradually disappearing? Master Xingji said nothing, but just shook his head slightly. If you are confused in your heart and can't figure things out, how can you comprehend the Buddhist principles? His Buddhist heart has been covered with dust. Master Xingji's active surrender made Lin Yufan very embarrassed. He no longer had the desire to win, so what was the point of me, a law enforcement officer, being partial to him? When Liu Beiyan saw this scene, he was also a little confused. Is this problem of mine really that difficult? Happiness, what exactly is it? Master Xingji admitted defeat voluntarily. Even if Lin Yufan was unwilling, he had to declare Liu Beiyan the winner of the competition. Behind him, the disciples of Liu Yun immortal sect, who had been keeping stern faces, finally smiled. The disciples of the main peak standing on the Shuxian square also looked at Liu Beiyan with some admiration. Before, they thought that Liu Beiyan, a young cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, would only bring disgrace upon himself if he went up there. Unexpectedly, the question, "What is happiness?" stumped Xingji. After the competition, Liu Beiyan walked back to Su Xingwan with some disappointment on his face. In fact, Liu Beiyan would rather lose this competition. What is truly important is to get guidance and understand the true meaning of happiness. In the practice square, the debate between Liu Yun immortal sect and Dashijing temple is still going on. After Master Xingji was defeated, Dashijing temple was no match for Liu Yun immortal sect. Disciples from the three main peaks, Yunhai Peak, Yunlian Peak, and Yunxia Peak, took turns to fight. The various profound and obscure questions directly confused the monks of Dashijing temple. Not to mention that above them, there is the even more talented Yunyang Peak. Seeing this situation, many cultivators sighed, which blind person said that Liu Yun immortal sect has declined. This competition lasted for nearly 5 hours. Except for the beginning when Liu Yun immortal sect lost 2 games to Master Xingji. The latter completely crushed the Dashijing temple. Lin Yufan, the law enforcement officer, had already turned blue with anger. The failure of Daishikyoji temple was a complete defeat. The monks who took part in the competition were unable to speak when questioned. I don't even have the chance to show partiality. The time came to Shinsha. This crushing competition finally ended. After the competition, Liu Beiyan and his master and senior sister went straight back to Yunya Peak. As soon as he returned to Yunya Peak, Liu Beiyan was pulled into a small room by Su Xingwan. Not knowing what was going on, Liu Beiyan was forced into a corner. This scene looks like a domineering senior sister bullying a cute junior sister. Tell me, how many things are you hiding from me? Su Xingwan raised Liu Beiyan's chin and asked in a fierce tone. In less than 3 months, my cultivation level in the qi refining stage was directly raised to the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage. In 3 days, without any practical operation, I learned the art of alchemy. And just now, the question, "What is happiness?" stumped Master Xingji. Liu Beiyan, how many things are you hiding from senior sister? A series of questions directly made Liu Beiyan's head explode. It is indeed difficult to fool my senior sister. Although she didn't study every bit of her achievements in detail at the time, she kept them all in her heart. Putting all the problems together makes it even more difficult for Liu Beiyan to explain. Liu Beiyan wanted to escape. But as soon as he showed a desire to run, he was stopped by Su Xingwan. She used her delicate legs to push Liu Beiyan against the wall. Chapter 37, Understanding a Certain State of Mind. New book, please collect and recommend. Liu Beiyan was stopped and forced back into the corner. In order to prevent Liu Beiyan from escaping, Su Xingwan kicked her legs against the wall to stop him from escaping. Looking at the pretty senior sister in front of him, Liu Beiyan just felt that his current angle was great. Senior sister's pair of beautiful legs is really desirable. Don't play dumb, answer senior sister's question. Seeing that Liu Beiyan didn't answer, Su Xingwan directly grabbed his thigh. My senior sister is really a man-eating witch, and I am completely under her control. After hesitating for a moment, Liu Beiyan was ready to attribute the reason directly to his own talent. Of course, some flattery has to be arranged as well. Sister, Beiyan can achieve these achievements, of course, because of your and master's good teaching. Before he could finish his flattery, Su Xingwan's little hand came up again. Tell the truth. If you keep on using sweet words, senior sister will tell everyone that you coveted master's body. Hearing this threat, Liu Beiyan immediately backed down. He began to act honestly and said, Senior sister, Actually, Bayan himself doesn't know why he has been learning so fast recently. In the past, I would feel tired and mentally exhausted whenever I practiced cultivation. But 3 months ago, Bayan suddenly felt that cultivation was a bit simple, and everything seemed to come naturally, and he learned it by himself. Including the art of refining medicine, the things written in the Suwon medical classic seemed to have life and jumped into my head. Liu Bayan said this in a very mysterious way. But the more mysterious it is, the more credible it is. There are endless geniuses in this world, and there are all kinds of people. Speaking of which, Liu Bayan's current speed of improvement in his cultivation realm is not the fastest in the entire continent. After listening to Liu Bayan's words, there was still a hint of doubt in Su Xingwan's eyes. But I believe it to some extent. So he retracted his legs and signaled Liu Bayan that he could leave. The beautiful scenery disappeared, but Liu Bayan still felt a little reluctant. Just after he left, Yu Qinro came to Su Xingwan. "Xingwan, how is it? Did you find out anything?" Su Xingwan and Yu Qinro sat down at the table and began to talk in detail. Bayan just told me some reasons, but from my experience, what he said seemed half true and half false. Yu Qinro frowned slightly and said, "Bayan doesn't even trust us. We are his closest people and we won't harm him." To be honest, Yu Qinro felt a little lost. It is a failure for a master if his disciples do not trust him. Beside him, Su Xingwan shook her head. "Bayan doesn't distrust us, but has something to hide. A secret that cannot be told." Su Xingwan nodded and continued, "Master, think about it. Since Bayan became stronger, what is the difference from before? Is there any difference?" Yu Qinro rubbed her pretty face and thought. After a moment, her pretty face suddenly turned red, as if she thought of something. "Bayan seems to be a lot less astringent than before. In the past, his eyes were full of admiration for me. But in the past few months, his eyes seem to be a little aggressive. And Xingwan, you also know that Bayan is still writing that kind of article in his room." Yu Qinro seemed too embarrassed to continue speaking. After hearing these words, Su Xingwan also nodded. "Master is right, this is indeed the biggest change in Bayan." Therefore, Xing Wan guessed that Bayan must have accidentally realized some kind of dual cultivation state of mind. Under this state of mind, the talent of the cultivator will be greatly improved, but he will also have an immense yearning for dual cultivation. If it's true as I guess, then everything makes sense. The state of mind is something relatively profound. Generally speaking, only extremely talented monks can comprehend it. For example, the ethereal state of mind. For a cultivator who possesses this state of mind, his mind is ethereal and his cultivation speed is extremely fast, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Or it could be a murderous state of mind, using murderous intent to gain enlightenment and ascend in the sea of blood. State of mind. Yu Qinro repeated silently. When Yu Qinro learned that Liu Bayan was lusting after her body, she always thought that it was because of her charm that deeply attracted her little apprentice. So the truth is, it's just because he realized the state of mind of dual cultivation. Master, Xingwan has been secretly observing Bayan recently. When Bayan is hiding in his room alone, he will play with a woman's underwear from time to time. According to my guess, Bayan's realization of the dual cultivation state of mind must have been enhanced by playing with this underwear. When Yu Qinro heard that Liu Bayan was secretly playing with his underwear, her face turned slightly red. "The underwear is most likely yours." Su Xingwan actually concealed some things when she spoke. She did not mention a single word about the fact that she had gifted Liu Bayan a set of underwear. Liuyun Palace. The head of the sect, Master Wanshu, was sitting on the high seat, and the 5 elders were standing on both sides. The eldest disciple of Yunyang Peak, Jiyu Feilian, pays homage to the headmaster, the elder. At the bottom of the stairs, Jiyu Feilian saluted to the elders and the headmaster. "No need to be polite. I called you here tonight because I want to talk about the competition that took place during the day." Hearing the words of the great elder, Jiyu Feilian's expression remained unchanged. He had already guessed that this was the purpose of calling him here. After the debate between Liuyun Immortal Sect and the Shijing Temple, one issue was being discussed everywhere. The question, "What is happiness?" raised by Liu Bayan is whether it is accidental or deliberate. A young cultivator at the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage, in terms of cultivation level, is definitely at the lower level at this age. But this guy who looked like a loser, as soon as he opened his mouth, stumped Master Xingji. When such a contradictory situation occurs in one person, it is hard to see clearly. In the outside world, some people say that Liu Beiyan is a useless person. It was just a coincidence that I stumped Master Xingji with my question. The questions he raised could be figured out by a 3-year-old child. However, some people believe that Liu Beiyan is a hidden genius. There are not so many coincidences in the world. Although it is easy to come up with that question, who dares to ask Master Xingji? Jiyu Feiliang knew that the sect's top leaders had called him here because they must have wanted to hear his judgment. Is Liu Beiyan a genius? Master, 5 elders, you want to ask about Liu Beiyan's situation, right? Master Wangshu nodded. Over the years, there have been very few times when we have failed to understand a disciple. That day you were closest to him and saw him most clearly. Moreover, you allowed him, a disciple at the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage, to participate in the debate. I guess you must have discovered something. The headmaster's words seemed to be a subtle compliment to Jiyu Feiliang for his keen eye for talent. Jiyu Feiliang felt a little embarrassed. At that time, no one was willing to debate with Master Xingji, and the boos from the audience around him became louder and louder. He had no choice but to allow Liu Beiyan to recommend himself. Chapter 38: The Silent Hall. At the bottom of the stairs, Jiyu Feiliang hesitated for a moment and said, Master, Feiliang actually knows very little about this disciple Liu Beiyan. But according to Feiliang's own observation, Liu Beiyan should be extraordinary. Why do you think so? Upon hearing this, Master Wangshu immediately asked. Jiyu Feiliang did not hide anything and told what he heard on the spot. There is no sword in my hand, no self in my heart, no self and no sword, heaven and earth are one. If I heard correctly, this sentence was first said by Liu Beiyan. As soon as Jiyu Feiliang finished speaking, Master Wangshu and the 5 elders beside him all frowned slightly. If he really has such strength, how could his cultivation level be only the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage? Forget it, let us not dwell on this matter anymore. Let us just observe Liu Beiyan for a while longer. Feiliang, today we won a great victory at the Shijing Temple. All of you disciples have made contributions. Go back and make a list. We will reward you according to your contributions in the hall tomorrow. Thank you, Master. Feiliang will do it right away. When he heard the words, reward according to merit, Jiyu Feiliang's eyes lit up. Sect-level rewards are extremely precious even to disciples of the main peak. Yunya Peak. The master and his 2 disciples gathered together for dinner. Outside the house, Yunyang Peak's senior brother Jiyu Feiliang came floating over. Meet Peak Master Yu, Junior Sister Su, and Junior Brother Lu. Seeing Jiyu Feiliang coming, the master and his 2 disciples were a little surprised. There haven't been any visitors to Yunya Peak for nearly a year. Unexpectedly, the first guest to arrive was the eldest senior brother from Yunyang Peak. Brother Jiyu is visiting at night. Is there anything urgent? That's right. Their headmaster asked me to sort out the merits of today's debate and discussion, and reward you according to your merits tomorrow. Feiliang thought for a long time and decided to give the first credit to junior brother Liu Beiyan. Liu Beiyan was a little surprised. The senior brother in front of him was not greedy for credit and was ready to give the first credit to himself. Liu Beiyan actually knew about the rumors outside. Many of my fellow students said that they were just lucky and that others were the real key to victory. Given these rumors, there is nothing wrong with not giving the credit to himself. I came here today to let junior brother Liu think carefully about what reward he wants. As long as it is within a reasonable range, I believe the master will agree to it. After saying that, Jiyu Feiliang left without further delay. Before leaving, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, how can the main peak of Yunya Peak be so shabby? After Jiyu Feiliang left, the master and his 2 disciples gathered together to discuss what reward they would get. Treasures, books, equipment, spiritual stones, spiritual beasts. There are so many things I can ask for, what do I want? Yu Qinro and Su Xingwan kept giving suggestions and providing references to Liu Beiyan. Everything they suggested was good for Liu Beiyan. But Liu Beiyan had already made up his mind. A night passed. Chen time. The master and his 2 disciples rode on immortal horses and flew towards the Timing Palace. Riding on the fairy horse, Liu Beiyan always felt a little uncomfortable. The image is so lingering in my mind that it is very torturous. In less than half an hour, the master and his 2 disciples arrived at Timing Hall. This is the largest palace in the sect. Liuyun Immortal Sect would choose to hold large-scale ceremonies here. Ever since Yu Qinro was injured, the entire Yunya Peak has been on the brink. Whatever activities the sect has, they always ignore Yunya Peak. This was the first time in more than a year that the master and his two disciples had come to Timing Hall. Many disciples of the Immortal Sect were already standing in their hall. This time, all outer disciples and above are eligible to attend the ceremony of rewarding merit. The sect's top leaders wanted to use this reward system to motivate the sect's disciples to practice hard. Not long after, Master Wangshu floated over from afar and landed in the center of their hall. Yesterday, our Liuyun Immortal Sect had a debate with Dashijing Temple. The disciples performed excellently and demonstrated the strength and heritage of our Immortal Sect. In view of this, today we are here to reward you for your merits. As soon as Master Wangshu finished speaking, Jiu Feiliang at the foot of the stairs immediately handed out the merit ranking he had sorted out. There are 5 levels of merit. Every disciple of the main peak can obtain the lowest level. Of course, it is just a reward of some spirit stones. The 4th tier is for monks who have the ability but have never had the opportunity to fight, and they can get an equipment reward. The 3rd tier is like Xiao Caiyue, who lost after fighting. Although we lost, we cannot deny that others have tried their best. The 2nd group consists of several people from Daishikyoji who greatly defeated them in debates on the Dharma. After Master Wangshu, who was standing in the center of the palace, announced that the last few groups of people had been prepared, everyone turned their eyes to Liu Beiyan. During the debate with Xingji, Liu Beiyan suppressed Xingji with one question. Whether it was accidental or not, it definitely contributed to it. If Liu Beiyan's name was mentioned in the last 4 tiers, then it must be the 1st tier. Many disciples from the main peak realized this and their faces instantly turned ugly. They only get the 2nd and 3rd tier rewards. A cultivator at the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage at Yunya Peak actually took the 1st tier. They were not convinced, but they dared not speak out and could only criticize in secret. Liu Beiyan, you have made the greatest contribution in this debate. Have you thought about what reward you want? At the bottom of the stairs, Liu Beiyan walked out from the crowd and saluted towards Master Wangshu and the 5 elders. Thanks to the humility of all the senior brothers and sisters, disciple Liu Beiyan was lucky enough to get the 1st merit. Although I was lucky enough to get the 1st merit, I have always wanted to get a piece of Lingshan Snow Lotus in my heart. Today, I am shameless enough to ask for it. I hope the master will reward me. Lingshan Snow Lotus. After hearing these words, the atmosphere in Timing Hall suddenly became silent. Master Wangshu and the 5 elders also showed embarrassment on their faces. Lingshan Snow Lotus is the top treasure in the collection of Liuyun Immortal Sect. It is said that it has miraculous effects and can cure even the most serious injuries. Who would be willing to give such a top-notch item to a disciple? Everyone was not a fool and could tell at a glance that Liu Beiyan was asking for this on behalf of his master, Yu Qinro. But even for Yu Qinro, the sect's top leaders were not very willing. First, the sect's alchemist once asserted that Yu Qinro's injuries were incurable. He added at the end that this would be unless an elixir of life came into being. To put it bluntly, this sentence is just to prevent yourself from being slapped in the face. In his opinion, Yu Qinro's injuries were impossible to heal. Secondly, although Lingshan Snow Lotus is famous, there is no actual record of its actual effects, and they are all legends. Now I will give this item to Yu Qinro for treatment. If it is ineffective, it will be wasted. Seeing that the atmosphere in the hall had become dull, Yu Qinro hurried out and stood beside Liu Beiyan. He secretly twisted Liu Beiyan's thigh. I clearly gave him so many suggestions last night. Wouldn't it be better for him to ask for some protective gear and a secret manual for himself? Seeing that his usually gentle master was attacking him, Liu Beiyan knew that she must be angry. Master, 5 elders, I am ignorant, please forgive me. It is a complete waste to give the Lingshan Snow Lotus to Yunya Peak. Here, Qinro wants to ask for a reward on behalf of Beiyan. Seeing Yu Qinro coming out to rescue, the head of the sect and the 5 elders all breathed a sigh of relief. Just speak your mind. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Qinro said, Qinro knows that there is no hope of recovery from her injuries, and having 2 disciples in my lineage would only be a waste of their own extraordinary talents. Here, Qinro requests the elders to accept Liu Beiyan as their personal disciple. Puff! What a pair of deceiving master and disciple. Chapter 39 Desperate Dongfang Phone Seeking Collection and Investment. The 5 elders felt like they were about to vomit blood. I just saw Yu Chinro come out to ease the atmosphere, and I thought she was reliable. Who knew that she would actually use this trick? Of course, in front of so many people, asking them to accept Liu Beiyan as their personal disciple is too much to ask. In Liuyun Immortal Sect, there are menial disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples of the main peak. And above these disciples, there are disciples with higher status. That is, the elder's direct disciple. Generally speaking, each elder would not accept more than 2 disciples. This shows how precious direct disciples are. And now, they were actually asked to accept Liu Beiyan, a young cultivator at the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage, as his personal disciple. It was just that he gained the first merit in the debate on the Dharma. This achievement is not enough to earn such a reward. The 5 elders stood on the steps, looking embarrassed again. They looked at each other, hoping that the other would reply. Looking at the current situation, Liu Beiyan naturally understood that the 5 elders did not want to accept him as their personal disciple. This is better. I don't want to practice under the guidance of these old guys. Yu Chinro next to him still maintained the posture of bowing, with a sense of coercion, wanting the elders to accept Liu Beiyan. From the crowd, Dong Fangfeng, deputy head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, stepped out. Master Yu Feng, don't you know what kind of talent and strength your disciple has? He is only at the 5th level of the foundation building stage at this age. They pale in comparison with other disciples in the main peak, not to mention the direct disciples. I suggest you consider your own capabilities and don't embarrass everyone by saying such things. If the elders really accept a loser like Liu Beiyan as their disciple, it will only make the other more powerful disciples in the sect feel disheartened. Dong Fangfeng's words were very scheming. The elders didn't want to accept Liu Beiyan in the first place, they just needed an excuse, and Dong Fangfeng's words were just right. Without waiting for the elders' reply, Liu Beiyan spoke directly. My disciple Liu Beiyan has low cultivation and ordinary talent, so he is not qualified to be a direct disciple. My master was also considering the future of his disciples and was forced to make such an unreasonable request. On the steps, the great elder heard the hidden meaning in Liu Beiyan's words. Liu Beiyan, what do you mean by being forced? Hearing these words, Liu Beiyan knew that the main topic of today was about to come. When Liu Beiyan was thinking about what reward to give last night, he had already made up his mind. Asking for the Lingshan Ice Lotus was just a matter of luck. He had anticipated that the sect would most likely not give away such a treasure. But it doesn't matter, it's just a strategy of my own. He made an excessive request first. When the sect disagreed, he proposed another one. At this time, compared with the first request, the request you make later will be more likely to be accepted. In reply to the great elder, we are short of resources at Junior Peak. Ever since our master was injured, the Ministry of Internal Affairs has withdrawn the menial disciples and stopped allocating resources to Junior Peak. The 3 of us, master and apprentices, managed to survive by accepting commissions and going out to gain experience. But this month, the Ministry of Internal Affairs still requires us to pay service fees. The 3 of us, master and apprentice, can't bear it anymore. Master had no other choice but to find a good place for me, so he made such an unrealistic request. When saying this, Liu Beiyan's expression was very appropriate. Liu Beiyan portrayed the sadness of a bullied low-level monk to perfection. Many monks from the main peak used to despise Liu Beiyan. He thought he had no talent and wanted him to be his personal disciple. But now, they all stand on Liu Beiyan's side. It's not that Liu Beiyan is arrogant, but he is forced into a dilemma. Ministry of Internal Affairs, you are so arrogant. How dare you withhold resources from the main peak? On the steps, after hearing this, the great elder immediately scolded Dong Fangfeng harshly. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is a follower of the second elder's faction. If there is a chance to suppress them, how could the great elder let it go? The second elder next to her had an unhappy expression on his face, but he was unable to plead for her. Relying on the power he has, he acts arbitrarily. He used to bully the outer disciples and menial disciples, and now he is even bullying the main peak disciples. How audacious! After the great elder cursed loudly, he turned and looked at Master Wangshu. Master, the Ministry of Internal Affairs has acted recklessly more than once or twice. I suggest that the Ministry of Internal Affairs be subject to the audit of the law enforcement hall from today onwards. Otherwise, if they continue like this, the entire immortal sect will be in chaos. Hearing this, Dongfang Feng's face became extremely ugly. She originally came out to mock Yu Qinro and Liu Beiyan, but she didn't expect that Liu Beiyan's words would directly bring trouble upon herself. When Master Wanshu, who was standing in the center, heard these words, his expression became very serious. Yu Qinro had lost her strength, and even the head of the main peak was bullied by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. What about ordinary disciples? They are already short of resources and weak in strength, so won't they be suppressed and bullied by the Ministry of Internal Affairs? In this way, it will be even more difficult for new disciples to stand out. Dongfang Feng, are they wrongly accusing you of what they said? Master Wanshu asked with a hint of coldness in his tone. Master, actually we are all following the sect's rules. Dongfang Feng stuttered for a long time, and finally found the sect rules as an excuse. What rules allow people like you to withdraw resources from the main peak without permission? Master Wanshu asked again. And Dongfang Feng couldn't find any other excuse. If the matter of the Ministry of Internal Affairs seizing the resources of Yunye Peak is not made public, no one will care. Yu Qinro suffered an incurable injury, so naturally no one supported her lineage and anyone could suppress them. But it happened that her disciple had made the first contribution in the debate and had the opportunity to expose the matter in front of others. Dongfang Feng wanted to find an excuse to argue, but before he could open his mouth, Jiyu Feiliang next to him suddenly stood up. Master, elders, Feiliang has been to Yunye Peak before. The current Yunye Peak is indeed short of resources, and there are no menial disciples serving the entire mountain. It even looks worse than some of the mountains for outer disciples. What Liu Beiyan said should be true. The eldest senior brother from Yunyan Peak stood up to testify for Liu Beiyan, and Dongfang Feng's face turned pale with fright. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape the punishment according to the sect rules today. Master Wanshu, who was standing in the center, glared at her and then waved his whisk. Two law enforcers from the law enforcement hall immediately flew down and took him away. The leader has taken action, and today's plan has been accomplished. Liu Beiyan was not going to ask for more rewards as he was biting off more than he could chew. Thank you, Master. The elders have judged for Yunye Peak. Liu Beiyan does not want any more rewards here. I only ask that the immortal sect can allocate the resources that Yunye Peak deserves to me. The three of us, master and disciple, will be satisfied. Hearing these words, Master Wanshu and the 5 elders all breathed a sigh of relief. How come this child has become sensible all of a sudden? Wasn't he the one who first asked for Lingshan Snow Lotus? Chapter 40, Anger-Seeking Collection and Investment. Inside the Timing Hall. In front of all the disciples, Master Wanshu promised that Yunye Peak's resources would never be maliciously deducted again. In addition, the sect will strictly investigate such situations in the next period of time. Anyone who uses power to suppress other disciples will be severely punished. In the crowd, Chen Jianqian from the library buried his head hard, trying to avoid today's disaster. He had deliberately made things difficult for Liu Beiyan in the library, and even used this as an excuse to ask Dongfang Feng for a reward. Now it seems like a really stupid move. Not only did he fail to please Dongfang Feng, but he also provoked Liu Beiyan. It would have been fine if he had provoked her in the past, but Chen Jianqian never expected this. This young cultivator in the foundation building stage actually had the opportunity to stand in the main hall and receive a reward for his outstanding performance. An hour later, a somewhat different reward meeting was announced to be over. Chen Jianqian originally thought he had escaped a disaster. But who knew that at the last moment, Liu Beiyan still reported him. Chen Jianqian, who relied on flattery and connections to become the deputy head of the library, was arrested. The reward will end. The master and his 2 disciples returned to Yunye Peak together. Returning with the master and his 2 disciples were the resources that were supposed to be distributed this month. Looking at the boxes full of pills and spirit stones, the 3 of them were filled with indescribable joy. After thinking for a long time last night, Yu Qinro and Su Xingwan's ideas were still limited to getting some kind of equipment or treasure. However, Liu Beiyan knew that for Yunye Peak, the most suitable thing to ask for is continuous resources, not a particular exquisite treasure. Landing on Yunye Peak, Liu Beiyan immediately put away his good expression. He put on an angry expression. Seeing Liu Beiyan's expression, both the master and the senior sisters were a little confused. Beiyan, what's wrong with you? Did someone make you angry? We just got so many resources, shouldn't we be happy? Hearing this, Liu Beiyan snorted. I'm not angry. I, Liu Beiyan, am just a little disciple. No one loves me or wants me. How dare I be angry with anyone? Yu Qinro and Su Xingwan looked at each other, still unable to figure out the reason. After a while, Liu Beiyan couldn't help it anymore and took the initiative to speak. Of course I'm angry at my master for asking me to join the elders in front of so many fellow disciples today. Master, do you really want to drive me away? Beiyan has already said before that he doesn't want to leave Yunir Peak, he doesn't want to leave. Why do you have to do this to me? He became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and Yu Qinro next to him also felt that she had done something wrong. It seems that my behavior today has hurt my little disciple. I'm sorry. Beiyan, master didn't mean it. I was just anxious and wanted to give you a good home. Yu Qinro's voice has always been gentle and soft, very comfortable to listen to. Just this simple apology made Liu Beiyan feel less angry. But it can't be shown on the surface. My final destination is Yunir Peak. Please, master and senior sister, don't chase me away in the name of doing good for me. Pretending to be angry and aggrieved, Liu Beiyan finished speaking and returned to his room alone. Seeing him leave, Su Xingwan said unconvincedly from behind, "Hey, it was obviously master who made the mistake, why are you scolding me as well?" Back in the room, Liu Beiyan planned his next move. Now that the sect has restored the resource allocation to Yunir Peak, spirit stones should not be so scarce. After looking at the manuscript on the table and thinking about it, Liu Beiyan picked up the pen. Infatuation on a rainy night, the unspeakable secret between my master and I, has now reached nearly 700,000 words. Judging from the spiritual stones sent by the holy sect of Confucianism and Taoism, we can know that the sales of this book are good. In the past, due to the lack of spirit stones, I had no choice but to spend a lot of time writing novels. But now resources are no longer scarce. In fact, if it were just for spirit stones, I could completely stop updating. But when he thought about stopping updating, Liu Beiyan felt a little reluctant. Not only for the readers whom I have never met, but also for the master I wrote about. In reality, the relationship between me and my master is clear and harmonious, and there is no violation of rules. Somehow, I have an urge in my heart to let the protagonist and the master be together in my own novel, and live happily every day. Then I will update less frequently. Now my focus must be on cultivation. After thinking it through, Liu Beiyan decided to try to write 10,000 words every week in his spare time. More time should be spent on improving one's own strength. Now that he has no shortage of spirit stones, he will naturally look for opportunities to improve his alchemy skills. The sooner the level of alchemy skills is improved, the sooner master will have the opportunity to heal his injuries. On the east side, in Su Xingwan's room. At this moment, Yu Qinro and Su Xingwan are both here. Su Xingwan was packing her belongings, apparently preparing to go out. Xingwan, Yunir Peak is no longer short of resources, so you can practice on the peak. Yu Qinro really didn't want Su Xingwan to go out and gain experience again. The world of cultivating immortals is full of intrigue and deception, and there are countless conspiracies and tricks. Without the protection of Liu Yun immortal sect, Yu Qinro could imagine how dangerous the outside world was. After all, weren't all her injuries caused by her training outside? Seeing his master's worried look, Su Xingwan comforted Yu Qinro like an elder. Although the resources in Yunir Peak are not so scarce now, cultivators like me cannot always practice under all kinds of care. If we grow up like this, how much combat power can we have? Apart from this, the resources provided by the sect are only enough for our regular practice. Besides, Beiyan now wants to improve his alchemy skills, which consumes more resources. Indeed, alchemists require a lot of resources. Which alchemist has not grown up through countless practices? The cost of the medicinal materials needed in practice is absolutely sky high. After hearing this, Yu Qinro nodded slightly. Liu Beiyan, a talented alchemist, has wasted many years of practice because of her incompetent master. Given his current situation, he couldn't help Liu Beiyan in any way. He can only rely on Su Xingwan, his loving senior sister. After a night passed and the sky was just getting light, Su Xingwan went out for training. During breakfast, Liu Beiyan learned that his senior sister was out and didn't say goodbye to him. After finishing breakfast, Liu Beiyan closed the door and prepared to start improving his practice. His consciousness moved slightly, and the system interface popped up immediately. Click, normal practice. Ordinary training begins. This training costs 150 low-grade spirit stones and stops at the 7th level of the foundation building period. During this period, the training is fully automatic. Please confirm with the host. Confirm. As soon as he finished speaking, the control of his body was taken over by the system again. Sit cross-legged and start practicing.